her at the rally, but we clearly see that it was, you know. So
it's
the matter. Go on.
The picture speaks 1,000 words, doesn't it? Because obviously what we have in that picture is Adrianna Young's grandmother, the last person to have taken her to the pool, at a P.P.P rally, fully dressed in their clothes, their colours, and embracing certain people from the P.P.P. And what we see from that is the same people that are helping cover up what happened to Adrianna Young, you're in support of them.
Yeah. And I wanted us to take it back a little bit with Stefan, because so there was this, based on the time codes of the pictures that were publicly available, right? We know that he was in the pool area, and then when there was an account that he gave to someone in a TikTok live not long after, where he said that he had left, he said around the time that she disappeared, he had left Doubleday, and his mother called him to ask if Adrianna was with him, okay? Which kind of gave the impression she was last seen in his company or around him. And he was just there in the picture we see later on, that he was just there. And it would seem within 1 or 2 minutes of Adrianna disappearing, he also, they seem to have disappeared at the same time, which is why the family would have called him. And he said he went somewhere, but then it seemed he only came back later in the evening. Remember, he started a live, and that's where you pointed out quite correctly that he stayed in his car. He didn't want to come outside. Maybe you want to follow up on that.
He went to another location, but he would only say he went to another location at the same time Adrianna went missing. He wouldn't specify where that location was. And we also know that the 14-year-old cousin of Adrianna's, who the grandmother put the legal hold on so she couldn't answer questions, her last thing was that she had seen Stefan call Adrianna. So we have a whole kind of a cousin. Yep, we have a whole scene painted there. Adrianna's in the water. She's only just got to the Doubleday Hotel. Then we have Stefan call her leave the pool area, him leave the pool area. She never comes back alive, and that tells the whole picture.
Who else leaves the pool area? We also have Son. We have that guy. He stood there by the pool area. He also leaves the pool area at the same time.
He does, after he's watching Adrianna in his view. He messaged me personally to say that wasn't him, and that if I asked the grandmother, she would be able to explain to me what he was actually wearing that day, and he was wearing purple, not blue. And I thought that was really odd that his kind of alibi was the grandmother.
Interesting. So he wanted you to rely on the grandmother's account of what he was actually wearing. I was there. Yes. I was there that evening, and I was there in front of the door of Doubleday Hotel when they took him in for questioning. Finally, the police, and they were very concerned about protecting him. Okay, the same people that were stood there denying Adrianna's parents' entry, I watched with my own 2 eyes. So let no one say different. He had on the same trousers when he came out, and the shirt color looked very similar. He had on a blue shirt, right? So whether he changed his shirt or whatever, the same trousers, the camouflage looking trousers, he looked like he had the same outfit on. It matched the profile from what I saw with my own eyes, and I would testify to that in a court of law. Okay, so I don't know, and that's around the time when they came out with the DVRs, because remember they said the cameras weren't working. And recently in a press release from Dexter Todd, he explained that yes, indeed, the CCTV cameras were working. So this thing is really weaving itself together. And against this backdrop, Haley, they imprisoned Nurse King. They imprisoned a woman that had kids waiting on her just for suggesting the process was corrupt with the autopsy, when we already saw the entire chain was corrupted. I wanted you to speak a little bit, like, remember we'd had a conversation a couple months back where you told me, you said, in many cases like this, of this nature, a family member is involved. Could you speak about that a little bit? Because I want people to understand it's not that you just woke up one morning and plucked out of thin air, oh, maybe it's this person's relative and I'm just going to go start attacking people's family. I wanted you to explain your process of deduction and reasoning a little more clearly so the layman can understand where you were coming from with that.
Okay, so yeah, obviously in all cases worldwide where we look at that involve children, we always kind of tell our children about beware of the stranger, strange danger. But the actual fact is more than I think it's like 56, 57% of abductions or murder happen at the hands of a blood family member. Then the next 27%, I think it is due to a family friend or someone the children may call uncle or have a lifelong connection to. And we're only looking at 5% of the cases in the whole of the world that happen to children being a stranger abduction. And then when you look at the case of Adrianna Young, she wasn't in a place that she normally was with people she would normally be with on her own. So we know once we speak to Amicia that she was very shocked to get the call at work that day at Popeye Chicken to ask her if the grandmother could have Adrianna and her siblings for the day. So then you have to think, well, that's really strange that something happened that was out of the ordinary on a day that the ultimate unordinary thing happened with Adrianna going missing. Then we look at the fact that the Doubleday Hotel was known to the family and the parents as not being a safe location to take the children to. And we know that for the first time, Adrianna would have been taken there by a grandparent. So we then start thinking, why did all these things happen on that day? And then later on, we start to hear other things from the family, that there was a meeting the day before between Granny, Stefan, and the lady in grey from all of the videos that met at a local restaurant. And why did they meet the day before? That's very odd when we look at the totality of what happened that day to Adrianna Young. To me, this was completely pre-planned, and somebody was paid for the death of Adrianna Young. And the only people that had the capability to do that was a family member, because Sir Brian and Amicia were very good parents, and she didn't go anywhere without her family. She was always with family members. So you have to start looking at the people that took her. We also know the 14-year-old was told a story of grandfather, the new husband of grandmother, wanting to get up and search, and the grandmother saying, sit down. And he said, it's going to look odd if we don't start looking for her. All of those things, it starts to tell a story. And then you look at the background of the grandmother's feelings towards Amicia and some of her comments towards Amicia and some of the kind of not accepting of the children. And you have to start putting a picture together. And unfortunately, this picture leads up to the fact that Adrianna Young knew and loved the people that took her to her death.
And individually, some of these things may be, you can call them a coincidence or, an individual, a discrete occurrence. But taken in totality, it's very hard to deny there is a chain of unusual events. There are many discrepancies, many holes in this story as they are trying to tell it. But when we look at it, exactly what happened and we put them in order, something untoward happened. And the question remains, why haven't the police been able to do the very same? Especially considering that they have washed their hands of any involvement in corruption.
Yeah, 100%. It's just, before I even looked at the granny, it was Stefan, the cousin, and he's very close to the grandmother, that came onto my radar, because we knew the family were looking for some statements he had made on TikTok Live that the family had not yet seen. And he had deleted those permanently. And they were like, we just want to see what you said. But when they were actually downloaded, he alluded to the fact that Adrianna was not a good child, and she was likely to have gone off with a man or have been promiscuous.
Yeah.
And with everything we know about Adrianna Young, she was the very opposite of what he was describing, you have to start thinking, why would a family member say things about Adrianna that were not true, almost to put people off the scent? And when you had all the people reacting at the scene who were concerned and worried, and you have him sat in his car saying, I'm not getting out because I'll be arrested, weirdly, and he's alluded to the fact she's probably just run away,
almost
all those
like
people
there was a
Freudian
slip there.
Yeah, and all of the people that are there to look for her and are really concerned are going to start thinking, oh, perhaps she's a runaway, like perhaps we don't need to look. And that all came from his mouth, which he then tried to delete. Then I saw him being interviewed and they were like, where did you go when Adrianna went missing? He's like, to another location. And we're like, what location? And he's like, just another location. And I'm like, what, into the hotel with Adrianna? Where? Like, why would you not have an
Yeah, I
answer? Like,
wasn't here.
I went
I
to get a
was
newspaper, I
somewhere
went
else.
home.
Yeah, I was
it's
somewhere else.
very strange.
Mm-hmm.
So when I made a video and I kind of, first of all, said, look, Stefan is not answering all of the questions, there's some holes in his story, he started to come into my live streams and threaten to kill me. And say, if you ever come to Guyana, I'll kill you, you won't get out alive. And I thought, that's an overreaction from a family member when you know I'm trying to help.
Member. Yeah, that's supposed to love and be concerned about Adrianna. That's very interesting. Taken as well with Dr. Caleb's comments when I called him the morning after the autopsy to ask about the claim that Adrianna had froth in her nose instead of the cotton wool we clearly saw stuffed in there. So when I called to ask him about that, he had his own Freudian slip because he said, I asked him because I was very curious. The reason I called was because I looked at his post-autopsy interview and he indicated that he said, we always knew we would find water in her lungs. So I wondered how he was able to arrive at a conclusion before doing the investigation that was supposed to lead to the conclusion. So he said, I don't know how they do it, right? He said, I don't know how they do it, but for all the cases there, they always seem to have water in their lungs. They have some way, they must have some way. Then I said, what do you mean all the cases are Doubleday? And he seemed confused. I said, only 2 cases have been reported at Doubleday, Caleb. What do you mean all the cases? And he laughed it off. He moved on. He was like, oh, never mind. Right? He moved on from that. And I challenged Caleb. I challenged Dr. Caleb to take a lie detector test with me from a credible, get Scotland Yard or the FBI to come here. I challenged Caleb, who said I lied about our conversation. I challenged him to sit and do a lie detector test because I would happily do one tomorrow to verify these claims and vindicate myself. Because after this criticism, I thought he was going to come back to admit that crucial evidence was indeed missing because I argued with him on the phone call. That's what it was about. I even went into the physical properties of what cotton wool is, what it looks like, how it presents visually, okay, and its properties. And we agreed it was not froth in her nose. So I expected a clarification the next day that Caleb would come back and say, no, this autopsy was corrupted from the beginning because the body was presented in a state where it was missing crucial evidence that would have made it pellucid that she was tampered with. Because you see, when the cotton wool was removed, now they could say, oh, she drowned. No, there was no tampering. Nothing happened to the body. Because if it was still in there, and it seems that the police moved it, when we tracked the movement, it was still in there, there was no way they could conclude that Adrianna's body was not tampered with. So Caleb came to attack me instead of clarifying that also. And then all the P.P.P pages started attacking me at the same time and supporting him. That's when I realized, and mind you, this is a guy that was selling chicken and duck from the back of his trunk just a few years ago. He had returned from Cuba on a scholarship. He never had to work for the government for enough time to work back the scholarship. And within a couple of years after selling duck and chicken from his trunk, he owns a hospital, right? He's reportedly the front man for Medical Arts Hospital. He suddenly owns a hospital, is driving around in convertibles and the like. So the allegation was that he is in the pocket of the sitting government. And it seemed to support his own activities, seemed to support that claim. And when we go through bit by bit, all of the people associated with this case, we find corrupt people. There was another pathologist there, Josh Kanai, another party member. He's a pathologist. He's also known fraudster. Okay, he's being charged for about $1 million in US dollars that he has defrauded people. People have him in court for various reasons, right? He's been a named party in a federal case in the US. There are a number of shady persons that are associated. The pathologist they tried to bring from Barbados, right? I wish people would go and check up on these guys, but Haley, there's just been inconsistency after inconsistency. Could you tell us a bit, based on your own background, if this investigation was handled properly, right? Let's
Yep.
back it up a bit and talk us through how things should have been handled, how things could have been different, so we would now be closer to an objective truth, like the evidence being preserved and the like. But from your own experience, your wider reading and the like, take us through what really should have happened that day, so people could understand why it was so wrong.
Well, you would think, obviously, there was a lot of confusion around the time that Adrianna Young was missing. But as soon as her body reappeared back in that water, it became a crime scene. And the fact that it was Brian who had to go in and get his own daughter out of the pool, there was no kind of attempt from any of the police, including Leroy Smith, stood around at the scene to retrieve the body themselves. There was no life-saving measures taken. I didn't see anyone of any official capacity take a pulse from Adrianna Young, attempt to clear her airwaves, clear out her nostrils. At that point, I've had sleepless nights wondering, could Adrianna Young have just been freshly died? Could anyone have saved her? Could CPR have been performed? So none of that was done. As instantly, the scene should have been cleared of all people, including family. And Adrianna Young's body should have been placed in a body bag once she'd been declared as deceased. And from then on, all the evidence should have been collected. Instead, what we have in this case is police officers walking up the stairs and setting fire to the very premises where she likely died, and getting rid of all of the evidence. So at this point, we don't know what evidence was collected. A pool sample should have been taken, because they would have known that later on they would need to compare that to what was in this little 11-year-old girl's lungs. None of that was done. People were allowed to still loot and roam at the scene, throw things into the pool. It was an absolute shit show, and sorry for my language, but I can't describe it any other way. Not one thing that should have been done was done.
And what about chain of custody? Could you give us a little rundown on how that works? Because it's worth noting that they put her body into the back of a wagon. Every time I think about this, it makes me feel emotional. Okay,
so we have to.
They put her,
that's one of the worst
without
things.
her family. She was not escorted with any family member. Just the police took her.
Before even that, the way that
Pardon?
her body was treated at the scene was at the pool was completely unprofessional. So we know that at some point she was brought out of the water by her father and placed on the side of the pool. After that, the fire started. So 2 men who were not known to Adrianna Young picked up her body, carried her and placed her down into the car park, then took off their sweaty t-shirts from their own bodies to place it over her face and her body, meaning any kind of DNA from any kind of killer that would have been on her face. Yeah, it completely would have got rid of any kind of DNA we would have been interested in. Not only that, she'd been moved onto 2 separate asphalt areas, like concrete, rather than being placed in any kind of bag or anywhere to protect any of the evidence coming off her body underneath her fingernails. We then know that for ages her grandmother lay on top of her weeping, which maybe was something she was trying to do to kind of put DNA on her or to kind of move something. We don't know at this point. So several people come into contact with Adrianna Young's body, and we can't blame her parents. They were in absolute grief. They were falling apart. It was for the police to maintain that scene and make sure that she was then taken in some kind of coroner van along with one of her parents who would know what was going on, but nothing was done correctly. I've never seen a scene before where you would be able to have a deceased person covered in several different t-shirts from full-grown men who had taken off their t-shirts. Those men, we don't know who they are at this point, could have been involved in the crime and could have wanted every reason to take off shirts and place them on her to say, that's why she had my DNA on her. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then we know once she was taken to the hospital, she was left alone at several different times, and then again at the funeral home, where people at some point removed the cotton wool from her nose and actually messed with her body.
The cotton wool was allegedly removed before she got to Lenora Hospital. By the next time her family saw her, after they saw her at the pool, the cotton wool was removed from her nose. That's why I think we've narrowed it down to the police, one of them that transported her body unaccompanied were responsible for removing that crucial evidence from her nose.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And, you know, when we went back to what you said a minute ago about Caleb saying there'd been multiple murders or multiple deaths at the Doubleday Hotel. That makes so much sense to me because this cover-up,
all the deaths, right? All the, I don't want to misquote him before he comes in with some libel suit. Caleb, you said with all the deaths, right? All the drownings, right? Not deaths, all the drownings, right?
all
So
drowning,
Caleb, yeah.
which tells you that because there was a finely tuned machine in place by the time it happened to Adrianna Young. We saw the police officers, we saw them with their walkie-talkies, their radios. We saw them looking up at the man at the top with the baby. We saw everything happening. It would have happened through the control room, which would have been the CCTV that was working.
Good.
We saw a lot of things. Yeah, a lot of things happened in tandem with each other. So we saw him make a motion to Leroy. Then we saw the man in the red mask start to throw chairs into the pool. We saw the fire lit. They have done this many times before, and when they took Adrianna Young, they knew exactly who they could phone, who was not going to have a problem with what they had done. There was not one person at this scene on their team looking unsure about what was happening. They knew the exact time they were going to put Adrianna Young back in the pool. They tried to get her out of the building several times. It hadn't worked. They knew how to get the parents at the other end of the car park by, saying that the VP was going to speak to them, he was going to bring in dogs, all of this. They knew exactly how to do things and how to work. And that shows you they've done it several times before, that they knew who they could rely on to help them cover up the murder of an 11-year-old little girl. They knew what they were doing by this point.
Well-oiled machinery, complete with secret room, unexplained chambers in the building. Yeah. The fact of the crime scene, that they allowed the crime scene to be destroyed, I think that is a crime in itself that people should be charged for. I mean, we have the drone footage that you've also reviewed and shared, where you can see clearly there are multiple people operating in a building that was only inhabited by the police. There was just not enough time for protesters to get, unless, I don't know, maybe Usain Bolt's cybernetically altered bigger brother on steroids was able to run that fast up the stairs and start a fire, right? I don't think that's possible. So failing that, it had to be people that were known to or within the police force. And it seems like no matter which point of this timeline, we stop it and zoom in and take a look, we find deception, we find inconsistency, right? We find a willingness or unwillingness to investigate or probe. And that in itself is very disturbing, right? So when we were looking at Stefan, when you had brought up you brought points about him to the fore, and you'd ask questions about where he really was and the like. Do you think that's when the assault against you started? What did you notice happen from that period?
Okay, so Stefan, to me, there's so many things I could bring up about Stefan that literally just don't pass the smell test. But when I first named the grandmother as a person along with Stefan, that is when things switched very carefully. So people who were looking to attack me anyway were like, how can you say this about a family member? My response to that is, my only concern in the case is the victim of the case, the one who is no longer here anymore. That's whose voice I'm trying to be when I cover a case. I also know that in most of these cases, like I told you, statistically, it is very unlikely that a stranger happened upon Adrianna Young and decided to take her life. And I'm not saying that the grandmother is the only one and Stefan's the only one who should pay. Somebody took Adrianna Young's life. But to me, you have to look at the chain of how it happens, and somebody had to make that possible. Now, we know even when
she delivered to the person that took her life.
We know fully now that a meeting happened the day before between Stefan, the grandmother, and the lady in the grave, who's in pretty much every vital scene on the recordings. So we need to know what happened at that meeting. And the only thing I can think of could have happened was they agreed upon a price for Adrianna Young's life. Now, I'm not any less mad at the people that took her life. However, the one thing that replays in my mind every night time is Adrianna Young would have willingly gone anywhere with her family because she would have loved them and trusted them. They are the people that ultimately let her down the most. She should have been safe with them.
That is profound. I think I think your sentiments will be echoed by myself included. And how is this case, just so people understand, I think this here, I'm trying to make my case for why at least half of this country owes you an apology, right? For the way that you've been treated, for trying to really help us. Right? But how has this case affected you? Has it stood out to you? Have any of the particulars of this case stood out to you? Because I know you cover crimes from around the world. So what was unique about this case in Guyana? What drew your interest? Well, I must ask you publicly, were there any paid political actors that came to pay you for your involvement or any of that? Because that's the sort of hogwash that flies in this country. But I want you to just come clear on that. I want to ask you that to give you the opportunity to do
okay. So firstly, obviously, Adrianna's case first reached my kind of conscience because of the video of Sir Brian jumping in and getting Adrianna, and you see her face, you see everything, and I thought, I need to know what happened here. I think this case is different to me so much because I have a daughter who's exactly the same age as Adrianna Young. So obviously that drew me towards Adrianna probably. But at the same time, I didn't know a lot about Guyana before. I really didn't. And I didn't still think, I wasn't naive to it, but I really didn't understand how that a whole country could be gaslit, and a whole country, despite this time we have the whole pretty much scene happen on live stream, they could still sit there and tell their people, this didn't happen and you didn't see what you thought you did. The frustration in that for me, where I've met so many good people from Guyana, I've met the best people, I've met the loveliest people, and to know that everybody is living in a state of this could be our child next, and if it happens, we really must, we won't have any kind of power to fight back, especially with the current government, the P.P.P. There is no fighting back, because if you dare to fight back, you'll be arrested for terrorism and put behind bars for 10 to 15 years like Nurse King. You're not allowed to speak the truth. And, you know, to be here in the UK, where obviously things are a lot more comfortable, there is corruption, but not on the level it is over there, and watching it and be like, but look what we've just seen, look at the guy with the wet pants, look at the fire, look at her body, look at the cotton wool, and then being sat there saying, nope, it didn't happen, the cotton wool wasn't there. It blew my mind every single night with frustration. And when you say, like, everyone owes me an apology, I don't need an apology from anyone. I just need people to please refocus back on what's important, and that's justice for Adrianna. She's got lost in her own story. It's become about money, it's become about greed, it's become about arguments online, it's become about hatred, and in all of that we've lost Adrianna Young. And I just want people to bring it back to the key moments of what happened that day, and the fact that she should be here now getting ready to start at Leonora College. She should be excited for the future ahead. And she should have reached 12 and 16, and she should have had children and become whatever she wanted to be. So I just need people from all over the world, including Guyana, to come back together and just let's work together to get this little girl justice. And that's the only apology like I would ever need, is just for people to start understanding that we need to go back to basics, and we need to make sure that we do this with Adrianna in our minds every single day. Because this should never, if we let this slide with Adrianna, we just have to ask which child is next in Guyana.
You're so right.
And nobody's ever tried to pay me off from them. I had a lot of hate from the P.P.P. I have had some threats, and I've had people like Kevin Lorimer come for me quite hard. Kevon Salvavon. I've had him come for me quite hard to make videos.
Are you telling me that clearly? Kevin Lorimer, the guy he's supposed to be in jail serving a sentence for fraud. And it's like the one party that attracts all the criminals and deviants. I wish it wasn't so, but it is. But he is supposed to be in jail, but he was photographed walking free on the streets the other day. It's anyone's guess as to why. And I wanna go back to 2012, because this is not the first murder or unexplained death that's happened at W.P.A. But when I think it's Juman Yassin, right? When that young man, Sadiq Juman, right? I called it Juman. You guys forgive me. So when Sadiq Juman was found in the pool, right? It took a few years, because you remember originally they went through a very similar process where he went there with friends. They said he left. Next thing, they discovered him in the pool. It was only until the change of government, I think it was when the A.P.N.U government had changed, right? Only then did they reopen that case, and they seemed to immediately go and arrest this guy because they knew all along what had happened, that he had been beaten up, he had been locked in a room, he'd been kept there for a period of time, and then he was dumped into the pool. And what blew my mind, you know, it's not as if you're coming up saying, hey, this thing is a one-off. It just happened for the first time. This is now the second time something of this nature has happened. And people are so keen to say justice for Doubleday. And as a matter of fact, given some of the other peculiar architectural elements that we saw in that building, I would be concerned as a police investigator as to whether or not, just saying hypothetically, we were dealing with some serial killer or some serial abuser. You know, what you said earlier, it's like there is a whole facility and we must consider, has that gray dressed lady, how many parents has she met with like that, or relatives? Because we keep hearing rumors about a Spanish child that drowned in the pool as well, but there's no reports, nothing on that. So I try to keep the story to what we can verify and what we know. But all of those things those are leads that need to be investigated by the police, and I don't think they've been doing that work.
Yeah, 100%. Like, obviously, in true crime, we always say like the best predictor of future behaviour is past behaviour. Everyone follows an MO. They tend to escalate their crime behaviour, but they tend to follow a pattern. And what we see in Sadiq Juman back in 2012 is very similar to what we see in Adrianna. Different victim profile for sure, but we see the same behaviour of an attack. We keep them in the hotel for a period of time where things are worse, and then we place them back in a pool in order to cover up our behaviour and our criminality. And we're seeing that again with Adrianna. And what you will never get me to believe is in between 2012 and 2025, you lay dormant. You didn't lay dormant at all. If you were getting away with killing, you've got caught twice, but how many lives have you taken? The lady in grey seems to be some kind of fixer, going around meeting families, agreeing payment, part of the cover-up. She was seen by Sobrian over Adrianna's body chanting in some kind of, you know.
She reminds me of that woman, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, fixer, yeah.
Right? So, that was helping that guy. What's his name?
Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein. She just given that energy, that kind of fixer energy, just goes and coordinates and pays the people off and the like. Mind you, we could probably land ourselves a public mischief charge for having this discussion, and we are having it because the relevant people are not having that discussion, you know. So I hope you will forgive me that I have started this. Some people say we're making this a political issue. For me now, it has become a political issue because the government they have to change before we can get an investigation. Okay, though I'm in this movement here, any government that, as long as it changes the situation, as long as it changes this situation, I am happy for it. I can do that from my purple shirt. If blue, yellow, green, anything but red is successful, I will get behind it and support that movement. I'm telling you, right? I'm here to work with people to bring this to an end because this terrified me. It chilled me to my soul. It's chilled me. It terrified me for the future. Just like you would have said earlier, it stays on my mind. And like I said, like I kind of ran out of, because while we were gathering evidence and stuff and everyone was looking at the case, I started looking ahead. There was another case a few years back, the Henry boys, right?
Henry boys, yeah.
I started looking back on other cases and I was thinking, if the same pattern, like you're saying, predicting future behavior based on the past, if the same pattern plays out, this is going to flare up. They're going to create deflections. They're going to use all the power of the state to quell any disturbance or any noise about it. They're going to victimize and target people. And then story is slowly going to go on a nosedive and go into oblivion and obscurity. And in a few years, that was my greatest fear, that nobody would remember Adrianna Young's name in a couple of years from now and go back to business until the next child gets snatched. Okay, that's not good enough for me. That's not good enough. That's
very true. I don't get involved in politics at all, but in this case, you can't not really, because
you cannot. The two are linked. Unfortunately, the two are linked together.
Remember after the first autopsy when they threatened to arrest Sir Brian because he said, "No justice, no peace." You have a country right now where the government means that if a father even speaks out for justice for his daughter, he will be arrested. The Henry boys will never be solved at this current time because the family have been threatened with far worse things, in losing other children to the court system, etc., by this same government if they speak out. And what people in Guyana need to remember is, if it can happen to Adrianna and it can happen to the Henry boys, it can happen to your children. And what we need to do is make sure that we get P.P.P out so that this cannot happen again, because they've proven time and time again that they can gaslight you, tell you it didn't happen, they can eradicate children's lives and just move on like nothing ever happened.
It may seem...
So much corruption. There's so much corruption, and it's to give to your children a chance. I always say, like, people who are voting P.P.P, be careful, because somebody's child will be next, and it may be your child. And it'll only be so many times when the rest of the world stop asking for justice, because we're seeing a pattern and we're seeing that you won't stand up for yourself. And I don't mean that in a horrible way. I just mean that at the moment, they are proven time and time again, they do not care what happened to these children. I see post after 13, 14-year-old girls go missing in Guyana, and the attitude of the P.P.P supporters seems to be, she was asking for it. This happened, that happened. There is no sympathy for these children, no protection. And I don't care what colour you vote for. I really don't. I don't know much about the political stance of it. I just say P.P.P have proven already they don't care. They don't care, and they're not going to help. So we need to get them out so Adrianna stands a chance, and so do all the other children in the future.
Yep. And I want to underline that to those of you watching today. I am in my Forward Guyana movement shirt. I got my little circle here, and I have urged you guys over the past months to give us your vote. But at the end of the day, where this matter is concerned, I don't care as long as you vote against the people that are obstructing this investigation. Vote for the people you feel might give you the best chance. Factor that. I'm begging you. I'm not asking, I'm begging you to factor that into your decision. If you cared a damn, you gave a damn about this child's life, factor in if the people you are supporting, whoever it is, what color it is, as long as it's not the people that are enabling this. Factor that into your decision, that we must make a collective decision at some point to end this. And you know, a lot of what's happened with the hate and the rioting and all of these things, the orchestrations, have driven a wedge through the society where I think there was a lot of unity around this issue, because this is not an issue that everyone knows the beauty of childhood and can see how tragic, what a tragedy it is to lose an innocent life so young. As Haley said earlier, we don't know what she was meant to do when she grew up, or what contributions she would have made to the world. And it was no one's right to rob her of that in such a brutal manner. Haley, I wanted to ask you something. So let's backtrack a little bit and talk about some of these abrasions and visible, what seemed to be bleaching on Adrianna Young's skin. Were you aware of the drowning that happened we have a community called Linden in Guyana? Were you aware of the drowning that happened a few weeks after that, where a gentleman was...
Henry died.
Yes. You see, guys? You get yes. Haley is practically living in Guyana from the UK. Okay? This know all the news. Okay, so that gentleman. It still blows my mind that even though he drowned, he really did drown. Okay, and he had all the classic symptoms. Okay, there was the froth in his nose. He was in a state of rigor. His skin was unchanged. There was no melanin lost from his skin. So how do you think, is this some sort of cognitive dissonance, or what is working that allow some people to try and still present these as parallel examples of the same thing. One body sunk, the other one is floating. One body has no discoloration, the other one has discoloration. One has froth, one has cotton wool. In your experience, can any of this be put down to the chlorination of the water? Because that's what we're being led to believe, that the level of chlorination in that water. I mean, I figured everyone would be coming out of there looking like Vibes Cartel. If there was that much bleach in the water, right? Oh my God! But I don't think that was the case. So, what were your thoughts on that? On that bit of ludicrous proposition that we were given?
Well, to start with Henry, right, I really think that Henry had been quite vocal about the fact of what had happened to Adrianna Young. And part of me thinks, like, even the way he walked towards that pool, I think he had maybe medicated himself in order to drown. That's my personal feeling, because he literally struggled a bit at the side of the pool, but then he just went to the bottom. And I think he did it for Adrianna, and I really think he is a hero in that regard, because he gave us such a comparison. He gave us a drowning from exactly the same country that was likely in the water, only about 6 hours different. And we also had so much comparison there, like the washerwoman features he had from having on his skin, from his belly, from his neck, the kind of a comparison, what we call washerwoman, when you've been in the water and you get the wrinkly thing, your kids get it on their hands when they go in the bath. He really had that everywhere. He also had rigor completely set in, where he had gone flat to the bottom and he had his hands up like this. He also had the foam cone, which is what Adrianna didn't have. She had cotton wool, which was the fluffy cotton wool. He had the stringy comparison, almost snot-like, that was on his mouth and in his nose, which we do see in drowning victims. And sometimes for drowning victims who have been in the water for a complete period of time, when they come out, the foam comes out, like right out of their mouth, almost like sick, and from their nose as well. It's completely different from the cotton wool that she had stuffed up her nose. We saw none of that on her mouth. And I would say with the discoloration, she has kind of the either burns or bleach into the skin due to chemical reactions. That to me is more in line with stuff you would clean the pool with, that wouldn't be like hydrochloric acid, more than it would be the chlorine. And if you had that level of chlorine in a pool, you would have had children getting out all day, especially the younger ones, with burns to their skin. You would have people uncomfortable, having kind of like ready skin. You would have the stripping of skin. She looked like she had been laying in some kind of chemical, enough that it had stripped off her colour, her skin. It had taken out, it would literally strip down, almost in like a burn-like pattern. She also had that colour to her face, and we were unfortunate enough to have to study some of the pictures of Adrianna after death, where we saw that by the time a couple of days had gone by,
that mask that she had. Could you describe that a bit? Because we both saw the images, right? And could you describe it? What you saw? Because I've tried to describe what I saw, but what did you note there? You have a more expert eye where that's concerned.
For me, Adrianna, the last picture I'd seen of Adrianna had been outside the pool, where she had kind of the white mark to the middle of her face. It looked like she'd been face down in some kind of chemical. By the time we saw her a couple of days later, when she had been at the funeral directors, she looked like someone had made a circular face mask, the colour of oil, like jet black oil, and they placed it over her face, like a plate over her face. And it was the blackest black I could describe. It was like oil, like somebody had put oil all over her face.
Midnight, like black.
It was like the skin cells.
Yeah.
It was like due to the only other case I could find that had any similarities was some other cases of bodies that had been found in chemical solution. After the skin cells had started to die off, it become blackened, and that can happen in whatever skin color that you are. Because I was so shocked when I first saw that photo. I was like, what has happened to her face? Because it was so dark. It was so dark. I can't even. It was literally like soot color.
People can't even imagine, because by the funeral they did makeup on her to bring her skin tone back. This is why it's an important point to share with the public, that this part of her face, after a few days, right, turned like this color. It was jet black. Her whole face, all her skin, everything else was normal. That was abnormal. That definitely did not happen with Henry.
Yes, 100%. It literally It was shocking, and she looked beautiful at her funeral, and obviously, so people only saw her obviously at the side of the pool. The next picture they saw was how beautiful she looked at her funeral, and you know, she looked amazing, like a princess. But in between, within a couple of days, we had seen these pictures, and it was kind of, there was nothing I've ever seen like that before, and it has to be some kind of chemical reaction after death that had caused that. They haven't explained any of that, and I'm so worried to this day that we are not having explains for the kind of marks on her knuckles, on her hands, down one arm. But yet the swimming band. Yeah, even like the swimming band looked absolutely perfect. There was no kind of clawing marks on it, no tear and wear, no she'd been in the pool that long. It was almost like it had been replaced before they put her back in the pool. And you know, aside from everything, we know she wasn't in the pool. She was not in the pool. We saw from the sky, we saw from the drones, we saw from the side, we saw with CRITIC. Unless Adrianna Young somehow went invisible for 20 hours, she was not there. And we can't allow a government to keep pushing a narrative that she just drowned, because whose child is just going to drown next?
In complete silence.
Yeah.
With people all around. That's the thing for me. Some of the propositions just simply defy logic. They just defy logic. There's no way you can wrap your head around what they're saying happened. That a young child died just feet away. And were you able to see the video newsroom uploaded where they first tried to claim that there was a child in the background saying you could hear, "Where's Adrianna?" And this is in the moments after she went missing. You can hear in the background someone saying, "Where's Adrianna?" And they try to imply that there's a young child saying that she was last seen in the 8-foot or the deep section of the pool, when in fact there was no such audio. But what it actually did, it provided crucial evidence. And it's also interesting that Newsroom deleted the video after they realized it was crucial evidence, but we already downloaded it. Thank you, Newsroom. Yeah. And in that video,
I've got 12 copies.
Pardon? You got 12 copies? I've got 13. I've got 13. No, you know, it's 13. Yeah, I've got
having the sound enhanced when they were trying to delete it. It was I've never seen another news place react like they did as well. Like, not only did they take it back, they put up this retractment statement of like, "We are so sorry, this will never happen again." Like they've done something really wrong.
We will never tell the truth about what happened in Adrianna Young again. And by the way, we're sitting on a lot of footage that people sent us, but we probably shared the wrong clip. Let's go back to the actual evidence we have collected here at Newsroom and decide which one is going to support the narrative of the government to gaslight you guys. But what we saw in that video was there was an Afro-Guyanese woman in the pool, right? Yeah. And you could practically see down to her feet. Now there's the visual distortion, the artifacts that come with the refraction and the light in the water, but you could see the pool was clear. Not only that, given that it was just within a few minutes of when Adrianna went missing, the whole environment, you know, it looks lively. You can see there are people a few feet away from where she supposedly drowned. But things like that, like even when they make slips, they will still turn around and issue a retraction and be like, "Oops. Oops about the oops. We're sorry we accidentally shared the truth there, and we're asking the public to go back to our gaslighting narrative that we last left off. Let's pick up from there." And people are expected to go with it. Mind you, I don't think everyone does agree with what happened, but what we've seen is a pattern of intimidation, victimization, and structural abuse where the state has used its organs, from the police to the judicial system, to the prison system, to lock up, target, arrest, and jail people that have been either vocal about what's happened or know the truth of what has happened. And that is truly shameful.
It is really shameful, but obviously I have to give grace to the people of Guyana, because there's people in Guyana, they have families, they have children, they're not free to speak out. I've always said, like, if anyone has any information or you need to put out, message me, because I don't have the same things in place that I'll get arrested, they're never going to charge me or anything, they'll never get me to the country to do it. But if I was, at my home and I had children and I knew that getting involved or fighting for justice for Adrianna Young was going to get me killed, my children taken, or my child next, then I would probably bury my head in the sand as well, because people have to keep themselves safe. And at the moment, that's what we're saying, is by keeping the P.P.P. in party, you don't have the freedom to talk. Now, my country, murder happens all the time. Things happen to children all the time. I'm always fighting for child protection. The only difference is I can be in my country and be like, F the police, F the government. I can do a live and call the Prime Minister out. I can call him out. I can tell him, you're a groomer, you enable paedophilia. I can tell him all those things and nothing will happen to me. I can make videos and I can call out individual police departments and I can say, F you. Nothing will happen because I have freedom of speech, and families can fight for justice here because we can say whatever we need to say. We can go to the media, we can make videos. And in Guyana, you should at least have that freedom where you are free to stand for what you need to stand for, and you're free to talk about what you need to talk about. At the moment, if you say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, you're going to get arrested. And like, look at Nurse King. Nurse King didn't even record. She didn't even leak it. She didn't do nothing. She just spoke freely in her own vehicle. And because of that, they dragged her away from her children and imprisoned her and took away her rights. No country can operate like that anymore. It can't happen. We can't keep children safe when you can't even speak out. That's my main concern with the P.P.P. is that there is no accountability. There's a lot of gaslighting. And when we see things like this happen, and trust me here when I say this, and I'm not trying to scare anyone, if something can happen on the level and the global reach that it has with Adrianna Young, if you can live stream that very day multiple times and see what happened, and you let them get away with it, I can't even tell you what they're going to do next. They'll take 10 children at once next time, because they are going to be so brave. And if they get away with this and they don't get held to account, their next move is going to be so much worse. Because I've never seen, I take my hat off to the people of Ghana, the people live stream that day, the people at that hotel. You provided everything that one day be needed in the court of law to get these people charged. The whole evidence is there. You can see it all working like a moving storybook. So do not let them do this now, because if they get away with it this time, there'll be no saving any children.
So you think that there's enough video evidence from what you have seen to aid in the prosecution of this case?
You have the family at the pool, at the side of the pool. You have the son stood there filming. You have then Adrianna disappear at the same time that he disappears. A man at the bar in a red t-shirt disappear, and her own cousin Stefan disappears. You have lots of things at the scene, such as the fire. You have her body being placed back in the water. You have the drone footage where she's not there, then she is there. So during that time is very crucial. We also had things like the police bringing out the blue suitcase. They go to hand it to Stefan. Stefan's got sweaty hands. He's wiping on those trousers, ready to take the suitcase. Then all of a sudden, we see them rush back into the hotel and then put the body cam footage back on. We literally have it bit by bit, the motion picture of Adrianna Young being taken, killed, and everything that happened around there. That video that got released by the news station that time, the one thing it told us is that it was impossible for Adrianna Young to die in that pool and no one to see. There was adults in the pool, there was families, there was music, it was lively, it was buzzing there. No way did it happen. So yes, you do have everything, I believe. That one day, if you have a government in place that will fight for justice, and we know we've got Dexter Todd on the case, he's absolutely amazing, his team are amazing, they're doing work all the time, we really have a chance of justice. Leroy, Mr.
What I'm really happy with, I wish Darwin was here on this call. I would definitely say I will give a shout out in the same way I appreciate you. I appreciate the work Darwin has put into this case as well. People associated more with being in BPAC. But so what happened was around the same time, so I'd been posting about Caleb. All of us were kind of following up on the case and posting updates. And the second autopsy, well, they denied this guy, Dr. Daisley, Hubert Daisley, from doing the second autopsy. Yes. And then they were doing everything possible to push them towards having the funeral, right? So to be able to have a second autopsy, it required them to call off the funeral. So that took so much work. Some of the people I can't even mention on here, but I know a lot of you when we're watching it,
Mhm. Final sound.
Yeah. So I want to acknowledge the people that have put their time into this behind the scenes, and those that can't be public, but definitely I think there was a lot of momentum when Darwin and I started communicating, because we realized we were working on two different aspects of this case, right? And that's a partnership that ultimately resulted in getting the legal team changed for Brian and Amicia, right? And then eventually getting the funeral delayed. I still remember the call that came in for that. It was like 3 a.m. But it's definitely been a team effort. And just like I want to show my appreciation to you, I want to give appreciation to Darwin for his involvement, and all the other people, many of whom can't be named because they're scared of being victimized. But people put real time into this case. And the reason now we need to push them out of office is because by now so much evidence, I could tell you guys now that the team went through and collect footage going on in there, whatever it could delete has likely been collected, cataloged, filed, analyzed, and it is there, right? There is enough of it, and there's enough copies of it that you can't shut it down anymore. I could say this very freely. The package is there waiting. We just need an environment that would allow for proper investigation to proceed. And I'm glad that you made mention of the fact that there's even so much visual content to aid in this prosecution, Haley, because 100%. I don't want there to be any doubt in people's mind that there is just a single obstacle to this investigation, and it is the P.P.P. Okay,
yeah, can I just second what you said about some of the other people have really helped collect the evidence, which I won't name either because I don't know who's safe to or not, but they really started this ball rolling. People like me would never know about this case if it hadn't been for the people on the ground, people like Francis and his team and the people around him and the people who can't be named. These people have worked tirelessly, and they've worked under the restriction of it not being safe for them to do so, and they've still done it every day for Adrianna Young. I'm completely different. I'm separate. I'm away from being in danger physically or my life. But these people have really, really given their time daily, every single day, to pore over pictures of Adrianna's body, to look at things that have been absolutely heartbreaking. They continue to shoot behind the scenes even to this day. And without these people and without them filming at the scene that day, this couldn't be global news because we wouldn't know. So they're the true heroes in this story for Adrianna. Like I'm just taking the evidence we were given by the people of Guyana. So I have to thank all the people on the ground who really had the forethought to do the work that day to provide the evidence we do have.
And also the people that, not just the ones cataloging it, but the ones that collected it, not even knowing 100%. That they were providing evidence. And I want to really show appreciation. And also let you guys know that when these things happen, when these occurrences happen, it's very important to whip your phone out and start recording what is happening. Because were it not for the tech that was deployed that day, that everyone, and there's so many different angles that we see this from the sky level, there's so many angles to analyze this crime scene from. Were it not for that, it would be so much easier to gaslight us. And Haley, I just keep thinking to myself, two things. One, if those people weren't there, right? How many times has this happened? How many times has it happened when we're either told that, oh, this young girl had a man, never mind sexual grooming, right? There's a cultural tendency to dismiss these cases, even though that's in the Sexual Offences Act. Like you're not allowed. Okay, so even using the excuse that, oh, she ran away with a man, that's still not excusable in this circumstance, especially with an underage young woman. So the fact that it played out in the way that it did should really give us cause for alarm. All right? It should really give us cause for alarm.
I think it's worrying because if you didn't have the footage you had from the people recording the scene, I'm not sure I would have ever believed it. I don't think I would have been like, This case, without the footage and the evidence we have, would look very much like a drowning death that people were finding it very hard to accept.
If it wasn't for
Because
Laura was there, started her life, started the whole thing
going back
off.
to
Right?
the real
Laura is a
change.
hero. If
She is a
Laura
hit.
wasn't there, yeah, she wasn't there with her camera to start recording, and that's who drew me to the scene. And then I drew
100%.
other people, but it started with Laura. Hats off to you, Laura. And she went into the pressure for that. They
And she
even
did.
tried to arrest her relative. You know, son was driving around with the police, targeting people, getting people arrested. Like, you know, no matter which side you view this story from, you always see corruption. It doesn't matter. 360 degrees corruption is what I've been witnessing. There's no.
One love, Team Delta. Welcome into the live special episode, right? We had to make sure that we highlight and bring forward this information so that persons could be updated with everything that's going on with the Adrianna case. I want to thank every person in the live right now. I want to ask ladies and gentlemen that you would kindly thumbs up the live so that everyone will be able to be updated with details in the case. Thank you. Guess what though? We got a lot of other content in the show we shoot it today. Because don't forget, tomorrow, general elections, and we have Team Green live right now.
Have arrived at the time to deliver a manifesto, we had a whole plethora of data. Then we had to be selective, and we selected what we considered to be the most critical. There are two things I would say about our manifesto. It puts people first, and it is clearly aimed at modernizing Guyana while at the same time eradicating poverty.
Long before these elections were announced, the press releases coming out from this party, most of it ended with "as your government in waiting." Why are you so confident of getting to this seat of government?
Because of what I just said to you, we were in contact with the people. We were feeling the pulse of the people. I'm also well aware that the P.P.P has this tendency to believe that they can get everything done by public relations. And I believe that we analyzed the situation politically correct. And very early, one of the first things I did as leader is to draft this political scenario to reflect the reality. And that reality was that the P.P.P was about itself, family, friends, and favorites. And everything they did contributed to ensuring people understand that that is really who they are. And so there are a number of thematics that we identified: family, friends, and favorites. Their incompetence, their divisiveness, and their desire to dominate and control. And all of those we brought into a political scheme which reflected the reality of the P.P.P. And I thought people bought into that. And to the extent they would have believed it and know it from the ground, it gave.
Greetings to every single person that's in the live right now. Thanks for tuning in. Nikki, Susan, Lita, Peter, Brenda, every single person that is tuned in right now, right? And definitely people need to refocus on justice. Adriana, that's what Nikki's right here. And everybody dropping the purple hearts in the comment section. Big up yourself and thanks for tuning in. It's definitely one day before general election. And this is what the honorable leader of the opposition has to feel right now to the electorate.
The manifesto, identify the policies, identify the programs, identify the projects, some of which we would have done, and so that from day one, you can hit the ground with clear policies, programs, and projects to allow you to achieve the objectives you set yourself in the manifesto. So even though we have to clean up, I don't think we will be consumed by the cleanup. We will work on the cleanup, but we will simultaneously work on realizing the objectives of the manifesto.
Guyana is a signatory to the Chapultepec Agreement. Part of that agreement speaks to access to information. It speaks to access to persons in high offices. I'll admit that under the Grange administration, it was hell to get in contact with a minister to respond to a simple allegation or something that the P.P.P. or another political party has said. You can give us any assurance that if you're elected into government, that your ministers will be accessible, especially to the press?
Well, if you listened to me last night, I virtually said that all ministers will have to be accessible to the people of Guyana, including the press. My own experience, I've never shy away from the press. I met the press virtually every week. If I'm out and they come, I give them an interview. I believe you only run from the press if you have things to hide, or for some reason you just don't want to engage the press. I believe in engaging the press. I believe in ensuring people have access to information. However, I believe because of how they access to information act emerged, and the person that was chosen to put there, the very decision to appoint Ramson was the decision to ensure there was no access to information.
Ms. Norton, tagging on Travis's question about corruption and stuff. Given what has happened and what it's not only this government, but previous government have been tagged with the corruption description, what would be A.P.N.U government's position on corruption? Should any of your members or be part or named in any
one of the first things I will do is to engage all the persons appointed and say to them from the inception, if you believe the salary you're going to get is inadequate, don't take the job. Because once you're found to be involved in corruption, you will be fired. Also, you would note that throughout this process, I am now one who would have said, oh, we can jail them for corruption, etc. And I never said it because our laws are weak. And one of the things I want to do is to ensure we have proper anti-corruption laws. There's little or no sense in talking about anti-corruption and then your laws don't facilitate it. Look how A.F.C and NEWSROOM were able to use the court system to stymie the process so that they never came to justice. You always have this problem in a society like this, where the laws don't give you the power, and there is scope in the law for he who has wealth to employ the best lawyers and succeed. We have to block those loopholes, and we also have got to engage people, the people we make ministers, etc. We have to keep monitoring the moral compass, because you see, you can appoint somebody now, and then offers are made to them, and they can compromise themselves. We have to avoid that. I am well aware from my own experience when I became presidential advisor, how people come to you with all these offers and they have this view that everybody's up for sale. We have to ensure we find the right combination of people who cannot be sold or bought and push with them, and very early remove from the system those who have the proclivity towards corruption.
I want to take you back on your manifesto and talking about putting people first. I heard you mention about talking to professionals and all the professionals in order to gather information to put in your manifesto. What about the common man, woman, boy, child, girl? What about them? Aren't their opinions as important as the professionals, the academics?
Yes, in fact, I did say that. I did say that we went from region to region, person to person, and engaged them and got from them what are their real concerns. And that is why we say this is a people-centered document, because yes, we had the professionals to give us professional advice, etc. But the ideas for it came from the ordinary man out there. Excuse me.
All right, Mr. Norton, my two last questions for you. Prior to this elections campaign and run up to elections, which, as I am repeating, are a couple hours away, there have always been the endorsement of political parties by businesses, by stuff. I haven't seen that groundswell of support for publicly, that is, for your party. Is this a concern?
No, it is not. In fact, very early as the political leader of our party, I made the pronouncement that I prefer to go into the election from the contribution of small people rather than go committing to big business people. And after you are in the electoral, after the elections, you win the elections, then you're obligated to them. I want to be obligated to the people of Guyana. We promote business. There's a total section in here on business. We have no problem with businesses, but I'm well aware that the power of business, sometimes if you allow them, they will force you in the direction of not serving the people, but serving their interests. That is not going to happen with me. And so through these elections, I didn't pay attention to endorsement. I'll tell you a story. When it was decided that Director of Finance was going to be our prime ministerial candidate, and Sherrod and a number of people had come, people were saying to me, oh, the P.P.P. and them were celebrating how they got people from you. And I said to them, we don't have to do that. The people that are coming, we come with an agreement on a manifesto on what we will do for the people of Guyana. I didn't see the need to be having upsmanship because Giretta would have come from the A.F.C. or this person would have come. So I was never the person who fought with endorsements. I fought with meeting the people, engaging them, understanding what they want, and obtain people's support rather than individual support. Any individual for filthy lucre can say they support you, but then it is not you they support. They're supporting their interests. They're supporting their willingness to get rich. I wasn't going to go in that direction. I was always bent on focusing on the Guyanese people and let the Guyanese people endorse us rather than individuals running out. I've seen individuals who would have endorsed and we welcome it. But what I'm saying to you, we didn't have an approach of asking people to endorse us. We had an approach of engaging people, understanding people, reflecting their interests, and then let them automatically endorse us by the actions that they play support.
There always been the issue since Exxon came to Guyana of uncollected profits, uncollected taxes, and more so that the company is getting much more than the country. And I have two words here: Exxon Guyana, an albatross or a godsend?
Might be a combination. You see, nothing in this world is straightforward. Everything in this world has negative and positive. There's no doubt that Exxon is a positive in terms of coming and ensuring that we get the oil out of the ground and make money from it. But also there's the negative of the time at which we signed the agreement. We were short of oil. Exxon had the advantage, and that ended up being a negative for us. Like I've said, and it's in the manifesto, we will engage Exxon with the aim of ensuring we get the most benefits for the people of Guyana. Add to that the fact that we lack the institutional capability to actually monitor Exxon. Years ago, I wrote an article, an academic article in a journal, I don't remember now, on the article was entitled Multinational Corporations Beyond Diatribe. We have to go beyond the diatribe. We have to go now and increase the capacity of this country to audit Exxon, engage professionals. I've got schoolmates who work with Exxon, engage professionals across the country and in the diaspora to help us to increase the benefits while at the same time ensuring Exxon could operate in the society, get a reasonable return, but don't become an albatross around the necks of the people of Guyana.
Thank you.
Mr. Norton, my question has to do with your housing policy. Have you laid out a menu of measures to improve access to housing? One of those measures include offering free house lots, if I got it right, to persons who earn below $400,000. Now, given the backlog that governments would have struggled to address, how do you intend? What is your action plan to address this issue?
I think the government suffer from coastalitis. Everything for them has to be done on the coast. I would say this to you. Our approach will be all 10 regions. There are certain things we will take into consideration in our housing program. We will do it in all 10 regions. We want to focus on putting people on the highlands because you're talking about climate change. It is idle talk to talk about climate change and then continue to proliferate the coast with all these houses, etc. I believed in what David Granger wanted to do. His decision that it should not be the Ministry of Regional Development, it should be the Ministry of Communities, for me is a very profound decision, though people didn't pay attention to it. And our intention is to build communities across the country and communities that are self-sustainable. Let's take the highway. You can take parts of that highway and put thousands of people to live there. You put hospital, you put recreation, and you create business around it. And so new communities can evolve. The government only looks at high-end communities. I'm talking about communities of people. Let's take Linden. You can begin to shift people from Linden along that corridor to Lethem. You can begin to shift people along the corridor to Ituni. When you look at these areas, there are many areas still to be open. On the east bank of the Essequibo, it's above sea level. We can do housing there. Now, I don't anticipate we will get rid of the backlog. What I do anticipate is that we are going to build communities, we're going to put people in houses, and people will see the benefit of what we're doing, and the time we will solve the problem. But because we are cognizant of the fact that we can't do it all at one time, we have established what we call rent to own. We will then also have what we call rent support, where as we seek to build houses for people below the poverty line, we can help them with rent relief. And we also want to help with mortgage relief. You might not have all the funds to be entitled to a mortgage, but we as the state can guarantee. So you will have houses emerging privately through mortgages. You will seek to stabilize your people's accommodation through your rent system. And then you have your rent to own. And then you have those that you can give house lots to, who have the capacity to build. Now, the decision to say free house lots is a decision that, in my opinion, is important because you want people to own property. There is a certain dignity and honor that is felt when you own a house. And I think once we can get people in thousands to own a house, there is going to re-emerge a hope in this country and the people themselves.
Thank you. Mr. Norton, I'm looking at your manifesto, page 26, promoting ethnic harmony and social cohesion. Under the previous A.P.N.U government, there was a Ministry of Social Cohesion. Do you see bringing all the races together as a challenge?
It's a challenge, but it is a challenge that can be overcome. The question needs to be asked is this: what are the factors promoting race? Politics, 1. Absence of resources, 2. Geographic separateness. At the level of geographic separateness, we can develop housing schemes and invite people of different ethnic groups to live in those schemes. So you break the separateness. And then once people start to live together, they will understand each other. One of the points that I didn't make, one of the causes of ethnic division is a misunderstanding of each other culturally and otherwise. You know, I always remember in 1976, I went on a YSM training program, and a young Amerindian boy became a friend of mine, Ruben. He had come out of the interior for the first time to come to this course. And one day somebody was commenting on how the Amerindians walk one behind the other and said, you know, in very derogatory terms, see, Bokmans walk one behind the other. And Ruben very quietly said, how else could we walk if we live in a place that we walk in a track? And so here it was, some idiot from the coast denigrating people without understanding their life, their geography. They didn't have broad roads so that they could walk all over the road. They virtually walked in a track. And so it was part of the culture to walk one behind the other. And that is why I believe understanding people culturally and otherwise will help in dealing with. The other thing is distribution of resources in a fair way. A lot of the Afro-Guyanese and other ethnic groups are up against the P.P.P. because they discriminate in the allocation of resources. And if we find a much fairer mechanism to allocate resources, then we will be contributing to the reduction in racial tension. Now, I'm not one who believes that you're going to change it overnight, but we can put down the pillars that allow us to build a strong, united society in the future.
I have two final questions. They're a bit touchy. The United States has sanctioned a number of Guyanese. The only one that we continue to hear about day in, day out is the presidential candidate for the Win Party, Mr. Azzuddin Mohammed. We understand that the list of individuals to be sanctioned could be very long. Apart from that, how would a Aubrey Norton government treat with an extradition request?
Extradition
request.
Well, one will have to look at the facts. If the legal and other arguments are presented and it is established that it's justified, we will do it. What I wouldn't do is allow any government to, at their whims, fancies, and caprices, demand the extradition of a Guyanese who didn't commit a crime. But once there has been established that there is a crime, once it affects Guyana and Guyana's resources, then in my opinion, the government is obligated to respond to it and ensure that what is required happens.
If I'm correct, we have 841 kilometers of border. If it might be a little bit, give or take a one or two. The United States, the UK, Canada, they're very concerned about narco trafficking. Do you see that as a challenge to your government as well? How you plan to tackle this?
First of all, you have to change the leadership of the Guyana Police Force. If your people who are supposed to be in charge of law enforcement are accused of being involved in illegalities, then if you leave them there, you'll be charging Caesar to be tried by Caesar, who will find himself not guilty. The second thing I would say is that there is need for increased use of the technology. We live in a modern world in which we can utilize technology to monitor this very wide society we have. In fact, I believe this government has the capacity to, but they only use the technology to be vindictive and discriminate. They don't use it in a way to protect Guyana and help Guyana. I think we will make that shift. We would shift to the use of technology to secure Guyana. When the P.P.P came to power in 1992, Guyana was in a center of drug trafficking. It is the P.P.P that facilitated it and accommodated it, and in some regard were part and parcel of it. The departure of the P.P.P will signal the beginning of the end of the narco trafficking by our government. We will have to engage in it and deal with it. The problem with narco trafficking is a few benefit and the majority suffers.
Finally, before we let you go, you have been meeting since you became leader of the opposition with members of the international community. Do you get the impression that they're prepared and ready and willing to work with Aubrey Norton? And secondly, Nicolas Maduro, the Venezuela-Guyana border dispute. Help us to give us your own understanding of what you think is happening. I see the United States have sent some warships closer to the Southern Caribbean. Give us an understanding of what you think is happening there. And Maduro also is a threat to this very country.
The United States has its interests. It knows, or at least it perceives, what is its interest. The United States will pursue its interests. We have our interests. Our interest is in protecting our territorial integrity, while at the same time ensuring that we keep Venezuela at bay. Now, international relations has never been a straightforward thing. We will have to analyze U.S. interests, know what elements we need to be responsive to, analyze our interests, and know what we need to do in terms of our interests. And the only thing I can guarantee you is that as president, I will pursue our interests, which is the protection of our territorial integrity and sovereignty. I also believe that one of the weaknesses of this government is if they disagree with something, they don't engage diplomatically. I am one who believes that the path of diplomacy is about engaging so both sides understand and work out arrangements that will suit both sides. That is the approach I will take. I don't believe everything the US do will be in our interests. I don't believe everything we do will be in the US interest, but I do believe if we can engage and find common ground, we both can move it forward.
And international community, you get the impression that they are...
My engagements with the international community, I gain the impression that they just want to see a proper election, and once a government is duly elected properly, they are willing to engage. But again, I've said that this thing is about interest, and until the elections are over, you're not going to know what is the real interest of anybody.
Mr. Norton, thank you very much for taking time out to speak with us.
I want you guys to know how much you're appreciated and loved for the service you have rendered to someone that does not have her own voice anymore. So we are really Adrianna Young's voice, and we owe it to her. I love that you said earlier, Haley, that we really need to refocus. We need to come back in the middle and take Maxwell from the look of it. Okay?
Yeah.
And we have our own Epstein, but it's as if that happened with Jeffrey Epstein, but the US government did everything possible to protect him instead of make sure he was put behind bars. And if you can't get behind a man like Epstein, you know, there's no way you could get behind a slogan of justice for Doubleday. And even that in itself. You see, the thing is, what's telling in this situation is, at the end of the day, if they were claiming, if Son is claiming this girl drowned at his hotel, right?
Yeah.
And he reviewed the footage honestly with everyone else and saw how the police themselves were instrumental in starting the fires and causing the chaos and starting the riots and whatever. If he saw that for himself and he really empathized with the family, how could you possibly in good conscience go and print a sign saying justice for Doubleday, justice for me? You are a kid. Not that I'm supposedly sorry for, but for me, Doubleday, I need justice. That made me think. I said, this is very telling. Just that. That's very, very telling.
100%. We have to like if personally, if I owned a hotel and a little girl had passed away, no matter how it was, in that pool, and you know he has to be clever enough to know that she wasn't in there, then you would open yourself to a full investigation, wouldn't you? You'd be like, you know, anything you need to take from the hotel, any evidence you need, any staff to report to.
We kept the staff back. Here are their numbers, right?
You made sure no one left. Yeah, these are who the guests were. This was what was going on. You know, we know that they let them search the hotel, bar 4 rooms, 2 staff rooms, 2 hotel guest rooms. You wouldn't let them search those rooms. So at this point, we know Adrianna was at least in those rooms or the secret passageway. Like, you have literally, he did that live the other day, or last month on TikTok, where he's talking about, my family were great people. We gave sweet treats to the kids. We did this. My dad dressed up as Santa Claus. My mum got a merry-go-round. I thought, you all sound like children, groomers. Like, why are you out in the public offering all these things to families when the one thing you ultimately can't offer them is safety, their lives? It makes me feel really, really paranoid about even before this, what you were doing and how you were bringing children into the fold. So
this thing has got me thinking way back. You know, what have we missed? What have we missed? But
absolutely same. But stop. Yeah. So we there is no justice for the Doubleday Hotel. There is no justice because they haven't had anything happen to them. They lost their hotel through their own fault for getting people to set it on fire and ruin it to get rid of evidence. They did that themselves. And you can replace bricks and mortar. You can rebuild that another day. You can't bring back Adrianna Young. She is the victim. And until we have justice for her, I don't want to hear nothing about the hotel, what he's lost, nothing else. I don't care. All I want to hear about is how do we get justice for Adrianna Young?
Not great. You're perfect. I agree with you on that. Right? That's wild. Haley, I have to go.
Okay.
I'm gonna come back on a live later, and if you do want, you'd like me to jump on it with you at any point. And guys, Haley has been gracious enough. She's had me on. I'm interacting with her audience, so I'm grateful that you came and joined me on my page today, so that everyone can listen to you on this platform.
I like coming over here because we always get taken down, don't we? As soon as we talk about politics on TikTok, they take the live down every time. So it's nice to come over here and be able to have like a freedom of speech talk.
Yes, because he needed quantity and we didn't have enough here for him.
Right. So as an agent for Thomas Jagman, how did you tap into that Brazilian market?
So he knew that I would need extra financing. He proposed to finance the entire operation. And I had to get somebody to get the gold from there. So I did. I I've known Andre Parag for a very long time, and I mentioned it to him. He already had his sister working there, buying gold from there and supplying Tamish Jagmohan. So he's not good with his sister. They're having problems. So he was more than excited to go there and compete with her. At the same time, make some
money. Brazil?
In Brazil, in Bovista, yeah.
Bovista, right.
Yeah. So he would settle in Bovista, and the gold will come from Venezuela. The gold that he was buying there to supply the Tamish would come from Venezuela.
Things that we definitely must not forget. Because remember, these ships are in the water, and the US has an active war against the smugglers in the region that Guyana finds itself right now. And that's why we need the green. That's why we need the green, the team that can bring real change right now to the country. Team Green. We don't need more of this corruption. Not at all. We don't need more of this.
You are hinting to gold smuggling there.
Yes.
Very well. How did the gold carry me step by step? How the gold moved from Brazil into Guyana?
So there are generals, military people that are directly connected to Maduro. The gold will come from the refinery through them because it's some big bars. It's stamped 99.99%. And those military people would bring it from Venezuela into Bovista, where Andre Parag would purchase it from them. Then he would smuggle it to Letem and deliver it to Tamish Jagmohan's office that he have in Letem.
This Parag fellow, is he related to the minister?
Yes, I think they are cousins.
Cousins?
Yeah.
So when the gold makes its way into Guyana, what does Tamish Jagmohan do with this gold? You would know because you're his agent.
Yes, so
you were his agent.
So he would ask me not to deliver the gold to him 99.99%. He would ask me to dilute it, mix it with other lower quality, so that it would be 90% or anything other than 99.99%.
Why was that?
Because it was known then that the gold coming from Venezuela is 99.99%. So he didn't want to be known that he's dealing with Venezuela gold.
So after you have diluted the gold, what happens thereafter? Where does that quantity of gold go?
It goes to his office. Mm-hmm. His main office is in Kingston, next to the American Embassy. It would go there, and some of it would go to the Silver Street. He has another office in the Silver Street.
And that gold is sold to the gold board?
I don't know if all is sold to the gold board, but yes. Because he would ask me from time to time to get names of miners or people that wants to declare gold so that he can make receipt in those people's name and pass it through the gold board as if it's mined locally.
So falsification of receipts?
Correct.
What do you know about the Royal Canadian Mint and Tamish Jagmohan's relationship?
I don't know anything about that.
You ever heard if he sold gold to the Royal Canadian Mint?
I heard something like that. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm concerned about this Venezuelan gold. Mm-hmm. How was the money supplied to purchase gold from Venezuela?
So we would collect my security. They would go and collect the money from Tamish's office.
How? In what? Suitcases, bags, what have you?
Yes, bag, suitcase. Whenever he have the US dollars, he would supply us with that. Whenever he don't have that, he would give us the Guyana currency to purchase the US dollar on the road because the gold is being purchased in US dollars in Brazil.
What's the meeting point between Guyana and Brazil or Guyana and Venezuela to meet these military people to get this gold? What's
in Bovista?
Bovista, in Brazil?
Yes.
So it comes over the border unchecked? No immigration officer, no custom officer, no
Our
nothing?
border?
Yes.
Well, yes.
Where do they store it?
They would keep it. It depends on the time that the gold reaches over in Lethem. If it reaches after the plane left, the gold will be kept at Tamish's office until the next flight.
So therefore, you are telling me there's collusion at where? The Oval Airport, Eugene F. Garay Airport?
Collusion in a way.
People facilitating the flights in and out and would know that Tamish is smuggling gold and say nothing?
It's on the regular flight. Trans-Guyana, they have daily flights there. 2-3 flights a day. So it would be on the regular flight. So normally one of Andre's worker would jump on the plane and bring out the gold.
Mr. Batch, you're telling me here that the person who financed you is a gold smuggler.
Correct.
What is the vice president's role in all of this? What do you know of him and what he knows, and if he gets any cutback? I'm talking about JAGDEO.
No, I'm not aware of any connection with him.
Do you know of any connection with the president's role?
No, none.
In this? None. So the president nor the vice president are aware that this gold is being smuggled?
Yeah. They suspect, but I don't know how much they know.
How much they know? Yeah. Right. Do you know Sana?
Yes.
No. I understand that you're being targeted by the Special Organized Crime Unit and persons within the government because the person who financed you, this is my information.
Not only is that some of the things that we got to contemplate moving into tomorrow as persons go out to the polls, the level of corruption that's going on, but the fact is that while a number of persons are able to be privy to that level of accommodation, that level of affluence, that level of just being able to deal with certain things in the country in a particular way, you know, the Honorable AG has this to say a message pretty much for another demographic of people that really you should really analyze the way that persons perspect about you, the way that persons look at you and think that, hey, if a person could look at you in 2025 in a crowd that is going to be mixed and pretty much say that, look, there's nothing wrong with being a house slave. There's nothing wrong with being oppressed in that manner. There's nothing wrong with having that level of indignity be a part of your everyday. Let's not forget that persons that would have found themselves in those situations would have had a lot of hardships that they had to deal with as well. Not just the persons that would be termed as so-called field slaves, right? It's a sad situation, but let's hear what the Attorney General has said. Because persons got to remember that a person is going to contemplate these things. And sometimes it might be a slip of the tongue. Sometimes it just might slip out. Sometimes it might be something that they didn't plan to say, but it came out. Nonetheless, they didn't plan to say it in public probably. But even if it wasn't that, or even if it was planned, the fact that you had a chance to hear it is enough that persons should really analyze and realize what persons are holding in here about a particular demographic people.
Afro-Guyanese brothers and sisters, they are telling Afro-Guyanese brothers and sisters that you must vote for your ancestors at this election. Comrades, your ancestors are great, but they died for 250 years ago. We say, vote for your...
You're in the... No, you are in the... No, this... You are in this... He's saying that persons now gotta forget about their ancestors. Ancestral veneration, right? Forget about the things that are gonna empower you, right? Forget about the fact that all of that... Listen, all of that history we should leave behind. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live. Well, I guess I lost that caller. Let's listen to this.
Your children, vote for your future, vote for your country, vote for yourself. Comrades, because they claim that you are fighting, they are fighting for your rights. They are your leaders. They are fighting to protect your freedoms. That is what they have been telling you. But your freedom includes a freedom to support a political party of your choice. But whenever you try to exercise that very freedom that they say they are protecting for you, from the time you try to exercise that freedom, they insult you. They call you big batty African. They call you house slaves. They call you the nastiest thing. Well, I want you to tell them that the national hero of this country is coffee. And coffee was a proud and upstanding house slave. Nothing wrong with being a house slave. Coffee was a proud and upstanding house slave. Nothing wrong with being a house slave.
How in your right mind when a person is gonna twist history like that? How could you believe that a person would have anything? If you don't love the tree, how could you love the fruit? If you don't respect the tree, how could you respect the fruit? Aren't we the fruits of our ancestors? Aren't we the fruits, the children of those that would have came before us? So if he ain't got no respect for them, and he would twist their information after they can't speak for themselves, how could you put this type of character in certain positions of power and expect that they're gonna move in any manner that's gonna be for a particular demographic of people? Listen to what's being said right here. This is not AI.
House slave, they call you the nastiest thing. Well, I want you to tell them that the national hero of this country is coffee. And coffee was a proud and upstanding house slave. Nothing.
How could you be proud and upstanding and be a slave at the same time? But you see, there's this history that we gotta tap into. We're gonna tap into this information, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna come back to some of these same videos, and we're gonna identify the gaslighting that's going on in the country. We're gonna identify the fact that they're misleading us with certain information for a very long time. And we're gonna get down to that. But let's get past the fact that these are not the persons. Let's see what Flash Garden is saying. And up to now, the wicked P.P.P government has not arrested any of those guys. But if it was a black man, they would have sent 1,000 police to arrest them and lock them up for a long time. Any of which guys, Flash? you were referencing. With a nose like Anil, you should knows better. I like that one, too, Padu. Yo, that's funny. He said with a nose like this, you should knows a little better. And you know, you should know better, but you think he really doesn't have no respect for persons. You don't got no respect for certain people. And when you don't, things like that has happened where you just, you know, find yourself saying certain things like that without realizing, because you ain't even contemplating if you're gonna disrespect people by saying that. You just feel like, hey, I could say that, and you know, what are you gonna do about that? I say what I want. That's the type of energy that is giving me. I don't know where y'all here, but this is why you're hearing right now.
To tell them that the national hero of this country is Coffee, and Coffee was a proud and upstanding house slave. Nothing wrong with the house slave. Imagine they say to you that you must be empowered, and they are right. You must be empowered. Every Guyanese must be empowered. And one of the best way of empowering a people is to give them land. What land did they give to you from 2015 to 2020? Tell me, what land? Afro-Guyanese brothers and sisters, they are telling Afro-Guyanese brothers and sisters that you must vote for your ancestors at this election. Comrades, your ancestors are great.
Within the next 36 hours. As I get complaints and issue of concern coming in from persons that are working with GCOM, that are working with GCOM tomorrow, persons that are working with these political parties tomorrow, I will try my best to share all the concerns and complaints that comes in over the next 36 hours. So the first complaint I received is from one of the P.P.P. polling agent, and she explained to me, and this is somebody that I've been communicating with for quite a long period of time, and you know, her information are usually always credible. Of course, she's working for the PP. She's Indian. Of course, she's one of my followers, one of those silent supporters that don't say anything, but we would just communicate via inbox. And she explained to me that she's working tomorrow for the PPP as an agent, and she's being paid $40,000. But when she questioned the other polling agents that are African, that are Afro-Guyanese, they indicated to her that they were only being paid $15,000 to work, while she as an Indo-Guyanese is being paid $40,000. And you see, this is one of the problem I have with the PPP.
Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live. Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
Hello. Good evening to you and all my black brothers and sisters in Guyana. The time, the hour is near. Can you hear me? It's Flash Garden.
Definitely, Flash. We can hear you clearly.
Beautiful. Thank you for your support. You know, my grandmother always teaches me money is not all in this world, you know. It's love, unity, support.
Definitely.
And you must learn to acknowledge and represent your identity and your dignity. And I live with those words. My message today to my black brothers and sisters, especially those who are in the wing party, it is not too late to do the right thing. I want to thank Mark again, because Mark hit me back with my own words for all the years that I'm saying I've been calling my black brother and sister. It is not too late to do the right thing. I'm going to mention 2 names because they are public figures.
Yeah.
Miss Simone Booms, Mr. Manda, and Mr. London, Nigel London.
Yeah.
It is not not too late to throw in the towel. It is not too late to give them a said, look, if you guys really want to see change in your country, you will throw your towel in before 10 o'clock, midnight. And said, look to your members then. We tried it, but we don't have the numbers. But you know what? We will not stifle a party or the coalition who has 80% or 75%. I encourage all of my supporters to put your vote with the coalition so we could get the wicked government out. I do hope they listen to Flash God who gets first grade education. It is time for us to throw the towel in. Look what Mohammed come and did. Mohammed stand for peace. He don't try to support them on the bus. That whatever decision the P.P.P come up and make, we are not retaliate. Is that what Mohammed sign? Who more signs that garden? We understand for A.F.C. You see them too? With the back, boys. You see what I know? They're dying with P.P.P and sign that dead black people, the black supporters, must don't burn no tires, must don't retaliate, must not fight for peace and justice. Why we black people cannot learn? I could remember my sister who represents me on my program. One morning, Miss Robin, she said, leave us alone. I want to hear his opinion. Why? We all are one family. No matter how we bleach our skin. Remy are not down for this one for bleaching skin.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad.
No matter what we try.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King used a word between guys. He said, don't let no one tell you you are nobody. When you bleach your skin, you tell yourself you are nobody. But I will be somebody when we finish being said. Nonsense. It is time for we to repeat what David said in the Word of God. I was glad when they said, let's go into the house of the Lord, because of what David received in the house, not on the street, not on the sea wall, not in the house of the Lord. You guys have a chance. After the 1st of September, I was glad when God encouraged me for over years to show our support behind Adrianna. I was glad when God sent Adrianna to take us out of the hands of bondage and slavery. It is time for we, my black brother and sister, throwing in the towel. I don't use the word beg, my brother. I never use the word beg. Because people go always want you beg them for love with it. I'm asking you guys, be wise. Today is not your day, but tomorrow could be your day. I mean, I wouldn't be there for 50 years now. The country should have 2 years, 2 terms. My brother, you have a good weekend.
Every time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling in.
Thank you very much for what you're doing 100%.
All right.
God bless.
Look up yourself, Flash. All right, thanks for calling in. Yeah, man. Yeah, I definitely heard the views of the brother Flash Garden. And we were just being updated from Melly Mel about certain persons getting short change. Oh my God, buddy. Every chance they get, the man taking 25 and giving you 15. When you go out and you work, and the money done allotted allegedly for you to collect your bread, could you believe that you could be going home with 25 more and they giving you 15? Greetings, you're on to Delta 9 Media Live.
A pleasant good evening to you and your audience, my friend. I love your program.
Greetings, and thanks for tuning in.
I want to make it clear we are all from Guyana. My name is George Correa. I don't know if you heard that name before.
Greetings,
I used to live in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Radio show in America.
Okay.
But it is time for a change in Guyana. We don't need a P.P.P. We don't need A.P.N.U. We need a new beginning.
Okay.
Because what is happening here, we need a national front government. A government who will secure the rights of every citizen. Every family deserves to have land to build a house. And 60,000 US, not friends and family, to take care of the country. It is time for a change. The late Walter Rodney, who I was a part of, you know, to be honest, excuse my language, I am a political prostitute. I join every politician party to see who knows the truth, and they're all corrupt. They're for themselves, friends, and family. So my message to my black brothers and Indians, don't listen to politicians. The reason for that, if you kill for them or do anything, when they get arrested, they're going to call your name. Where are you going? And not even that. When you take a job, if they say kill George Correa, don't tell them no. Take their money and go to the UN and call for political asylum with your family. Because if you kill George Correa, they got somebody ready to kill you because they don't want you to call them in. Learn from the Shah of Iran. Learn from Saddam Hussein. Learn from the man from Panama, the Pine Place man, Norway, I think. And learn from Nicaragua. I won't disclose much of myself. It is time for a change. And therefore, they got to understand. I see Mr. Ali, the president of Guyana, is dancing, and one time he said, he like Michael Jackson, the boy Jackson, if he did, his spirit should roll up on that fool. You cannot stop an opportunity for pretending that he is it. But I want to write nothing against them. But both parties, PNC and P.P.P, are together. Burnham was not an enemy of Dr. Jagan. And when Burnham was in power, Guyana, nobody have won an election. If it wasn't for the guy with the 7 seats to join with a coalition. And thanks for your time, by the way. Guyana would have never be dependent, not independent. Let me be honest with you. I cannot take away my slave or servant who is a servant and he has a slave. We pay light bill, we pay water bill, and we pay tax. Isn't that slavery?
Yep.
And let me give another one. You believe in God, right? The Bible. Which I don't believe God's so cruel. He says he made man in his own image and likeness. And to be fair, for the birds and the fishes, the birds in the air and the fishes in the sea. But man, from your sweat, you shall eat bread. You think God didn't give you a cup of tea, milk, coffee, juice? Now you didn't not put a piece of cheese or jelly. God didn't say that. Those are corrupt message. That God that I serve didn't do that. It's the people who changed the course of the Bible. And what people got to understand, there are no such thing as a black man and a white man. Because where is green, blue, yellow, purple, and others?
Yeah, it's just...
We have it in sun, we have it in water, we have it in rats. We have it in the sky with the rainbow coalition. And even though we have the rainbow in the sky, it don't mean magazine or they call it gay tree. Okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I love to be fair.
It's just things that persons would have created over time, you know, so that they could use it to divide and rule people ultimately.
This is the name of the game, and for those Indians who are listening to your program, and our black brothers who was misled, Burnham and Jagan was never separated, they were together. And the PNC have never won an election. All right? If it wasn't for the guy with the 7 seats to join with a coalition, Guyana would have never been dependent, not independent. Let me tell you why. Guyana was never independent. India is independent, ruled by Indians. Africa is independent, ruled by Africans. China is independent, ruled by Chinese. The Caribbean and Guyana is not independent. It's dependent. I cannot take my brother property and give it to my servant who happens to be my house slave. The court book stated, the court books claim he who receives stolen property is worse than the man who stole it. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
So therefore, from Barnum to Jagan to Barrett and all of them today, they need to be arrested and charged for collecting stolen property. And another thing, between 235,000 African descendants, which I'm a part of, and Indian, I got so many blood in me, brother, I make jokes at times. Not to be disrespectful to the mothers and grandmothers. I make jokes when I heard, George, you have so many blood in you, boy. I said, that's thank you. I said, well, my mother was, maybe my great-grandparents was prostitute living in an institute, now we know the truth.
Yeah.
They say, oh, you're a poet. I said, I'm not a poet. I'm telling you the truth. Stop this nonsense about black and white. There's no such thing. God says, I make man in my image and likeness. Why man are calling color? And why man are talking about slavery when God said, from your bread you shall eat bread, no water, no juice, no cup of coffee, or tea, or beverage, piece of cheese, butter, no schooling. Come on. And it's not a matter of a white Jesus, it's the message. Message don't have color. It have teaching and wisdom. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I want them to correct me. You know, I would tell people who are listening to your program, I'm a priest. I'm a Baptist priest.
Okay.
The sky is my roof. And the four corners of the earth, east, west, north, and south, the wall. The 10% that is collected by these so-called priests who Jesus talked to for not the congregation is to help the less fortunate. It's not for them to buy plane and big house and go to Paris and England and all that. I know they're going to Dubai and say goodbye. I'm sorry. If I'm wrong, forgive me, okay?
A whole lot of corruption on different levels, right? But guess what?
In Guyana, I salute those black brothers and sisters, Indian, who marry across the line. Because God says, I make man. There's no such color in man.
Oh yeah, well look, if you grew up in Guyana and you didn't take advantage of the multicultural community that you would have had the privy to be a part of, then something wrong with you. I tell persons, the persons that really know me know that one of my favorite actors is Shah Rukh Khan, right? I used to love watching Indian movies growing up because I had access to it, right? And it's a different type of culture and things for you to learn. And I was always interested in learning different cultures. And then I grew up in a community with all types of persons, you understand? So, and I have Indian persons in my family too. So it's not something that I could really be a part of. You know what I mean? It don't make sense to me. It's like, you know, it's stupid. To me, it's stupid. I don't think that persons just normally want to be stupid, but when I see a person just willingly being racist, to me, it'd be very stupid.
Now listen to this other one.
Yeah.
The late study, Jagan. You ever studied Bible, brother?
Oh yeah. You're talking to a Bible. You're talking to a Bible thumper. You know, but given that is yeah.
Listen, the Bible based upon a story of a man called Jesus Christ, isn't it?
Depends on which one you're studying. Depends on which one.
But still, all talk about Jesus Christ.
Well, not the Old Testament.
All right, but they also talk about Judas Iscariot.
Yeah.
But
a
man named Peter, a man named Barabbas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very good. Listen, Guyana happens to be the Jerusalem. Barnum happens to be the Barabbas, and Teddy Jagan happens to be the Judas Iscariot. Okay? And Peter, the man, if I can't call him Jesus Christ because the man had no mercy. Okay, Judas Iscariot. But when they asked Peter, Peter, wasn't you was with that man called Jesus of Nazareth? He said, never seen him man and hear about the man, I'm looking for him. Now let me give you Guyana history. After in the 60s of Guyana election, Burnham had 18 seats, PMC. Jagan, the P.P.P. had 22. United Force had 7. And Diga joined with Burnham to make him rule Guyana. He became the finance minister. Arthur Tong was the president. Guyanese, Indian and black people were misled. And one thing I congratulate my black relative for a friend is that they never bring the culture of Africa that we dance in a singing, but we have Kaite Bani and Polori bin a Jani, Polori is that. If I eat in a song rap, I don't want to be a drum or a guitar. Sorry. These people are illiterate. They got to wake up. You're born in Guyana, you're a Guyanese. And they got to ban emancipation and they have a rival. Where you born belong to you. If not, go back over there. Hundreds of millions come in your place. They're corrupt, man.
Yeah, and there's a lot more to that conversation too with the triangle slave trade. There's a whole lot of that history that
I agree, but let me be honest with you, I didn't take to certain countries. I don't come to Ireland, I wouldn't disclose certain things. Because we are living in a country that believe in certain things after World War I. An agreement was signed in Geneva. And America is the police of this hemisphere and a part of the Pacific. Lost to the Falklands. But it will take a long time to get it into the people's head. But we are not independent, we are dependent. Africa is independent, ruled by Africans. India is independent, ruled by Indians. China is independent, ruled by Chinese. Is the Amerindian of the country? How can an Amerindian buy land from African descendants and Indians? And I got the blood in me. All the blood I got in me. Maybe if they go to heaven, they might tell Jesus a fucking throne, excuse my language. Or Muhammad, or Moses, isn't it? These people better wake up to reality. We don't need the PNC as a no, we don't need the P.P.P. Now, I look at Norton. I have a lot of respect for the man.
So let's see this thing, Carla. So if you're saying that you don't want the A.P.N.U and you don't want the P.P.P, then which party are you saying?
Well, I'm going to it. This is what I'm going to break it down to you. Mr. Barry no one has to question about a man named Muhammad. Don't know these people. But if you believe in the Almighty God, sometimes He does send somebody to expose you. Like in America or any part of the world, a good police force will send a real thief to find the rest, or to send a killer to find the other killer. If Muhammad happens to be that one, then we need him to get rid of the rest, and then we could have a right leader down the road. Because right now, we can't claim emancipation and not emancipation, and they have a rival and rule a country with a Meridian, and they got to buy land from both ways. This is totally defeating to human rights. It's a people country. And then Mr. Ben,
no, but you got to remember that conversation about the Amerindians is something that has a whole lot more to it, you know. George, there's a whole lot more to that conversation about the Amerindians, because the Amerindians that are there, the Amerindians, no, you gotta give me a chance to speak. I was listening to you all the time.
All right, go on.
Right? The Amerindians that are there right now. There's a conversation that I definitely wanted to bring to the platform, but as you mentioned, I can't do it now because there's a number of different layers to this conversation. This conversation can take a number of lives for me to actually bring it. But I want to ask you if you think that Mr. Muhammad, because that's what he was mentioning, right? I don't think that Mr. Muhammad right now is the person that would be best suited to run the country. There's a number of things. The sanction being the most important thing to look at, right? Another thing to analyze is the fact that the party is brand new, less than 100 days old. His own words, right? And a number of other things to contemplate as well. And not just that, the fact that the A.P.N.U has a stronger team, a better team, a more experienced team, and a team that is not under any sanctions, or you can't really point in their direction for certain levels of corruption. And that's the things that Guyana want to be away from, given the fact that the US already got ships in the sea right now to deal with certain things that a lot of persons in other parties could be implicated in. There's just a number of things that I was thinking about.
All right, you ready for me to analyze certain things?
No, I'm listening to you now. Yeah.
All right, good. Mr. Muhammad, I hit the edge. He was with the P.P.P. defending in the last election by using the bulletproof vehicle that they're starting from right now. Yeah. He had given them money to campaign. I got information, and I'm going to use the lady not a place. He used the security outfit to bodyguard them. They were with him. And therefore, when people accuse him for a lot of things, even a lot of police and others defend the man. Even some people who call themselves journalists And the ministers in government under the P.P.P. is alleged, a lot of them said, no, he will never do that. Then when he start to help the school, they stop it. Then when he start to help one poor people, they stop it. They try. Now when you're running against them, now you hear about he smuggled gold, he owed the government so many $1 million in tax, he did not pay the right thing on the vehicle. Now I wanted to know, if they were backing in before he run against them, and suddenly they know all this crime, why didn't they charge him in the past? And charge him for such a time for a short criminal activity that he murdered a man, the gold smuggling, the tax invasion. Why they wait when he come out and started to go against them and running? Then they said that then Mr. Norton, I have respect for the man. I don't take side for nobody. Mr. Norton came up with a statement, and how he analyzed the animal don't change his spot. Well, the brother must understand, the thing born that way, they live that way and die that way. And therefore, we tried the PNC for many of years. It wasn't easy with other races. I'm a missionary, I don't take side for nobody, not my own mother. Let me be honest, I shoot my brother, I didn't kill the pup. I should have killed him. I regret it. And my mother was disrespecting an Amerindian woman. I warned her over and over. She wouldn't listen. I clock up a hot tea in her face. People might say I'm wrong. That's my mother. If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. I will go to hell defending that. Because I don't take side for nobody. All right? That I am well known for that all over the world I go. People must love, respect each other, work together, and heal, and let's go forward. Guyana is not India and Africa. It's an Amerindian country. Africa is free. China is free. And India is free. Guyana was not free, was not independent, was dependent. I can't take your property, brother, and give it to your sovereign to your slave. Come on, man.
Yeah, but
reality, look beyond the rainbow.
That's the argument, Judge. You see that same argument about taking your land and giving it to this and that and this and that. That's a conversation that we're definitely gonna have. But what I want to do, I want to keep it geared on a lot of things connected to the election right now, and that is very important.
Well, the election between you and I, Mr. Mahali may not be the prime man for it, but I did not say nothing lasts forever. My argument is, Mr. Norton should keep more quiet and be diplomatic instead of challenging the man and wait for a coalition. Because between me and under the P.P.P, friends and family. And with A.P.N.U, who is A.P.N.U? A.F.C, after fooling the country and fooling the cohesion. I put it that way, cohesion never by the way. But I put it that way. And I'll be honest, America just what America wants. Are you aware that the Jews were to be in Guyana in 1947?
Oh yes, under Truman's rule.
Very good. But it turned into Palestine country. I would have wished to have the Jews in Guyana. Are you aware of many things? Listen, brother, certain things I cannot release. But Guyana belongs to the United States. That man is only, I was to call them secretary and overseer. But America does allow you to do what you want. The Shah of Iran. When it was too much, he had to run. What become of him? They say died with cancer in Egypt. Listen carefully. Mr. Saddam Hussein, Marlon Albright, Secretary of State, telling in Great Kuwait, I protested Kuwait because it was unfair. What become of him? They hang him, isn't it? Now of Panama, I would name 101 America those nonsense. All right? And therefore, we speak English. There are several areas in this South and Latin America that speak English. Belize, which is British Honduras. Galveston between Spanish Honduras and Guatemala. And going down on the mainland, you have the Falkland. You understand?
Yeah.
And that is why Margaret Thatcher had helped, Reagan helped Margaret Thatcher to take it back when Argentina tried to take it away. And just over from the Falkland is only about 5 hours across to South Africa. And therefore, with a boat or with a plane, it's only 15 minutes. Anything I tell you, I can back it up, okay? Now, one will say, why? And I'm a mixed race. I want to see unity amongst people. I want to see Indian, black, Chinese, marry each other. I wanted to see unity because we are only here temporarily. Our generation will suffer. We don't want to hear Indian music, people raise up their hand and singing and dancing and can't speak the F.N. language. When Mr. Nodi of India went to Guyana and he speak and he said he never know this and he never know that when he was in India. He said India only for Hindus. So I want to ask Ali, if Guyana have to chase the Indian out, Bharat will go to India because he find an anti anywhere. Where will Mr. Ali go? Pakistan? I hope he understands. I love my country and my people, but I hate to see this political nonsense. What about it was Irani, a brother, a servant of the land? What about all of them who were suffer? He was murdered. Jagan betrayed the Indian, Burnham betrayed the Africans. You see, Guyana could tell the truth. He's living in California. Hamilton Green can tell the truth. He's coming before God take his life. The truth must be revealed. We are a people who could be united. Put an Amerindian as the leader, followed by the other way, because only an Amerindian could stop the border dispute between Brazil, Venezuela, or whoever. Because you can't put an African, an Indian, or a Chinese, or a Portuguese. And why Africans got to claim emancipation, but not
that's the thing. And that's the thing. The Africans that you're talking about are the actual Amerindians, and that's why I tell you the conversation. That's why I'm telling you this is a conversation that we got to decode at the time when we got a number of videos to this, because the Amerindians are the Africans. The Amerindians are the Africans.
But think of it. The seven Columbus discovered in 1492. Yeah. He met these Indians. Now, I see a whole Africans look like Chinese in China were just disclosed. It is on your Facebook. They're coming up with so many things. God made man. He didn't make African, Indian, Chinese. He made man and put them into the world. His man-made name of nations and countries.
Yeah.
And he speaks different language.
Yeah, but as you reference it, I just have to put it into the thing. Just
no, I appreciate it. You see, we are the younger generation. Even though I might be older than you. But enough is enough, man. They gotta come out of this nonsense. We want a Guyana for all Guyanese, and we don't have a million people. Open up the door to where Guyana belongs, Africa and India. But make your laws. Don't come here with religious conflict and segregation of marriage. A man have a right to marry who he wants, and a woman have a right to marry who they want. It's a religion and nationality coming from them. So our culture, we don't need that bullshit in Guyana. I'm sorry. We need to unite, put the nation forward. How long we got in the face of the earth? Huh?
Exactly.
Look, I'm on YouTube, Georgia of Guyana. Let them look at it. I don't take side. Look, I got black, Indian, Chinese, Portuguese, Native Indian. And my DNA, I put it out. A young girl in Ghana when I was there, she said, Mister, all the bloody you got in you, if you should throw it in the river, which one? I have to laugh. So today you support a lot of them there, but that's my personal basis. But what I'm trying to say, we have to unite. We are human beings. God says, I make man in your own image and likeness. Not a black man, a white man, a green man, and a blue man. Man, these jackass who coming about, but man, this color, they got the day is coming. You know? But my argument is, if Mr. Muhammad is so bad, why didn't they lock him up when they were defending him? And now suddenly, it come out. They come out and condemning the man.
Yeah.
Do you know Burnham and Jagan was never running? Are you aware that Dr. Jagan and Burnham lied to the two nations? You remember a call of 5149? You ever hear that number Burnham used? 5149? Hello?
Yeah. The thing
you remember that?
Yeah.
5949 he was talking.
I don't remember. I can't remember now when Burnham would have transcended. It's right around the time when I was born.
Oh well, let me give you a rundown. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you. Listen to me carefully. You ever hear that Dr. Jagan was the union leader of Mr. Ramkaman in the party or a party of a union called GAU?
No.
You know, man, Richard Ishmael, they built a school in Britain called.
I know Richard Ishmael, and I know persons that went to Richard Ishmael.
Thank you very much. You know, he was the sugar workers union.
Okay.
And Barnum pressured him, he had to give it up to Jag and get it while Barnum control TUC. And certain garden tads, when he put it in the helicopter for crash, called the bell. Listen, brother, I could write the history, but I'm a mixed race. I don't want to get too much. But when I see, how could a Amerindian buy land? And they're born and grow from Indian descendant and African descendant. Something not right here. And why India claiming they have a rival, and blacks claiming emancipation? What about for the Chinese? They drop from space or come out of it to come river? Well, these are them around. We got to come up with this bullshit and hold our politician accountable. And Mr. Ali as a Muslim, this is very serious. He's dancing and winding up and saying he's better than Michael Jackson. I hope Michael Jackson can rise from the grave and hold his hat. Trust me.
Thanks for coming, Carla. We'll continue this conversation on another live. I'm about to jump into some more stuff on the live, all right?
Man, look, if I have to give you a contribution, I will call me got a number there. But I've been to 87 countries, I don't count much, but I must be honest with you.
Yeah.
Before I go, when Burnham nationalized a lot of things in Guyana, he came up with a 51-49. 51 for me, Teddy, 49 for you. Ask a man by the name of Nagamutu. And how come black people so fucking ignorant? Take Ramjatan and Nagamutu with A.F.C. after fooling the country and fooling the coolie. So join them when they grow up to hate black people. And they got the blood in me. But just wait. If they know what I know, they drink poison. You know? Nothing shall last forever, brother. And the stupid Indian put on my Facebook, oh, a fool and money a part I want to ask him. King Elizabeth, oh, please. When he died, he told his people to bury the 2 hands out and he put in an ordinary box. So that they know that we don't take nothing with us but this thing. Good and bad. Have a good day, brother, and thanks for allowing me.
Definitely, George. Thanks for calling in.
So we could unite and be the real Guyana. One people, one nation,
one destiny. Thanks for calling in, George. Have a good one.
Bye.
All right. Definitely, I heard some very insightful commentary coming there from our brother George, right? We're going to get into some of this live right now with Melly Mel and our brother Kian, because they're having a live presently that I'm definitely sure will be very interesting to the persons that are live with us right now here on Good News Sundays with Delta 9 Media. Thanks for tuning in. We've been live for a little bit over 2 hours. We got almost 300 persons live with us. Do remember to thumbs up the live so that everyone will be able to see.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining us.
To contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your views. And like I said, we're going to be on this. We're going to be live. From now, myself and Kiana are going to be here from now until tomorrow. We're going to be in and out. We're going to be in and out of these lives. So we might come on for an hour. We might come off, take a rest, but we are going to be on it. If you need to take any notes, I got my little pen here, taking my notes. Let me just say something. So I'm going through my inbox too. And I saw that you guys are sending me stuff from what Critics is posting. Listen, Critics, I don't care. I don't care to address anything that Critics is posting about us doing this election run or anything. Critics is a means of distraction, right?
Why are we talking about Critics?
He's a mean because they're sending me stuff we posting about always a liar. Critics is a mean of distraction. Mind you, the only thing that he has about the lying thing is, so when they were showing out the cash grant, people were sending me different messages about them. These agents that they would have hired, telling them that the cash grant, some telling them to get 7 days, some telling them they're going to change it right away, some telling them to get 3 days. So I would have repeated this. He made it seem as though I was telling people that the cash grant, the check only lasts 3 days. You know how they spin things? They take a part of the video where they take a part of the video where you're saying that particular thing and make it seem as though you were telling people that, oh, the checks is gonna expire. No, I was relating to them the complaints that I was receiving from people and how all agents were telling every single body different thing. Who said 3 days, some said 7 days, some say I'm going to change it right away, and all of this. I was relating those complaints to while I was on the live. So they took that piece, and then another thing they did with things. So and mind you, this is the only thing that proves they have nothing else but this one particular thing. This is the only thing that proves that I'm a liar, coming from the PP. So
that's the end of it. That's it.
Thing? Yeah, that's it. That makes me this great liar.
Oh yeah.
Right. That
nobody you addressing people's concerns makes you a liar.
Exactly.
Right?
But it's how they spin it. But they do what they do is how they spin it. I noticed they start taking some of my videos and making it seem as though I'm saying like not to vote for this party, like not to vote for Aubrey Norton, not to vote for Win, not to vote for, like, you know, putting spins on it. You know, they're playing the little, I don't know, I wouldn't say AI because it's actually my video. So they're just taking like parts of my videos and putting it together to make it seem, you know, I guess technology at its best right now.
You know, take it as a compliment though, right? Because that means you're having an influence, and that means they're terrified.
And I'm definitely having and they're terrified. Like, why would you, Keon, these people mass report a page I have at 100 and almost 180,000 followers. When I say mass reported, I would get the page back for 3 hours, then it would disappear. Me and them were fighting back and forth for months, me trying to get back this page. And up to now.
Well, that's why we have the backup page. I have my 2 pages as well, so we make sure we tell everybody, please add both.
Well, now I have I didn't have a backup page then, but now I have this backup page here because they would have gotten the other page as well disconnected. But you see, the funny thing with this page, they don't know the account that this page is being operated from, because the account is just there. It doesn't follow anybody, doesn't say anything. It's just a account is just there. So they don't know the account that is operating this account, so they cannot report it. Right. So it's hard for them to, and it's hard for them to get down a page rather than your personal account. So this is what I had to restore to get him back on the internet, because I was off for quite a couple of days because I was hoping to get back that old page.
You know, I want to tell you something, Mel. You know what you need to do? I'm looking at our live right now on Facebook on my iPad. You can, if you back up a little bit, because it's very zoomed in, like we're looking at your forehead.
Oh.
Like just literally like me, like just brace back as far, like give his.
Melindy is definitely a distraction. Definitely a distraction. Thanks for tuning in. Everyone in the live, ladies and gentlemen, do remember to take a couple of seconds, if you haven't already, to thumbs up this live so that everyone will see this in the algorithm. Thanks for tuning in.
Okay, so I got it. I'm back. I'm back on. Yeah. So like I said, keep joining. Yeah. Keep sending us a request. Let me see if I have anything else. Well, I just got the.
Cool. So I want to double back on this GCOM situation, because I think it's probably the most important thing for us to talk about right now. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna remember, first of all, that we're here at all points in time. Melissa and I. If you guys have our Facebook information, you have a lot of our numbers, it's not hard to find. Now, you know people connected to us. With that said, if you guys have any information of anything all across this country that you need to report on, and this is particularly police and GCOM staff, party members, polling agents, observers, please let us know, because we will put all of our mechanisms. Both of us have a vast network of people that we can reach out to try and get this help done. This is what the technology is for. This is why we have these Facebook, these cell phones, these pages, and you guys know, we're if you don't trust both of us, you trust at least one of us. And please, we are going to be as transparent with this process as possible, because none of the two of us are representing a political party. All right? GCOM themselves. Go ahead. Sorry?
I'm getting some information now that I'm going to let me just find out.
Guys, please excuse us as well. We're at home and we plan on doing these lives for a couple hours. Yeah, you know,
And of
you can
course,
see
it's live, so I don't get the chance to go and check the message, go through it, research, and come back and tell you. But someone just sent me a list here. Someone who wants to join. In the meantime,
Amanda will be up in 5 minutes. Darwin Best is messaging us as well.
Okay,
so
listen.
Please, guys.
Somebody, Colano TV or something is joining. I'm not sure who this
Bring
is.
them on. Guys, call us with your problems. We will do our best to address them. If not, at least you can highlight it, and we can then start making calls.
Because we might not see all, we might not see everything in the comment. If you can message Eon, or if you can message me, if you don't get me, because my messages will be so much. Message Eon. Okay, the guest declined the live video invitation. Okay, so then why send it? I'm confused. Why send an invitation? Is Caroline TV? Who's Caroline TV?
Never heard of it.
But somebody from Caroline TV. Okay, so
guys, we're on the last stretch now. Guys, we are 12 hours, less than 12 hours away from the polling stations opening.
Okay.
Now is the time to talk. Now is the time to come out. All right, guys. We are here.
This looks like it's some forwarded WhatsApp messages that was received here. Right? So they're asking if there's anybody at GCOM or if there's anybody on this live that works in detail that have access to this information, if you can check it. They're saying they don't know because GCOM is saying that no, police officers are not being sworn in as police officers are not being sworn in as presiding officers for GCOM. But what are they being sworn in as presiding officers for? Because someone forwarded these forward messages here, and Ari, officer to be sworn. Please inform Assistant Superintendent Nigel Newton that he is required to report to the Georgetown Magistrate Court 2 at 15 hours on August 29, 2020 to be sworn in as ex officio.
I'm not sure what that's about.
Then there's another one. Please inform Woman Assistant Superintendent Donnet Ward or Wade, W-R-D Ward, that she is required to report to the Georgetown Magistrate Court same time, August 29, to be sworn in as ex officio. Officio. I'm not sure what this is. Of ex officio. OFFICIO.
Not non-voting member. Like they're not official. They have reduced powers. But I'm not sure in GCOM, in relation to GCOM, what.
So what does this, but I'm confused, what does this have to do? Because, and then there's another one, please inform Assistant Superintendent Dwayne Nicholas, same message again. Please inform Assistant Superintendent Troy Scott that he is required to report, same messages. What are they being sworn in for here? Let me see if I can find it from, this is not GCOM, so this is what? This is the police force?
Yeah, there has to be something else. Nobody needs to go to a magistrate court to get sworn in for anything as far as GCOM is concerned. Okay,
Well,
having run the political, you ran it as well in 2020. We were
No,
never ever
we've
required
never
to
had
go
to sworn in
court.
for anything. So I
Nothing,
guess this
nothing.
has something to do. This has something to do. Somebody say y'all want to invite James Bond. James, listen, anybody can come on. Anybody.
CRITIC and I could come on.
We
Bring them
don't
on.
care. Anybody's allowed to engage in our critics and all can come on.
You know,
Once he's not being ignorant and all that. Anybody we're allowed.
If he is, we can just cut him off. By the way, that's guys. If you're coming on and you're gonna behave like an idiot, we will just
We have
cut
the
you off.
option. We just cut you off.
So
I see Mark France just sent me a request.
Good.
It's saying add in. So let's first. Mark France, he's gonna come on. So we have Mark France coming up. To the person, because I think they're watching the live and texting me. As you hear, Keon said, we don't think that this has anything to do with GCOM, but I'm still confused as to what they're being sworn in because they're all assistant superintendents on this list. All of them are assistant superintendent that this message was forwarded to.
I'm not particularly worried about the police in particular because they don't have too much role to play in the whole elections process. They're almost like peacekeepers, like observers themselves. They don't actually participate, you know. So at this point in time, before I can maybe Mark and those guys are currently involved right now, and maybe they can tell us, they can shed some light on it. But you know, before I jump to conclusions and speculate. You know,
I don't know. It was saying joining, but I don't know why he's getting to talk. So somebody said, okay, so they're watching the live. So somebody said, good night, Melly and Keon. Just to add to what Keon said about the ID card. the polling clerk and the APO or PO gets the ID card to which they would flash it to the agent and return to the electoral. After they would have cast their ballots, the agent do not get the ID card.
No, I'm pretty sure
They would, however, get a copy. They would, however, get a copy of the card a copy of the what? Of the file to verify. What is she trying to say? To verify the information called out by the PO or the APO.
So the whole
it's a bit confusing how she wrote it, but
the whole reason that there are that all the party agents are allowed to be there is that if there is any discretions, if there's any information that is off, if there's any people that are coming to vote that something is wrong, those agents all need to agree and confirm, okay? Including the GCOM staff. So this is a situation that if somebody walks in there and is speaking no English and is clearly not Guyanese, then obviously you as the agent, especially as a party agent, can say, hey, I have an issue with something that's this person. Can I see their ID? Can I please verify? Because at the end of the day, nobody trusts anybody in these polling stations, right? No P.P.P don't trust A.P.N.U saying yes, does the right thing and then go in it, or win trusting anybody. Nobody don't trust nobody. So if you see and that somebody's clearly suspicious, ask to see the ID card up close, verify it's the person
verified,
and you take the information down. They will never tell you no, you can't see the ID card, because that could never be the case. Or else why are there agents in there to begin with?
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Okay, so for the person that's sending that question, you heard answer. Something else here. Mel, please highlight this on your live. My niece is a medical doctor studying in Cuba. No provision is made for them to vote. She said the ambassador doesn't care about them. She also said that when there's election in other countries, they would make providence or provision for their people to vote, but not Guyana.
Yeah. It's an age-old problem. All right, and it's something along the lines of proxy voting or offshore voting. So the same problem, by the way, we're going to talk about the oil workers just now on the rig. There's a big issue.
Oh, I want to touch, I was about to say, when you said you get on, I want to touch on that too. Not only them, but I want to show you the schedule that the Chinese just put out for their workers to come out and vote tomorrow. Some of the planes are leaving at 3 in the afternoon to bring them out so that they can get to their polling station. We're going to talk about
anybody working at the airlines, especially the pilots and the staff that work in there. Please reach out to us if y'all seeing plane loads of Chinese coming in, all right, from local or interior areas. Please, I will personally come to the airport and you will remain anonymous, and I will go live and we will watch them come off the plane, and we're going to understand and we're going to talk to them and we're going to figure out why they're here. All of those kind of things is why we're doing this. All right, those little things that can be big.
Yeah, but what she's saying though, I understand what she's saying about they didn't make any provision for people that are out of country that are studying on government scholarships and these things. They made no provision for them.
It's sad, but guys, I can be honest with you, it's the biggest problem we have is the makeup of GCOM. So let me explain that to you guys. Now, GCOM is made up of 3 A.P.N.U representatives and 3 P.P.P representatives, and then 1 Claudette Singh, 1 independent that both sides agree on. Now, at the end of the day, that system is flawed, because the P.P.P and A.P.N.U, as much as they talk like they hate one another, they only want them to stay in power. They work together on certain things. All right? We have no independent people in there. There should have been whoever, and this should be the rule in my opinion, whoever gets a seat in parliament, whichever party, should have a representative in GCOM. Okay?
In GCOM.
That's right. Go ahead.
Not only that, these small parties was really placed at a disadvantage with all these last minute changes that GCOM made. Right. And I now get what you're saying there, Keon, about them being made up of 3 A.P.N.U representatives and then 3 P.P.P representatives. So nobody really cares about fighting for the small parties, for the Simona Brooms and the Forward Guyana movement and the Amanza. Nobody really cares about fighting for their opinion, because they are the bigger parties. They have the workers. They have the agents. They have the amount of people and the build up to get whatever they need to get done for the election. So they didn't care about these small parties at all. So these small parties were really placed at a disadvantage, with the exception of maybe WIN, and that is because that is because Azadin Mohammed and his family, they are obviously they have the money and the thing to get all these things rectified and stuff. But these small parties, Amanza Party and Simona Broom Party, they are not no party with millions or billions of dollars behind them, backing them to make all these changes last minute, to put all these things in place, to hire all these people that needs to be hired to watch over this or watch over that or get that done. So these small parties were really placed at a disadvantage.
So
and that is sad, and I'm surprised. That is sad, and you see, this is what, and this is going back to what you said. The two of them only want the two of them to be in control and in power, and I don't want us to be like that. That is why I advocate so hard for the third parties.
Correct. So just to really understand, and I don't mean to. We here for a long time, so I can explain this as thoroughly as I can. All right, the P.P.P. and A.P.N.U. through our constitution is designed for only two parties to exist, to the point where even in parliament, even if there's a third party in parliament, everybody in the opposition falls under something called the main opposition. All right, that's how the wording is in our laws. All right, meaning that the third party representative can't even speak in parliament without being agreed upon by A.P.N.U. in this case, or in 2015 by P.P.P, whoever's in opposition. So they make sure that our constitution makes sure that it maintains a two-party system, to the point where they're the only two parties that are funded by taxpayers. All right, in every budget, and a lot of people don't know this, every budget, every single year, our national budget puts in an allocated amount of money to something called Office of the Opposition. Okay.
Yeah, they have. I think what is it they get? They get 28 million.
It's $3 or $4 million a month. Okay.
Yeah, I think
that they use how much any way they want. They pay agents. They pay people to go on campaign. They pay for material, flag, whatever they're doing. So we essentially are paying for these two parties to maintain. So
why can't we have a say?
Good, exactly. So let's just draw it back quickly, because there will be other examples of that later. But let's draw it back quickly to GCOM. Now, people need to understand political strategy in Guyana.
Good afternoon, Anil Norton. I see you just joined the live. You're welcome to come up here too.
Hi, absolutely, I would love to have a conversation with Anil.
I see all the P.P.P. MPs and so are joining the live.
Anil, I would like you to come on and defend what a proud house slave is, and please shed us some light on what that meant.
And
I will give you the floor. Melissa and I can stay quiet and let you explain.
Then you explain.
Yeah, you come, please, because I'm. Anyways, don't let us give you a opinion. Anyways, back to the GCOM conversation. Mm-hmm. It's understanding political strategy. Now, every political party that has ever ruled this country, which is only two, P.P.P. and PNC/A.P.N.U., they have the same political strategy, right? Divide and conquer and keep people uneducated and poor. That's how we control the masses. Simple. All right? Now,
divide and conquer and keep people uneducated and poor, keep them dependent on them as well. That is why they give you so much crash grants and school children grant and that grant and them kind of. They rather give you handout so that you're always depending and always looking out for something, like you're always begging them for something, than actually empowering you. Hold on, I still get a request.
To be independent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, than actually empowering you to earn or to be independent. And listen, Keon, you said something just now that took me back to something. So I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was like, you know what? I am shocked and surprised that not just the two main, not just the PP and the A.P.N.U, A.F.C, not just the two main parties, but WIN, and we have Forward Guyana, we have Simona Brooms. But I am really, really surprised that I have not seen any political party emphasize the need for constitutional reform. None.
Yeah.
Why is that? And with Keon, not only that. And when I said this to the person said to me, said to me was like, oh, only educated people care about constitutional reform. That was the person's exact words. Only the type of people that you Melly, but you know, like the average person living day to day don't really care so much about constitutional reform. You'll only hear the educated persons bringing up constitutional reform and they want this to be changed. But Kian, please explain why is it important, very, very important for us to have constitutional reform? Because I keep saying to my followers all the time, we as a people are not safe under no government. We ain't safe under no Amanzo, we ain't safe under no Simono, we ain't safe under no Mohammed, we ain't safe under no Irfan, we ain't safe under no Aubrey. We as a people, we are not safe under any government unless there is constitutional reform.
100%. You're 100% correct. And let me hammer this home quickly so everybody can understand just a simple, short version of this. All right. The Constitution is our overarching laws. Okay. It trumps any law in this country. The Constitution is designed for everyone to be equal. Now, it should be designed that way. Now, the problem with our Constitution is many, many years ago, back in Burnham days, he curated, he wrote this Constitution as one of the authors through the British, all right, to ensure that the head of state always maintained complete control. So they wrote a constitution that is very similar to a king's power. So like how there's the King of England. Now, this constitution made sure that whoever is in charge of the country had overarching powers. They could do anything they want, to the point where the laws didn't really apply to them. All right? To the point where everybody got, just to give you an example, everybody got a transport, right? You know, all we got we transport for we land, whoever got. Now, what you don't know about that is in our constitution, it allows for the government, if they find the need for it, they could come and collect back you land, because all the land is actually state-owned. And it's just almost rented or loaned to citizens. All right? That's why you've watched the government do all of this horrible nastiness to the people with the bridge, coming and taking the land and bullying them and paying them too little bit money, and they can't do anything about it. These are examples of how flawed our constitution is. So we need constitutional reform in order to bring the power back down to the people. We need to reduce the powers of the politicians and the president, all right, and give some of that power back down to the people.
Back to the people.
Give it to the judiciary. Give it to the legislative, which is parliament.
Give it to the tongues. I want to see mayors and this. I want to see mayors not dependent on the government, government in power, waiting for them to hand them this money. No, I want to see money being allocated to them, and they have councillors and they have a board and everybody. So they are looking after the community and they're looking after people in the community. The people get to decide who they want to be their mayor, who they want to be their councillors, who they trust to look after their community, to make the community safe. That is how I would love to see if we do have some divine intervention and we do get to the point where we're speaking on constitutional reform. I do hope that they listen to people like me and you and have a direct insight as to how we would like to see us as citizens being governed in our communities, our villages, and our towns.
So let me tell you how constitutional reform occurs. It actually is not politicians should be deciding that. There's things called referendums where we take votes in like mini votes in the country. And if they want to change a law, or how it should be, if they want to change the constitution, allow the people to vote on that. Okay? If I decide that I want the president to have less power than he does in finance, I love your example, because that's how this government really controls everything in this country. It's all about the money. What people don't realize is all the purse strings, the Ministry of Finance, allocation to local governments, allocation to boards, state entities, GPL, I don't care what you call it, the police, the army, all of that money comes from central government. That has to be changed because nobody can run their respective organization or be independent if they have to beg for the money, if the money is not given to them lawfully. So what happens is the P.P.P. is watch the councillors in these different areas that are up there, even Georgetown, Mayor and City Council.
Look at what's happening. I was about to say, look at what's happening at the Mayor and City Council, and you would think that these people don't want to do their job, but they can't operate without any finance, and the P.P.P. controls that finance.
So I just have to explain how that works. Just quickly, Mayor and City Council. When Mayor and City Council is collect rates and taxes, what happens, and this is people don't know, it goes, every budget, it goes into local government budget. So that money is given to central government and then is reallocated back to City Council through local government. But here's what the joke is. If City Council collects $10 billion in rates and taxes, this go to Parliament, and then in budget, in local government budget, they just give them back $2 billion. So they're stifled. They're not giving all the money back. And then people wonder why they're not paying garbage, why they're not cleaning drain, why they're not cutting grass, why they're not fixing up these things, because the P.P.P. is stifling them. And that's why we need the minority. So let me just quickly double back on what the minority will help with. And this is the constitutional reform conversation. Getting constitutional reform means you have to have 2/3 of Parliament agreeing to it. Now here's the joke. Everybody in opposition, whenever the P.P.P. or PNC in opposition, they always
want constitutional reform.
Constitutional reform.
Yeah.
The minute they go in power, we done with them. No, we
because when they see all the benefits or everything is in their favor, they're like, oh, wait a minute, constitutional what? No, we don't want that.
Good. So what the minority government can do now, if they don't control, and this is where A.F.C. failed, and this is what the new third parties, we, people like you and me, Melissa, will hold them accountable to. What you need to do is put constitutional reform on the table as a negotiation aspect. So, yes, you want to pass this budget, you want this law. Well, me and
our people, we want this.
All agree to it. The P.P.P. must have a couple of them people to agree to it as well, because it needs to be 2/3. It's not like regular laws where it's only 50%, 33 seats. It needs to be 40, whatever 2/3 is. What was 60%? Anyways, 40 something seats. Now, what they will do is they will say, listen, we need the constitution reformed in this area. You need to agree to this, and then we will agree to this project.
We will agree to
this budget. Use it and force the government for constitutional reform. Force them to say, so the first thing is the money. That's the best thing. First thing in constitutional reform. All regions and local government entities, regional councillors are all given a certain percentage allocated to them every year, no matter what. The government don't get to decide how much.
They don't get to decide.
Fixed amount of percentage that goes back to them from the budget every year. And all of a sudden you can see local government elections flourishing. Everybody in the neighborhood doing great because those councillors now, here's the key.
They want to be really
So
they want to be re-elected.
Please their neighbors and their community first before they please the party. Because right now they got kiss ass to the party, the P.P.P., to collect a little bit of money just to sustain themselves and try to look like they're walking. We need to change. Let the money get distributed equally to everyone. And the government controls it. That's how they control this country. Go on.
The finances. That's how I was saying. That's how they control. Something I was gonna tell you while you were speaking, and because I didn't want to cut you, I kind of think. So I'm saying, yeah, okay, I see somebody sending me. District Guyana Election Commission 2025. Guyana decides 2025. District results expected by September 3rd. National Declaration September 4th. So yeah, somebody just
family thing. That's a good question. It seems like somebody might pass a back. Seems like somebody pass a back. We do the who knows.
Go. Can you talk about Charles? Because that's what I am about to talk about.
Oh, please do. Let's.
I love these predictions that they have. So Shaz just put out.
He blocked me. Please read because I can't see. I'm blocked.
Oh, it's your old best friend.
The funny thing is, right, is when he and all of them from TCI were running for local government election, they wanted to come and use my platform, and I think I still thought back then that at least they still get 2 or 3 of them with a little ounce of decency and integrity. They came to use my platform when they're running for local government, and they want to do this while he was running and all of that. I allow him to use my platform. We were on TikTok, we were on Facebook, saying that he's a good person and he deserves. Now look at Shaz. Please read his prediction for me.
Just have some self-respect. Like, everybody sees that you're a liar now. I don't know how these managers feel. Let me be Guyanese for a second. I don't know how these managers feel that you just spent 5 years cussing up the P.P.P, how they corrupt, how the system broken, and this has to change. And then you join them, and we think everybody forget what you said.
Like we supposed to, and that's what and here's the thing. I have been saying to them, everybody that is now endorsing the P.P.P and is now telling you poor people to come out and vote, it's like they're literally telling you, please come and vote so that I can remain rich. That's it. Please come. It's the simplest way I could put it. Please vote for the P.P.P so that me and my family can remain rich.
Yeah. That's it.
That's all.
Let me tell you, Melissa, and we in the home stretches. I can talk you the story properly. Every single one of them. You name anybody that has switched sides, they switch sides for money. Okay, or they had a problem with money, and they
had a problem that they needed the P.P.P to take
and fail investments. I can talk about people legal case with land. Remember, the government takes certain 007 people.
007 land. And it's still in court. It is still in court. It is still in court.
Right.
And my guess is that it will suddenly just disappear. We won't be hearing anything more about those keys.
Correct.
Let me get to Shah, since we were talking about Shah.
Walking with the government for all these kids driving around government vehicle, rural get job in with culture and blah blah blah. All of them tech buyout. I can tell you now. Oh my gosh. Let me tell you what I see today. Oh God. Here. I know Asha Kissoon personally, okay?
Oh my God.
I dealt with Asha Kissoon all through the years. I tell you what I see today. I reached the mall with me daughter, right? I go, she want to buy a dress, so we going into Giftland Mall. And let's tell you guys a liar. Asha Kissoon is a public service that just work for public hospital, right? In Chicago Little Clinic. Asha Kissoon, do you know them doctor salary? They ain't paying no kind of big money, all right? They might get a little duty free for under 1500 cc or under 2000 cc.
I would know the doctors and all are complaining. We can get to that too.
I reached the mall today and a black brand new Land Cruiser. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember the license plate. It was maybe P.P.P with 3 numbers. I can't remember this one. I'm my daughters, I don't want it. Anyway, who jumped out of this from the back seat? She got driver.
She a personal
tint up, brand new Land Cruiser. Jump out of the back seat and gone into the mall or wherever she gone. And I went, Asha Kissoon, will you get all of this from, partner? Because it ain't from hard work in the hospital. Because I never see a doctor with a driver on a Land Cruiser.
Or the driver on a Land Cruiser. Not only that, since we on all of them that are telling you to vote people that are gaining all these things. Let's talk about Joel Gansham that have the Ministry of Housing drivers as his personal chauffeur. Who is Joel Gansham again? Please remind me. Which office, which minister, which ministry, what's he portfolio? What minister? What post he holding? He's the minister of what? Why is he listen?
It's your worthless, man. This is why we got vote these people out. They're teething left, right, and center. And everybody
not just teething. It's not just teething. It's the blatant disrespect for taxpayers' money. You using taxpayers' money we got ministers that get
and then giving people 100,000 and talking like it's
money. I'm telling you about generational wealth. Man, look, that was the craziest thing. Hi, Mark.
Good night, Melly Mel. Thank you.
Yeah, Mark. How are you, buddy?
I don't like how we're joining this conversation. Yeah, talking about Asha.
Good night. Guyana decides 2020.
Mark, talk your story, Mark. Talk your story. Mark and I are in Anu together. Mark, no Asha story. Good. What did you say? This is politics, not church. Talk your story, Mark.
Come on, Mark. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Guyana decides 2025. Welcome to the conversation.
Good night. Thanks for having me here. I'm watching along. An interesting conversation that I see you having there, and then y'all talk about action. Come on, man. We can't talk about anything better than
We
that.
can talk about everybody. We on this election, yeah. V.P.A has just joined, but V.P.A, we're gonna listen to Mark first. Hi, and then we're gonna come over to you. Hi.
Hey, Mark.
Hi. Good night, Darwin. Yeah. So I saw
the next day.
That's so
why,
cool.
if you know, you got cussed alone. I got cussed and lambasted by everybody else after the last live I did. But Asha has a lot of temerity. Asha decided to sit in that seat, be as quiet as a mouse, and as soon as she came out and joined the P.P.P, when that was guaranteed, when she knew that she was on their list, then she regained her voice and started doing some live programs. I saw she and her husband to be Amir Ahmad were on a show or
That's what I
something
was
like
saying.
that.
I saw Asha speak. I see Asha a live interview from Asha for the first time. I think it's sometime last week or before the last. She was on this program with Fariza and this other one. This propaganda thing where they have us do this sitting and talking to politicians.
Oh, that's starting point. That's starting point thing.
Whatever it is, starting point or last point or no point.
Guyanese politicians, but really and truly just another P.P.P site.
Another P.P.P. and just another P.P.P. propaganda page. No point, because it's no point. But yeah, and I was like, wait, Asha speaking.
I saw Neil did a live with Asha afterwards where she spoke about why she stayed in the seat. And it was because A.P.N.U in 2023 were already starting to show our colors that we were going to collaborate with Team Mohammed since then. That was when Ralph Ramper and Timothy Jonas was still with A.P.N.U. So I don't know where this girl is getting this nonsense from. And came out that, oh, she had to keep the seat for the Guyanese people. I don't see what people like Asha bring to the P.P.P, but I know they're well accepted, blessed, and hugged up when they go in there. That's their business. Guyana will decide as the program is, and I know that a lot of people are looking on here, and they will be making the right decision. The right decision is to get the PPPC out of office, and for us to have a change in the entire makeup of Guyanese politics. And for all of those who are looking on here, third party politics is actually something that is growing, something that is accepted, something that is looked forward to, and we're looking for the change that you want to see.
So Mark, I'm gonna come to you just now, Dory. Keon, anything you want to ask Mark? Keon, anything you want to ask Mark? Anything anybody in the comments want to ask? Anything?
Very important. No, I think the most important thing I want Mark to speak about is WIN's. I know he's intricately involved. Is WIN's current situation when it comes to GCOM elections tomorrow, observers, agents, blah blah blah. I want you to tell us if there's issues, or tell us how confident y'all are. Tell us organization, what's going on there.
I know Guyana is looking on. So we had our list of polling agents finally accepted. We were not the only party who were misguided and had some issues with the submissions of lists. Again, this is a GCOM something. We know GCOM and timelines, they have their own timelines. For example, we mentioned the one with the join the list that they robbed people about 9 or 10 days that they were supposed to have. But yes, after some deliberation on Saturday, WIN's list of polling agents, along with other parties, our Guyana, ALP, and the Corn Guy, all the lists were accepted. So now it's just a matter of getting the logistics in place for all of the polling stations to have the requisite polling agents going there, the supernumerary agents able to make contact and ensure everything is going okay, and of course come back all the way up to the election agent. That is the work that is undergoing right now. All political parties, WIN included, looking at the logistics aspect of it. What is important is, even though we have representatives and we're looking to have representatives in each and every polling station, it is important for the rest of the Guyanese public to be vigilant. Vigilant in the sense that you must stay on the lookout, looking for anything that may not be up to scratch. We've already had some issues here. I just saw the soldiers had a little shootout on the river again. That is like quite the norm of that side. Venezuela shoot at them whenever they feel like. we have to be very careful to make sure that no ballot box is lost. Everything goes to the tabulation centers on time, so that by 6, when poll closes at 6, we can have our SOPs start coming in, and of course the tabulation during the course of the night or the next day, depending on the work that the ROs will be putting in. But for when we've set.
Y'all have agents in every single polling station?
We have identified agents for every polling station, yes, with alternate agents that we have on standby. So in the event, because we don't know that people, somebody might get diarrhea or something in the morning, but we have adequate alternate agents that are on standby in case one of the original ones don't turn up.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit? So we just got word from the GCOM press conference, as I'm sure you have gotten already, that they are not going to release official results for 2 or 3 days after the election. Now, we know the process dictates now that these SOPs, statement of polls, need to be shown immediately in front of the building and sent to GCOM or put up online, something along that area. Can you tell me about the mechanism that you guys have in place that will be counting these votes as they come in? Do you have a tabulation center, anything?
Because everyone is putting in systems in place, because GCOM has, other than putting the SOP on a conspicuous location at the polling site, they must also send a soft copy to a centralized location where parties can have access to it. Now, our own internal setup is for us to have various, one command center where all this information comes back to us. So we will know as soon as our agents are finished flashing a copy of that SOP that is going up, what is the result in the polling station that they would have been. So that tabulation will be ongoing during the course of the night. So that's what I'm saying, with some certainty that by 12 o'clock, or at least, but we know we have some issues with the far off ones, but at least by the next morning, just like how we knew the results of the last elections by the next day, similarly, we will know, and all the parties will know. I know the P.P.P is doing the same, WIN is doing the same, the A.P.N.U, hopefully they're doing the same. For the larger parties, we're able to field candidates in almost all of the polling stations. So yes,
right.
That is something that is out there that we keep in track of.
Good. We can bring Jarwin back on in a second, but I have to say this, okay? And this is for all Guyanese. Guys, here's the problem, okay? We know that the P.P.P and A.P.N.U are liars. Okay, we know that they have no shame in lying about anything. Now, here's my problem. If GCOM is taking this long to put out official results, just like we saw in 2020, please be on the lookout that all of these political parties, for that matter, are going to claim that they won. All right? And it's going to cause an issue. All right, I can only at this point in time ask all political parties to please be respectful, please be honest and decent. Do not cause unrest unnecessarily. Let us wait for GCOM's results. But at the same time, we're in a particular situation here where everybody is, there's a big prize at hand here, and everybody can be fighting for it. Mark, I know in your guys' case here, I know you guys got some good people behind the scenes. I can only ask y'all to be as honest and decent as possible. This can be my only request. But all Guyanese, all listening to this, you guys have to not listen. I mean this with all due respect. Not listen to any political parties that they have won or what the results are until GCOM puts out their results. Okay, then.
So, Kenan, just for Guyana and all to be aware. There is a standard timeline whereby questions can be raised and you can ask for example, a recount. And that is normally within the first 24 hours. So GCOM has to cater for this timeline in case there is a close result in any one of the region or the sub-regions as they're divided, the 3 regions, region 3, region 4, and region 6 are divided into sub-districts rather. There can be questions for recount, and GCOM has a stipulated timeline where this must happen within a 24-hour period. And that is one of the major issues why they cannot issue a formal result or an official result in 24 hours. If no one has asked for a recount or any of the other things that they can ask for political parties, then they can go ahead and once their tabulation is correct and it's all signed off, they can have the official results in 48 to 72 hours. So that should be the timeline that we're looking forward. But as I'm saying, all of the political parties, they will have an idea of what is the official result by the next morning.
Good. All right. Any other questions, Melissa? Go ahead.
Not a question, but something I want to bring to your attention. So, like I said, I don't know everything, but people seem to message me because they think I know everything. So this man messaged me and he says, "Hey, this is my ID." He sends me his ID. You can tell that he's an older person.
Okay.
He sent me his ID and he said, "Hey, I am from Half Mile, Linden. I have my ID card, but my name cannot be found on the pinned list where it should be. Can you help me out?" So he sent me his ID and stuff. Mark, you're on the ground. Keon, how for people like him and others who are looking, who can't find their name on the list and trying to find where they should be voting, how do I help him?
I just posted the link. Honestly, I can even help him right now.
But remember now, he is an older. Remember, he's a senior citizen. They might not know too much about going to these links and typing in their name for the polling station to come up to see where.
What's the number? GCOM has also a hotline, a number out that people can call to get it. I can check. Mark, and go ahead while I look for the number, unless you have it.
Yeah. So if you have an ID, it's easy. Everyone can access the internet now, more or less, and they can find it. But I know for those persons who may be living in interior areas, their ID may be lost, and they would usually go and vote at a specific location. That may be best for them to start where they voted the last time, because it will be somewhere in the environs. Like I can say safely that I have always voted at the Tutorial Academy here in Amsterdam, and my name is still up there, and it's been there for the last 3 election cycles. So this guy, if he has been in that location, that address for a number of years, it should be around the same area. But again, this has to be confirmed. Some parties have set up, like I saw, just like how GCOM got a number, I think the P.P.P got a number. We're trying to get our agents in the area. So like this coming from Half Mile. If I can get this information, I can forward it to somebody in the Linden area who can reach out directly to this individual and help them much better.
So Mark, I'm gonna hold you to that. So I'm going to forward his name and number via your inbox so that you can help because
I can even tell you right now.
I can forward it to you to Keon.
You want to send it to me right now?
Keon, you finished researching it?
Yeah, I have the link here. I just need to type in the
ID number.
Type in his ID number. You want to send it to me?
Yeah, I'm sending it to you. I'm sending it to you now.
Yeah, and we can do this for anyone, guys. I'm frightened that if we off this to the public,
listen. Everybody be sending their ID. Can you find? Listen.
Hold on. I'm pausing for a second. Okay.
This is gonna be a work by itself.
This is a work by itself, and this is something that I think that
political parties.
These small parties and these political parties should have made providers for. You have a hotline. P.P.P is in desperation. People, they set up hotlines. They do all these things, and they have all these things in place. Anything they're willing to help to do it right now because they want to stay in power. They are so. I have never seen, and I love it. I keep saying I've never been this excited, but at the same time I'm anxious. Anxiety is getting the best of me, but I've never been this excited for a general election in such a long time.
You didn't send it to me. Just send it to me, please.
I did. I probably sent it to the wrong
WhatsApp. Send it on WhatsApp.
Okay, let me send it on WhatsApp.
Greetings, tune in. Everyone else that's in the live right now, come tune in. If you haven't already, do remember to like search. Everyone will be able to access it in their algorithm. And if you haven't already subscribe, buddy. It costs you nothing to stay updated with everything that's trending in Guyana and in the diaspora. One love.
Yeah, I can take it 2 seconds.
So, Melly Mel, just like how you were excited, I can tell you in Region 6 here, the people are very excited. Not New Amsterdam, which probably is a bit dead. But if you go up to quarantine, there's a hive of activity in the Riverton Springlands area because lots and lots of people are coming over and have come over from Suriname. We have a number of people that are coming over, even from there's a couple of villages in the deep down the Quarantine River, Apuera and some other villages we have a lot of persons that are coming from there that are registered, and they have similar issues because some of them, although they're registered, they have registrations in Georgetown, in Barbados here, and some other locations. It's a bit difficult for them. I know the P.P.P were over there. Vishnu Mahadia himself was over there. I know we had some representatives from WIN over there, and they're coming over to vote. Those who are going to vote in Riverton or any other area where they're registered, they're coming to vote. But lots and lots of persons are coming over from Suriname. We have to be very careful to ensure that our polling agents
Okay, Mark.
are
So
up to
somebody's
date,
asking, since you're
making
here
sure.
and you're a representative of WIN, somebody here on the live is asking, how was Tabitha? Is that her name? Tabitha? I said
Sarbo
this
Hali.
before. Where's it?
Tabitha Sarbo Hali. Yeah.
Tabitha Sarbohali. I have a habit of butchering people's name. It's a very, very bad habit. But somebody comment is asking, how was she selected as Prime Minister candidate for the WIN party?
And just before you ask Mark, please, Mark, can you just lean back a little bit from the camera?
You get too close up to the camera.
Everybody's
Yeah.
staring at your forehead. Yeah.
And my forehead.
You see all your wrinkles.
Yeah. So that decision was a decision that was made by the WIN executive, and the presidential candidate in particular had a huge say in making that decision. That is as much as I can divulge.
That is as much as you can say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Just quickly again, tilt down the camera. Mark, we can't see you.
Mark, we can't see you. Good. Mark, you gotta fix your phone down. Yes.
Yes.
And then go out a little now. God.
Yeah. It's just how the lives work. Mark. Sorry, do you have any? I just
have another question. Somebody, anybody send you any question, Kian?
No. I just want to ask Mark why vote for WIN. I want him to sell.
Well, listen, shoot, before we can put these two questions in, why vote for WIN? Not only why vote for WIN, because somebody just sent me a question. A question for the this is coming from Hope. Hope is saying, question for the small parties. As an undecided voter, what guarantees are there that these small parties will not throw their support behind the PP as seen in the last election? So Mark, you're answering two questions. Why vote for WIN? And what guarantee can you as a small party get? Well, y'all already look like a small party right now, but I'm still referring to you as a small party. What guarantee can you give us, these undecided, what can you say to an undecided voter as to what guarantee can you give them that you guys will not be another arm of the PP like we've seen in the past?
Okay, so let me start personally where I come from, and this is with Kian. We're part of A.P.N.U. A.P.N.U is collaborating with WIN, and we have made it clear to our supporters and the persons in Guyana who have voted for us and supported us as always that we will never be coalescing with any one of the major parties. And I listed three: A.P.N.U, A.F.C, and the P.P.P, and that is something that we stand true to. When we had our initial conversations with Team Mohammed, which was before WIN was actually formed, the decision was the same. They will not be coalescing with any of the larger three parties, right? They're willing to work with other groups and work with other parties. And that is how we sign our collaboration agreement. Now, WIN was birthed by request of the people, and it is a party, and I don't think it's a small party anymore. It is a party that is representing the will of the people. And yes, both sides, both left and green and red side, have tried to throw WIN along with the other team. Oh, Mohammed and his dad has always been supportive of the P.P.P since 1992. Michelle Mohammed spoke about offering protection services, financing, and other things for the P.P.P. And he has done similar for the A.P.N.U A.F.C because he has supported them financially also. So the P.P.P has said that, oh, WIN is working in bed with the A.P.N.U, trying to get Indo-Guyanese votes so that we can get them out of power. A.P.N.U is now saying that we're working with the P.P.P. So both sides are throwing us under the bus. In some way.
So it's
but the truth is WIN is actually here for a change. As much as I have gathered from my participation with WIN, it is here for a change. It is here to change the entire system of politics in Guyana, whereby two parties have controlled politics for since we got independence. It has not worked. For 60 years, this has not worked. The left side, the right side, it's not working. Green side, red side, it's not working. That is why there's so many persons who are fed up with the system and they're supporting WIN. And that is how our party was birthed. And this is the support that we're getting. Why vote win?
So
Now,
this
the
same
major drawback,
Go ahead,
drawback, what people have in supporting win is that which has been peddled by the incumbent government. Oh, you vote win, you're voting for a sanctioned person. You're voting for someone who, if they assume the presidency, your whole country will be sanctioned. They even went further, financing persons in the US who have the listening ears of the congressmen and women to come out and say that, oh, Win is working in bed with the Maduro regime and that we are a proxy of the Maduro
you
regime.
just said that
when
I'm
that
an
is
agent of Maduro.
nothing from the farther from the truth. The truth is the P.P.P has been even closer with the Maduro regime than any other party, and we have JAGDEO on record offering them a way out to the Atlantic coast, right off the Orinoco Delta. So if there's anybody who is close to the Maduro regime, it is the P.P.P. It is the P.P.P that signed the Petro-Caribbean deal with the Maduro regime since then. Or the Chavez regime, which continued with the Maduro regime. So the P.P.P are even closer to them. Now they've come out with, and this is Woodrow Johnson and the other ones who are paid to spread nonsense. They have evidence of Mohammed, and firstly we're talking about Az, going into the Venezuelan embassy. And I know Kian spoke about it earlier. And what is their image? What is their evidence? Somebody walking and crossing the road from one end and getting the car to the other side. You can't even make out who the person is fully. And there is no evidence of anybody going in any embassy, coming out any embassy, or doing anything with any embassy. But they're trying their utmost to try to say that, oh, a vote for us and a vote for Team Win is a vote for the Maduro regime. And it's a vote for them taking over Essequibo. And it's a vote for you.
Greetings, Jeffrey. Tuning in. Kira, thanks for tuning in. Everyone is under the right spring of haven't already taken seconds. Second to make sure that everyone have a chance to listen and once again
for the Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Iceland, all of those countries that have either coalition government because you have many small parties working together, or you have a minority government where you have to speak with the opposition. You have to work with the opposition. You have to fix systems. This is what we want for Guyana. And if we don't have it via either what looks like a coalition government of all the parties, or at least a minority government whereby you can control what actually happens, then our country will go nowhere. The winner-take-all system has failed us horrendously, and we have to get rid of it.
Darwin Best, I know you just joined us, but I don't know if I didn't know if you heard the question that was posed to him, because I'm going to pose the same question to you, seeing that you're here as a representative for one of the small parties as well. So Hope is asking, this question is coming from Hope, and she's asking, what guarantee can this small party give us that they will not just become another arm of the PP like prior to what happened in 2020?
First, thank you for having me here. And before I get into answering any questions, I must thank you. Again, I must thank you for all the work you have done.
Thank you.
I would have texted you earlier. I don't know if you realize. I think you deserve an award.
Thank you.
Highlighting and demonstrating the amount of corruption that Guyana would have faced over the last 5 years. I don't think anyone would have been as vocal as you were. And if there's one thing I want to see happen is a change of administration so you can come home and be a part of what you would have championed to create. Wherever Guyana is going today, you deserve to be here to enjoy.
Correct.
Wherever we're going next, because if it wasn't for people like yourself, 80% of what's happening here would not have been known. So they can continue to try to mute you. But I can see the strength in you, and it's people like you that gives people like myself the strength, because I was very quiet. When I see a female talking out and running her mouth, I said, "Why you gotta start talking to?"
Thank you, though. I appreciate that. I really
appreciate the work you've been doing. I don't think you've been recognized enough, and I feel you should be recognized. If there've been a lot of doctorate handing out, I think you deserve one of those honorable doctorate. I don't know what area we'll hand it out, but you need it. So the question is, why would we collate with anyone?
No, not collate. Why should they basically want to know why they should trust these new and upcoming small parties now? Because remember, all the rest of small parties became lit except for A.N.U. all the rest of small party literally became an arm of the PPP. So they want what guarantee that you guys are not going to be collating with
asking
the PPP?
Forward Guyana movement that question would almost be like asking you, would you work with the sitting government? Why did I say that? Let's start with VPAC. What started VPAC? VPAC was started because of the discrimination I would have faced, and I started just speaking out, just to give you some backdrop. And I started speaking out, not with any intention of getting into politics. I decided that there's so much, and when I realized, like I said, I've gotten the strength from people like yourself and Kean, that I will start speaking out against this corruption. And the same offers that you see people like, and I'm going to call his name James Bond and the rest of them to switch shirts, I would have been presented with those offers. I've received a call from Freedom House, and they instructed me or encouraged me to go to NEWSROOM. And there was a list of questions for me to answer. And when I look at the list of questions, it concerned me because they're expecting me to go on the news and basically lie on myself. An old friend of mine said, so they expect to beat you until you don't cry. You know that saying? Wax Bible until you don't cry at the same time.
And don't tell you don't cry.
So they've been beating me for the last 4 years. And I mean, you've seen it. The world would have seen it. But expect me to go on the news and say, this government has not discriminated against me. So who did?
It's so like, you know why? You know why I laugh, Darwin? It's like Amir, it's like the conversations that me and Amir were having. I can't, like, why would people, and I understand, now I understand, while I was saying to myself, I don't understand what would make anybody in Guyana or in the P.P.P or in any government think that they could convince me to work for the people. Like, what is it? But then, when I see how they have managed to convince, all these influencers that they have been victimizing and doing the most of for the last 5 years, I'm like, wait a minute. I think these people really believe that because they were able to convince all these other influencers and these people to go out, to come on social media, come out and say, vote PPP, that, you know, they literally think that they could have actually convinced me to work with them. Like, I kid you not. Amir honestly and truly really thought that we were friends, and he was convincing me to come out and join PPP before the upcoming election. I wanted what I wanted.
You know why that is, Melly Mel, Melissa? Because the sitting government would have left us to starve. They would have forgotten us. They would have treated the citizens of this country so bad that they believe that every single one of us they dangle a few dollars in front of is prepared to sell its birthright just for an opportunity for the next meal. But no,
but look how much people are. Keon, and I must say shout out to you and you, Darwin, and the few that we have left. Francis, the very few that we have left that decided to say no, that say, like me personally, I could not live with myself if I would turn around and do something like that to all these people that are on this live now, how much, 2,000 or something of y'all, how much ever y'all that are on this live now, that would have supported me throughout the years that I've been victimized by this government, that has been there for me.
A woman.
That have been there for me, that has supported me, that I have encouraged to speak out, to do this, that I've been helping. I know personally of it. I get so much victimization story I can't even speak on, because they are still so traumatized that they don't even want me to speak on it. They are just okay with being victimized and staying quiet and just letting me know what's happening. This is happening. Like, how can, like, I cannot imagine.
You see,
Beth, I don't know how do y'all live under that kind of oppression where you can't say anything, you can't do anything, people are living in fear. People are Keon, Darwin, I am talking to you, my skin is groaning because I can't begin to explain to y'all the level of fear that people are living with in Guyana, because I know firsthand, I talk to them every day. Their own supporters, their own family members are living in fear. And I never thought that I would have seen the day where we are, Guyanese are just sitting and just mute. Nobody wants to ruffle any feathers, say anything, because everybody's living in fear.
It's crazy.
Let me give you a crazy example. 1 second. Let me give you a crazy example. I was dropped off last night, and my first cousin's girlfriend was in the car, and she refused to get out the car. I mean, sorry, she refused to come to the our last function that we had.
The level of fear is Keon. Keon.
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. They don't even want to be
there.
I have friends. Let me tell you this. And I know you just came on and you were telling me about, you said thank you and I don't, or not many people that like this actually say that to me, but I do plan, like after these elections and everything, I do plan, because I would have to explain to y'all in depth the amount of sacrifice that I have made to literally continue to do this, to fight, to want to do this. And a year ago or so, before
unnoticed.
Huh?
It has not gone unnoticed.
And a year ago, before I even started this thing, me and my husband was having like really bad issues within the marriage, because he was like, Melissa, from the time you get up in the morning and you open your phone, you literally check out for the rest of the day. You're just answering this question, helping this, you're calling this person to deliver this, to pick up this, because I'm running literally an entire operation from another country, have to depend on people in another country to get done what I need to get done. Go to this, pick up that, do that. It costs money. And he was like, you are literally checked out from the time you get up in the morning. You're checked out for the rest of the day until you're ready to sleep again. And I had to stop that, because I was so detached from like what was happening around me. We would be sitting at dinner, he talked to me, and I on the phone just totally, completely out of touch with anything that's happening around, because I was so focused on people in Guyana, back home, helping and doing what I need to get done. So why this election is so important to me, and it's so important for having you guys here, and it's so important for me, because I really want people to understand. I really want them to go out and vote. Not for me. Me asking no sympathy. Don't worry with the struggles or whatever I went through. I good. But I just really, I don't want to get up for the next 5 years every morning and answering questions and dealing with people saying, you could give me some food stuff, or you could help me with passage to go to work, or I send them children to school today, or like I really do not want to deal. I'm praying and hoping that I do not have to deal with that for the next 5 years. And this all y'all getting under this administration, the money just staying at the top 1%, the family and friends, it ain't trickling down to the regular man. Don't worry, again, the ones that are coming out here, the Shahs and the and who else, and the Marlon Jacobs and the Javons and the who else is the influencers and the other police people, and all these
what are they getting?
All these people are coming out to tell you vote.
What are they getting?
What I'm saying is basically they're saying to you, please vote for the P.P.P. so that I can continue to get contracts. So I can continue to get contracts. I can continue to be rich,
Melly Mel,
or I can get rich.
I would invite Marlon to come on this show now, because I will guarantee you he's never seen a $50 million.
No, he's never. And listen to this. I want for those of you.
That is what are you really selling your soul for?
But Keon,
and Jacobs didn't get anything.
He got contracts.
Oh, what? Okay.
He got, but what I'm saying, Keon.
Okay.
No, he did get contracts, but there's nothing compared. You see how Junior Bash stood down in that interview, like saying and said, oh, like people just rich people out here just borrowing $40 and $50 and $80 million and a small change. That is I want people to realize, and I want to emphasize on that. That is the amount of money that these PP friends and family and their associates, they call it small change. 50 and 80 and 60 money that some of us will never see in our lifetime. They call it small change.
They're lending it to their friend.
They're lending it to the friend. It's crazy. It's crazy. And what I'm saying, not only this, I want to say something about these contracts too. These contracts, and I want, for those of you that would have gotten these, because they're messaging me dealing with no contracts right now. They messaged me from Boxtown complaining. They gave them contracts, but they tell them,
Hear what Edge will tell them now. They gotta vote PPP and walk with 10 persons. They gotta let 10 persons from the household, like the family or friend, vote PPP too. So that's their that's the assignment for tonight. Vote PPP and bring 10 people. It's like a blessing circle. Except not really.
You'll get another $5 million contract. And you'll get another $5 million.
And you'll get another 50 million contract. And you'll get another 15 million. Well, they gave all 50, below 50 million because the NDC passes it out. So they want to keep it they want to keep it all below $50 million. So vote PP and bring 10 person. Like what? And they've been messaging me all week complaining about these contracts. And I keep saying to them, I am not dealing with any contract issue right now. I've said to you in numerous lives before, y'all will not be seeing that contract money until after election. That is why they running to give you guys contract at the last minute. They first of all, they know you're not going to finish it in time for you're not going to finish the road or whatever unless it's a got you clean and it take a day or two. But they know you're gonna finish the road by in the space of 2 weeks for election for get paid. So they know y'all ain't seen the money. The money is just there dangling so that you could go to the poll and that you could vote PPP. It's all politics. Some of you might not even see
because
it.
they have nothing else to campaign on.
They have nothing else to offer.
No, they have nothing else to campaign on. They cannot campaign on their track record. They can't tell the people come out and vote for us because look at what we have done. So the only thing that's left is to offer you a last minute crumbs, and because you've gotten nothing for over the years. So anything you get now is going to look like, I went into what's that place called behind the gym? Right behind the space gym. What is it called? That area back
the Chinese embassy.
Yeah.
Oh, the area. Oh, this.
What's the area called?
Yeah.
I don't know what the area is
Durban
called.
Backland. Durban Backland. And the guy there got a contract to clean the drain, and he become like the king of the community. And I'm asking him, and I'm sitting there trying to explain to him, do you understand what you're really worth? Do you understand what all of you are really worth? Because you're sitting here and you've gotten a last minute contract to clean that area only because there's an election. What happened 4 years ago? What happens after you elect these people back into office? Are they going to remember you? But I have to answer the question you asked me, Melissa. I was going off to tell you, this is what they would have did to me. I'm telling you how this movement started. When you look at the leader, the presidential candidate, she was one of the most vocal person on the opposition side of the house, hands down. Amanda we're speaking to. When she left, she had an opportunity to do like the James Bond and the Van West Charles and the CRAM and what's the guy named in Linden?
Figueroa.
And what did she do? She realized that where I'm standing, I'm not being heard. And the people that I'm pointing to obviously are not listening. So what do? She's decided to start her own. How many other female in Guyana would have taken that risk? Because she would have done what the males were afraid to do. So if you look at the quality and the reason behind Forward Guyana Movement and the people behind Forward Guyana Movement, I think it speaks for itself. None of us can be bought. Because if we were able to be bought, Amanda would have already been on the opposite side because she said it on our platform herself. Irfan, stop calling my phone, stop messaging me. I do not want to be the vice president, the PM candidate. We heard that. I have said publicly over and over, you cannot buy me. What I want is a Guyana works for all. Nigel London has been one of the most vocal persons. When Adrianna died, he was out there for the teachers, he was out there for the nurses. He's always out there. So the Forward Guyana Movement and then the other part of Forward Guyana Movement, there isn't anyone that is focused on power. The movement is built with love. We are focused on, I mean, Key and you were there, you met us last night. You understand how we operate in Forward. There's no one there that is focusing on who's the presidential candidate. We treat each other in that room like the same.
So Keon, I think you would have explained this perfectly the other day. So somebody in the comment is saying, I respect her, but why split the vote? Keon.
She's not split. We're not splitting the vote. What we're doing is offering Guyana a better option. For the last 59 years, what Guyana would have faced with is the red and the green. All you had was, in this government right now, 5,000 Guyanese Just imagine that. We probably don't even know who they are. Would have given the sitting administration a 1-seat majority. And what did they do with that? Passed budget in the trillions, unchecked. So what we're saying now, do not put that kind of power into one person's hand ever again. Let us have a house that there are people, there's others at that table that can defend policies that would make sure that mothers, single mothers, that houses are not built in swamp anymore. The teachers are not going home with salaries that can't make it through the first week of the month. But when you have a house where one man puts out a budget, and that budget, the rest of the ministers just say, oh, my ministry got enough and they're good with it. Obviously, they're going to pass the budget without focusing on, is this what we have been putting out in our policy? Is this what's going to work for all of Guyana? We are asking the Guyanese people to allow a house, a cabinet, that there's multiple voice at the table. This is not called, you might want to call it splitting the vote. What we're saying is, we are not going to put our future into a one-man kingmaker type policy ever again. Let us have a house where, you know what? The reason Melly Mel can't come home today is because she should be able to come home, because what she's been doing, politicians today have to understand that when they took that out of office, what they did is open themselves to public scrutiny. And you can't tell me you want to jail her because she exposed you for telling the truth, by telling the truth. Everything you have been saying is what has been transpiring. But now, because you're telling the truth, I'm going to jail her. Let's find some law to sue her, to mute her. But if you had someone like Amanza in that house, that would have never happened, because she would have stood against that. She wouldn't. But we have a house today that one man makes all the policy. One man passes the budget. Whoever votes against the budget, let us go back in time. For the last 59 years, the sitting house, Sharon Das, I mean, that's the only one. I mean, every other time, the vote goes with the house, whether it's good or bad. I mean, do you agree?
I agree.
So what do? Do you continue down the same path where every election, all we do is rotate, rotate, rotate? We need to be able to have a house where it is divided, and people must be able to be held accountable. And that is what we're fighting for.
You see, Melly Mel,
yeah,
everyone, the P.P.P thing has a price that they can buy people, that they can pay you a certain sum of money, and that you give up your freedom, you give up what is it that you represent and what is it that you stand for. What they can't take, and that is why I think up till yesterday, the VP was out there talking about they're gonna come with a deluge of messages and wrong information, trying to tell you this and the P.P.P did this and the P.P.P did that, because they're expecting what we're doing here today. And that is the way they think. When they hired that British consultant, I told us they have a British consultant who is down here, who they're going to look to bring on all of the influences, because I had a conversation with the man himself, and he was like, oh, we're going to get the Isaiah Moores and the other people and bring them on board and let them spread the good message at a price. It's a job for them. And everyone is within their right, yes. If you work in, like the Rastaman, I see he's be talking all over the place, a whole lot of nonsense. He had an account with Brian Max, I think he put up as his name. But they have circled and targeted, because of course you're learning from outside, you're learning from first world politics. If you can control the airwaves, if you can control the media, you have a huge say in terms of what the people listen to and what they follow. So that is their modus operandi. If they can take control of the social media influencers and influencers, then they will get it out there. But they've gone even beyond that. We have a lot of young people, and I'm surprised by some of them, a lot of young people who have a huge following. The Macho Gauls, and of course all the cricketers. We know the cricketers are in bed with them, and they're using that to give them some contracts. Oh, you're going to come and build a stadium up here. You're going to get your boy J.K. to get all the contracts and then share them out among the friends. So they're using that to change the configuration or the outlook of the P.P.P. But it's just a couple of family and friends, because it is Stephen Jacobs and all his little posse that's be around him. The whole Guyana team that's be torn all over is the same people.
You'll get a little contract.
You get a little contract.
isn't going down to
And they're not
anybody
even
else.
making anything proper from it because you know how long you got to wait to get your payments from your contracts. You know how they're struggling to make ends meet. And
Not
if
only
they got to
that,
give a
I've been telling
percentage to
them
their
this.
friends, and then they got to give a next higher percentage to the ones up above,
Then they
and
gotta
most of the
pay.
contractors
They
out
gotta
there,
pay
they're
to
not
get the
doing
money
anything.
fast. If they want the money speed up, you gotta pay somebody at 200. You gotta pay another one at 300. You got Vladimir, that's his name, Vladimir, the permanent secretary of over at Indar Ministry. He's gotta get he cut from all them 15% contract. He's gotta get he 15%. You gotta pay the man for speed up the countries. Everybody gotta get paid. Every single body got to get paid. So when they're done, and not only that, they drag you out with the one contract. So it's like they give you one contract, you get $3 million, you get a $3 million profit. Then you're seeing the $3 million profit till the next 6 months. And then by the time you're ready to see the $3 million profit the next 6 months, they keep back from the 3 million. You gotta go back another month or 2 or 3 to collect a little bit more from the 2 million. Them people, they're honestly and truly ain't really doing nothing for y'all. By the time y'all ready for collect the 3 million, y'all that's 6 million in debt. People
The
don't
corruption
collect
is
back the
endemic.
machine.
It's endemic.
Excavator
It's
get
endemic at
repossessed.
all levels. Because right at the NDC level, that $30 million that each NDC gets to spend, if you know the corruption behind it, just giving out the weed and contracts, cleaning the drains, doing the road shoulders, that is a total corruption. The cash grants, we know what has happened with the cash grants. People give who they want to give the little cash grants that they have. Other than the education grant, all the others are corrupt. Because the education grant actually is a finite register. But these are the ways that the P.P.P. has, everybody's hustling. If they're hustling from the very top, those at the bottom got to find some way to make their little hustle. And that's why, like, we have lots of people who sign on to be 10-day workers. Like, I know someone who is, who does some cleaning, went into Vindy's ministry to get a 10-day worker. She's suffering from abuse in her home. Her husband beats her, take away whatever money she works for, and has been waiting there months on end to see if she can get a little hold on. And can't get it now. So they only give who they want to give. And this is why we still have so many people who are poor, so many people who are suffering, so many people who are disillusioned and will not vote for the P.P.P. if they can have another option, a better option, a next option. And there are options out there.
Go ahead, Darwin.
No, I think it's Keon or Darwin. Keon, you were going to say something. Oh, I was just going to update the viewers that I found Keon, thanks. I find where he's voting. He's voting at New Silver City Secondary School.
Oh, beautiful. Good to hear.
There's the grandfather.
There's the uncle that messaged me about not finding his name on the list.
Darwin, go for it.
I see Amanza was sending me a request. Amanza didn't get to join you. Come off the live, come in back and send a request again, and it will.
I think there's a maximum 4. So one of you gentlemen are going to have to step off.
No, it's 4. Since when 4 is the maximum?
I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong?
No, man.
No, I think I see lives with much more than 4 persons.
Much more.
They have...
On Facebook?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Let me go. Right here. Let me go. Let me yeah. I want if a man's coming out.
Yeah. You get a whole opposition ministry.
I just going to say, Mark, please make a call to your party and see any of them. See if we name one come on. I'd be happy to have all of them.
Okay, they stopped it. I know at one point somebody have to come off. So they're saying the maximum is you plus 3 guests, yeah. So somebody has to come off. All right, so let me see. Mark, you, right?
Mark,
yeah.
Marcus, just give me a break. Mark,
just give me a break. You could always, if you remember anything you want to say, you find any new information, hello, we there here all the time. You just come on back.
Mark, you message
That's
me.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I listen.
And please tell anybody else, Hannah and or Tabitha, please send the messages to them and tell them we're asking. We'd love to have them on the platform. Let me get.
Yes, I'm getting to Adamanza now. I could have swear the other day, like I guess they were probably just titivating then, but I had like 6, 7, 8 people on one live because I know WhatsApp does the same thing with the video calls and so on. Now they're now allowing you so many people, but I guess they cut it out with the Facebook. I think Amanza is coming on. This person keeps sending me a request, but they're not coming on.
I think, so there's something that I was wanting to say when Darwin and I were talking. And the first thing that I wanted to correct his terminology on was the problem in Guyana is that we're not changing, we're just exchanging. That's the first issue. And then the next problem is we gotta stop calling this splitting the vote. The P.P.P. and A.P.N.U call it that because they're talking to their supporters to ensure that they don't vote anywhere else, so that they don't lose power. Oh my gosh, my favorite politician, a man.
I know. All right?
How are you?
Amansa, so
you win this election? Oh gosh.
Amansa, so Kian, myself and Kian decided that we're gonna do this. Guyana Decides Countdown. We're gonna be live. We decided we're gonna do this thing. We're gonna be live, giving election updates, any complaints, any discrepancy at any polling station. We're gonna be here live reporting because we feel as though we need to watch this election 24/7. So we're gonna be in and out of live.
You gotta watch them.
We're gonna be in and out of live from now until tomorrow when Kian get up and he going on the road. Hello, we on this live going on the road with he. We driving with he. We going to the polling station. We taking in all the complaints, all the reports, everything. We taking on the responsibility of watching GCOM and the P.P.P.
And I am so proud of y'all for doing this. This is the essence of democracy.
Yes.
This is the essence of democracy, where people participate in governance and in holding government accountable. And, that is the entire reason for Forward Guyana. So I say, y'all go forward, watch them with all the eyes that we have to watch them, because we have to understand what is at stake here. Understand what is at stake. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me though?
No, we can hear you loud and clear, man. So I'm hearing you loud and clear. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Can I say a statement as we continue to ask questions?
Sure.
I'm the first. I'm going to say this. Amansa, I will tell everybody in this entire country to vote for you, and I will say it right now. Okay? And all of you, anyone listening, I don't care what your situation is. We need Amansa in Parliament. Okay?
I've been saying this.
Her there, hollering for them, speaking for Guyanese, holding them accountable. Give Amansa a seat. I don't care how y'all twist or turn. If all y'all are there, that I know there's a lot of people that are not sure if they're voting. Man, I don't think anything will change. Man, nothing happened. Go out and vote for Amansa. You're 100% correct. The P.P.P. and A.P.N.U not going to change. Let we give Amansa a chance, and maybe the change will come with her. Give her the opportunity.
We need, and I think most of them on this live know by now that Amansa, even before she branched out and formed the own party, I was one of those persons that started saying, oh my God, when the first time I saw her debating in Parliament, I was like, because I didn't know much about because I think after Granger, a lot of us just kind of like fell out and fell back, like they wasn't really keeping up to date. But then I started following the A.P.N.U again. When I saw Amansa, I was like, who's this person debating in Parliament? And I started following her and I started watching her debates, and I was like, you know what? I just fell in love with her. She is by far one of my favorite politicians. I've been saying this to all the time. She's one of my favorite
Look at y'all got me blushing up here on the
female version of Obama.
Guys, I need some guidance here. I need some guidance here. Can you all see and hear me properly or no?
Yeah, we can. Perfectly.
Because my screen is completely black. I can't account for why. I can hear y'all very well, but I can't see.
I think, Amansa, because you joined from your personal page, and I think you just can't see the person. You can't see yourself. We could see you. We're seeing you.
And I'm looking all right?
Yes, you look fine. We can see you. We can see you.
Amansa, I have to ask. Come, this is your platform. We are less than 12 hours away from the polls. Amanda, lay it out for us. Why should the people of Guyana vote for you and Forward Guyana movement?
In one word, because real change can't wait. You notice I didn't say change can't wait. Because very often people want different. And in wanting different, we accept any quality of different. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
when
so,
we're desperate for it, we take anything.
Because they're desperate for it. Mm-hmm. You know, in the absence of water, a man in a desert will drink sand. And Kian, Melissa, let me be honest with you. Unless the people of Guyana force us as politicians to work together, it's never going to happen. I have worked in government. I've worked at CARICOM. I've worked with international UN organizations. So when I say what I have to say, it doesn't come from a lack of experience or any such thing. It comes from a first-hand understanding of how government works, how governments should work, of seeing how governments in other parts of the world works, and understanding that we in Guyana are so underserved and so taken for granted. And I spent 5 years in Parliament. And you know, a lot of people had a lot of things to say when I stepped out and formed Forward Guyana movement. But that came as a result of a deep commitment and an understanding that neither the Reds or the Greens are really and truly interested in constitutional reform. They are not interested in it. They pay lip service to it. They will throw some money behind it every budget to make people think that they're serious about it, but they are not.
Amanda, you joined. If I don't know if you were watching us from before, but myself and Keon were talking about the exact same thing. And I was telling him what somebody said to me. Somebody said to me when I asked, and I'm going to repeat this again because I'm going to constantly repeat this. And I've said this like an hour ago since we came on this live. I said, we as a people, my people, the people of Guyana, you are not safe. I am not safe. No Guyanese are not safe under no government, under no, I said no Amanza, no Mohammed, no Simona Brooms, no A.F.C, no JAGDEO. We are not safe as a people under no administration, under no political party, unless there is constitutional reform. And you know what the person said to me? The person said to me, oh, only you to see them, this was the exact word, you to see them, them poor people, they were just looking for live day to day, looking for get a next meal, talking about constitutional reform. They don't care about constitutional reform. It's only the educated people are 1 and 2 persons who see really talking about constitutional reform. And that is why I believe that as politicians, some of these small parties, Jabbar, myself, that is why I believe that we as a people, myself, including myself, because I haven't done a lot of work on constitutional reform and educating Guyanese on why it's important for us to demand constitutional reform. And I think we need to do that as a people as a whole.
And this is why yesterday we chose to have a briefing rather than a rally. Because I think Melissa, respectfully, with no disrespect to anybody, if we are going to become an advanced nation, we have to have advanced citizenry. And for us to become advanced citizens, we have to make informed decisions. And to be able to make informed decisions, we have to have information. Now, I'm also going to say this. A majority Forward Guyana movement government, whilst I understand the paradigm that we will operate in, I understand that because of the deeply entrenched ethnic voting patterns that we have in Guyana, when one set of people are in government, the other half feels shut out. When the other half is in government, the other half feels shut out. And you can never develop a country like that. Now, I notice people trying to justify that there will always be two parties looking at the American system, or there's always the Democrats and the Republicans. But what they fail to understand is that the federalist system of governance in America means that there are institutional layers between the people and the executive. In Guyana, that does not exist. So if Irfan gets up tomorrow morning and wants to victimize you, there's nothing standing in his way.
Nobody can do.
Right? There's not a federal court, or there's not a intervention at the federal level that could stop that, maybe at the governor level, etc. So when they talk about, oh, there will always be Democrats and Republicans, you see the folly of that argument. Right? Now, the second thing is, our Constitution does not allow for coalition after elections, because this winner-takes-all formulation does not allow it. If we force everyone involved to change that one provision in law, do you know how far this country will go? Because it will mean that if Irfan wants government, he got to come and talk to WIN, he got to talk to FGM, he got to talk to the... Similarly, if Aubrey wants government, he got to come and talk to all of these people. And then you sit down and you reach an accommodation, and you are on your way to shared governance. Now, if you look at Suriname, you will see that that is what happened. Jennifer Simmons, President Simmons, while she had the majority seats, could not form the government. She had to reach out to about 4 or 5 other parties. Correct. And that is how they were able to form the government. And so you have a semblance of shared governance, where we sit and we say, okay, this ministry will be governed by this person, that person will get that ministry. Yeah. And so more people feel included. And let me say this, and I do not care who says it is politically naive, it's not politically expedient. The only way that Guyana will prosper and achieve her truest potential is if we get to a shared governance situation.
Beautiful. And that's done all over the world. The countries with the best quality of life for its citizens are all minority governments, are all shared governance. Most of the EU, Canada, right? We're watching so many countries around the world now. The P.P.P like to push the ones that have failed. And don't get me wrong, every system of governance in the world has failed with one example or the next at some point, okay? But what everybody's missing is it only fails based on the maturity level of the politicians. So what we have in Guyana is 2 big parties, the P.P.P and A.P.N.U, that only care about staying in power and maintaining their wealth and building themselves personally. They don't care about the people of Guyana. They don't change anything.
And Kian, let me interrupt here to say this. Anybody that has known, and you know, when I decided, you know what, enough was enough, it is obvious that there's a lack of care about the people of Guyana. When people in the A.P.N.U, who know that I have spent my entire political life fighting and being very vocal against the P.P.P, would turn around and say that to vote for me would be to vote for the P.P.P. I realized that, okay, we have a problem, because now you have politicians that are so desperate to cling to power that they're willing to go to lie to the people of Guyana. And one of the things that I have promised the people of Guyana is this: you will hear the truth from me. I'm sorry, my dogs are acting up outside, so forgive the interruption. You will hear the truth from me. And one of the things that I've said is that we have to understand that everything that we want in terms of quality of life hinges on the political system that we have. And if we don't fix the system, it does not matter who is in government, you will always find half feeling left out, half feeling catered for. Even if in perception only, and perception is reality. And so we have got to wake up and understand exactly what is happening. And one of the things that I will say, Kian and Melissa, is I think that by now I have established enough of a track record for Guyanese to be able to trust my word. 4 years ago, I warned about the Venezuelan soft invasion. We have seen it come to pass. 4 years ago, I warned about what the P.P.P. was doing in terms of gutting the Registration of Births and Deaths Act. And we have seen it come to pass. There's so many things that I've stood in the National Assembly and I've said to the people of Guyana, watch this, be careful about this. I was called racist, I was called xenophobic, I was called all sorts of things. And it turned out that it all turned out to be true because I took an oath, not to a party, but to the Constitution.
I'd like to, if I may, I'd like to actually back you up a little bit on something very important here that I was involved with the founding of A.N.U.G in 2017. And I'd like to make this clear because it's always something that Timothy Jonas and myself would speak about. It's that if anybody that is involved with third parties were interested in power, then they're either extremely delusional, all right, or that is obviously impossible and not the case. Now, why I say that is if you, Amanza, wanted power, if you were interested in power anywhere near the near future, the reality is very unlikely is a third party going to beat either the PNC, A.P.N.U, or P.P.P for government, for executive. So the reality is taking this position of third party stance to make sure you're creating a minority government, balancing the system, funny enough, actually takes power away from you. You would have had more of a chance at real power by staying with A.P.N.U. So the joke about this that anybody is willing to talk about or anybody's willing to listen to or understand is that you doing this solidifies that you're doing it for people and not yourself. Because this is a thankless job. You're going into parliament, no matter at this stage in Guyana's history, we're looking at a minority government, not a change in executive. All right, at least for this election cycle. So the reality is anybody can say anything they want, but you have proven yourself to be trustworthy because you've stepped into a position that will only help Guyanese, not yourself.
No, absolutely. And like I've said, and again, it is as a result of what has been said by my former party. And you notice, because it is not my brand of politics to go about bashing people. So I have not said a lot of things. I've been called selfish. I've been called ambitious because for some reason, when women demonstrate integrity and self-sufficiency, they're deemed as ambitious, and that is somehow a bad thing for women to be. It would be safer and easier to stay under a political institution and take shelter there, where when anything goes wrong, you point to the leader and it's the leader's fault. A lot of people have said, oh, she should have stayed and bided her time and wait for Aubrey to. And I am saying the problems that we have will not wait. And I have never been about power for power's sake. Man, we've got to change this country. We've got to fix this country. And so for me, Kian, as you are on a personal level, we are going to be okay. I am a highly qualified professional that can work anywhere in the world and be fine. But our conscience compels us that we got to take a stand for this country.
We have to help. Absolutely.
We have to take a stand for this country. And that stand could only be that we've got to change the Constitution. I met recently with the Carter Center, etc. And they are in deep concern about the fact that for the last 30 years they've been talking about constitutional reform. The last set of constitutional reform we had, if you could recall, came after extended rioting, destruction, and bloodshed.
Yeah.
And why must we do that again when with the power of our finger we could force politicians to speak to each other? Why must we burn and loot and rob and all of these things in order to get governments to listen to us when we can go tomorrow and make sure that we cast our vote to make politicians accountable to us? I am a politician and I'm saying you hold me accountable. I am asking you to hold me accountable.
Beautiful. Amanda, I do want to jump into two topics here. All right, you decide how you want to talk about them, but it's the two, I think, most prominent points currently to the average Guyanese in this country. And the two topics are, one, domestic violence, and two, racism. Because we've seen it rear its disgusting head within the last 2 weeks leading up to this election. And we have to speak about it because it's probably the most votable issue that anybody's dealing with at the moment. So in no order, please tell me.
Something going on. Somebody said a whole set of fire truck and ambulance just left and went somewhere. I know we there live, so we really checking Facebook. Let me see.
I scrolling through here. I haven't seen anything yet.
Oh, nine.
Sorry, this is kind of what we do in Amanda. If something
something pops up, we just kind of.
No, that's fine. That's okay. Hey, I'm here. I'm here.
Nothing yet, so you can continue, Amanda. If I find anything, I tell it.
Let us talk first about domestic violence and the slaughter of our women. I think a few weeks ago, after the young lady in Spikeland in Caracar in Linden died, she was murdered, shot to the head by her estranged child father. I spoke to the people of Guyana about the term femicide. And, you know, it's not a term that we have introduced into our lexicon or into our language just yet. I noticed A.P.N.U have been very vocal about it as well. And we have got to take a stand against this. And, you know, for the first time, I am probably going to reference the fact that I am a survivor of it. I have not spoken about it because I do not believe that everyone has the grace to carry a story. And a lot of people are just interested in it, not for upliftment or anything, but just for gossip. And I have children, and we have spent years healing, going through counseling and therapy to heal from this. And so I am not interested in re-victimizing them, in re-victimizing myself. Or for that matter, the perpetrator who has also moved on. And so I have been accused for most of my public life of things that are so erroneous. But I've chosen not to talk about it because I've taken the position that people who really want to know the truth can reach out to me and I will tell them. But there'll be no public statement because
I was one of those person that was constantly defending you on Facebook, because when I think you and Roysdale Ford decided to run within the party thing, I think that for those reasons, those things that came out during that nasty election, because mind you, you are somebody that is a part of the PNC. Right, your parents, you were a part of the PNC. You were a part. This is your party, and for members of your own party to attack you so viciously, and they were cruel in their critique and all these things. To even label you a P.P.P, to try to say that JAGDEO paying you and all these things. I think that for me. I don't, and I'm trying not to, because I said we have one common enemy here, and it's the P.P.P. I've been saying this. Me and all the small party, me, you, me and Aubrey, me and Mohammed, me and Darwin, me and Francis, me and Keon. We all have one common enemy, and that is the PPP. We are all trying to get rid of the PPP. And in order to do that, we have to come together. So this is not me.
We can't fight each other.
We can't fight each other. So for those of you, I'm not trying to fight Aubrey here. I don't know if you all noticed, but since this election card, I haven't said a thing about Aubrey. I've curbed the way I speak about him and everything, because this is not the time.
Get the minority, we can deal with everything.
Get the minority, we can deal with.
And you're absolutely right.
We can deal with minority after.
Right.
But I'm just gonna say this: I was highly upset and annoyed, and those are one of the reasons that to this day I haven't brought myself to have a conversation with him. I didn't like how they treated not just you, but any Roysdale. It kind of gave me a PPP vibe, like a JAGDEO vibe. If you dare step out and challenge me as the leader, this is what's gonna happen to you. This is what we can do to you. I was getting the same kind of energy that I detest, because that's one of the reasons I hate I won't say hate is a thing. That's one reason I can't stand the PPP. For that same, oh, I'm the leader, I'm the boss. You dare come out there and step to me and play, you want to challenge me, we can put you in your place. This is what's gonna happen to you. Like what? And it's the same thing, kind of like the same thing that JAGDEO did with Ramson, when he wanted to come out and try to think, no, we can put you in your place, we can show you who really running this party.
Or any of them. Correct.
Or any of them.
JAGDEO's modus operandi.
There's the modus operandi. Nobody dare not challenge him. And I was getting that vibe. I didn't like it, and that is why. But I'm not going to speak, like I said. Right now, we get one common enemy is the PP. We talking about if y'all on this live want to vote A.P.N.U, be my guest, go and do that. Vote for anybody except the PPP.
And you know, and you know what? You know why I throughout the campaign, I've deliberately stayed away from that, because I understood. And even in my leaving the PNC, I was very clear about who the adversary is. And so you're not going to get me, and people try to goad me and bait me.
No, we're not doing that. We're not fighting.
And I have refused to do it. But I will hasten to add, Melissa, that if you are going to turn up to say a vote for me is a vote for the PPP and all of that nonsense, I'm going to check you.
Well,
I'm going to check you.
Like listen, and I mean, Aubrey and his camp has been, like I said, I am surprised of the kind of Keon, they kind of made, like he was sleeping, kind of sneaking. I don't know what happened, but they kind of made it a little, you know, but then, like I just saw an ad here from one of the people. I'm not finding it back, but it's a whole video saying, oh, a vote for win is a vote for the PPP. Now, when you're going to start putting out those kind of narrative, like I said, the A.P.N.U win, Amanza, Simona Brooms, Dormes, y'all all have one common enemy, and it's the PPP. But why at this point in time, y'all now getting into the nasty gutter politics? You left them for the PPP. Let people see the PPP for exactly who they are. And I must commend all the small parties and everybody for not getting involved in that nasty, dirty, king politics that we are accustomed to. And it was only the PP and the people behaving bad, you know. And you see how they're looking? Everybody is looking at them like, wait a minute. They're attacking, looking at them like, wait a minute. Yeah. Since when, like, this is nasty coming from the PP, because people are beginning to see who these people are. This I've been telling y'all about these people for years. I see Lola do a live, like the victimization finally hit the real victimization. Carl, when they start victimization, they don't done, you know. is go out, out, out. Your family, your friends, anybody that you're seen with. What they try to do is they try to eliminate everybody from around you. They try to get everybody to say something about you, talk something about you, pay that person to do. I can't begin to tell you all the amount of betrayal that happened to me. Like, people went back and tell the people I've got a contract, a road contract, people who I thought were my friends. Right, this is the kind of thing they just do. They try to when the out to silence you, they out to silence you by any means necessary. If they have to eliminate everybody around you, make you a lone soldier. Like right now, I feel as though I'm alone. Make you a lone person to just stay by yourself. That is how they eliminate. That's how they do it. That's how they do. They start attacking your friends. Your friends them start being afraid. Your friends them know. Friends that you've had for years now are afraid to be seen with you, or afraid to be even seeing, liking a picture of you. And not because, and listen to this, I know some people are going to say, oh, well, they weren't really your friend, but y'all need to also understand, it's not that they weren't really my friend. They are living in Guyana. I am in the US. I am safe and I am okay here, thank God. Right? But they are living there in Guyana, and they are living in fear. They're living in oppression. They can't, you understand? So while I see where some of you are coming from, or they weren't really a friend, I, as a friend too, I see where they are coming from. They're at the risk of being victimized, and they don't have the opportunity to leave and go to another country and start, and start a new life and make new friends. Not everybody's afforded the opportunity that I am.
And Melissa, if I might add, if you are a true friend, you do not require your friends to put themselves in jeopardy for you. You have to have the degree of understanding that will say, hey, me and you cool. I know what's up. We are cool. So inherent in being a friend is making sure that that person is preserved. So to say, oh, they're not a true friend because you don't know that that person got a family to feed, this is their job, etc. So you've got to have the broadness and the breadth of spirit to say, hey, I know what's up. I have to be that bigger person that I understand the person. And thankfully, my friends know that I am. So most of them, even to some of my family members, I understand the position that I understand the position that I have put them in, just by doing what I do. I'm following the comments, and I notice people are talking about splitting the vote.
Speak on it, please, because I just asked the way to do the same.
I need to speak on it because people do not understand when you parrot that narrative, how you are parroting yourself into bondage, into the same destructive cycle that has you here over and over again. I have said to people, you vote the way your conscience dictates. Listen to me. I have come out of the PNC. My grandmother, my mother, my father, the grandmother, my father's side, all of them were senior people in the PNC. So I just didn't, hop in and hop out. It is the only political home that I've known. But I'm also honest enough with myself to understand and realize that if Guyana is to grow and to develop and to thrive, we have to break the back of the winner takes all politics. This thing about splitting the vote suggests a couple of very disrespectful things. It suggests that I own your vote. That's the first thing. And it also is lazy politics. Because if you could not represent me properly for 5 years, and then when come election believe that you could fling the narrative of me, or don't split your vote, then by not voting the way you know you should vote, you are contributing as a citizen to the cycle that you find yourself in. Because if I stand up and I represent you for the 5 years that I'm in Parliament, you understand? I don't have to come and frighten you. I could come to you on my track record, like how I could stand and say to the people of Guyana, I have spoken, I have represented, I have fought, and I'm asking you for the opportunity to allow me to do it again. Based on my track record, not based on fear about don't split your vote and don't give, you don't own my vote. And I have to understand, and Guyanese must understand, that as Guyanese, we are capable enough of looking at the political landscape and making an informed decision. The second thing, Black people got to stick together is the narrative. That presupposes that the only support A.P.N.U has is with Black people. And the only supporters that the P.P.P has is Indo-Guyanese. And when we buy into those false narratives, we perpetuate the cycle that we say we are so desperate to escape. And so I've taken a lot of caution, but here now my skin tick. You're looking at a woman that has rebuilt her life from scratch. So very little phases me. So I could take the criticism, but I will be damned if I stand here and I lie to the people of Guyana. Let me go, retire, and plant vegetables at my farm before I stand here and I lie to the people of Guyana. If we are going to break the back of this thing, we have first got to hold ourselves accountable for our mindsets. We have first got to understand that, you know what? This thing about, oh, I barn this and I can dead this. It's trapping you in a cycle. And then you look across at the other side and say, well, you know, it don't matter what, they don't sell out their own. Those are all the narratives that you hear. And it reinforces the conduct that keeps us trapped in this cycle. And so we have to make a conscious decision to break it, to absolutely break it. And it is for the right thinking people to understand that you have to stand up. The people who can look and foresee and understand where this country is going. Our racial situation here makes very little sense if you are exposed to the outer world, because they tell you in America, for example, where you are, Melissa, you are Black and you're brown and your struggle is the same. You're a minority. And then when we come in this little country that we can call home, we are busy fighting each other. And we have to have leaders who are brave enough, who are bold enough to even say to their own people that this mindset will cause our destruction. We have to step away from it. And not because the other side is not stepping away from it means you do not do the decent thing and start stepping away from it. Who knows? Maybe they are waiting to be inspired. Maybe they might never be inspired. But we do not know if we do not try. And I tell people, failure is not a problem for me. What I cannot live with is not trying.
Woo! Truth to power.
Truth to power. And you see why I say that she's by far one of my favorite politicians, definitely. All right, something that just come in. Let me read.
There's something that you touched on earlier, these contracts. Because I want Amanda to tell people like Freedom Boss and the rest of them what Forward Guyana is going to do and how they're going to get contracts in the future without even having to be friends with a politician. Because you mentioned these $15 million that they've been getting excited over. And people in the comment section saying, speak to something where your policies are concerned, if you don't mind.
Okay, go right ahead. Amanda? Amanda, we can't hear you. I think you muted the phone.
Oh, sorry, I did mute. Yeah. We have said all along that we are the hand up party, not the hand out party. And so it is important for Guyanese. Guyana is being built out and Guyanese must be a part of the building. And to do that, we have to first build capacity in our local contractors. Look, Melissa, Kian, and Dorwin, understand that the amount of infrastructure work that has to be done, the private sector and the public sector combined do not have the capacity. So we have to increase capacity. So how do we make sure that in our communities, the contractors, the young men who are liming on the roadside can benefit? Not by calling them and requiring their loyalty in exchange for a contract, but actually empowering them. How are we going to do that? Equipment, for example, is a major issue. And so we need to make sure that as government, they can come to us and rent that equipment. These are schemes that are happening all over the world where government has the equipment and they make it available. Because what that does is ensure quality projects. It ensures that when you execute the project, the roads don't break up the next day. The other part is that the law as it stands right now has a carve out for small contractors. That is not being followed the way it ought to be followed. We are saying that it should be increased to 30%. And that carve out would mean that for contracts below a certain amount, you ensure that the contractors are able to get it. The other thing that we have to fix in all of this is making sure. Look, let me pause by saying this. People are saying that there are projects all around us, but there is such a high rate of unemployment still. And we have to wonder why that is. And that is because there is not a match between the needs of a developing country and the training that is happening. So we've got to make sure that that is matched. And I want to be very, very clear. You do not have to be afraid as a small contractor that if an FGM government goes into place, that you will not have your contracts. In fact, not only will you have contracts, we will make sure that you continue to grow your capacity so that you can move from small to medium to large. Walk you through how do you grow the business. And I will hasten to say that these are all ideas that are out there. The only reason why it is not being implemented is because there is a lack of political will, and people see empowering people as government. The P.P.P sees empowering people not as a duty, but as a political ploy. And that is the whole problem. And this is why we have to break the back of this political system, because as long as we continue to do it, we're going to have a problem. I want to respond one more thing, because somebody just sent me a comment that said that somebody said, oh, Amanda, you make the wrong move. We loved you more then. I am of the paradigm that if I love you, I will tell you the truth. You are free to disagree with me. But for us to realize our true potential, we got to break the back of this two-party system, right? I see here, and I got some time tonight. People say, oh, I miscalculated. No, I didn't miscalculate. I am one woman that is courageous enough to stand up in the face of whatever and say, this is what I believe, and this is what I am prepared to walk out. You don't see me cowering and sheltering behind anybody, because I truly believe that this is the right thing to do. And as long as I am convicted by my conscience that this is the right thing to do, you don't have to agree. That is the power of God giving us free will. So understand that our North Star is the development of this country, not party power. When I get up and I put my hand across my chest and say, I pledge myself to honor always the flag of the and to be loyal to my country, that is where I am loyal to my country. Party paramountcy, party supremacy comes second, and I am unapologetic about it.
Beautifully said, Amanda. And
let me just get since that again, Amanda, Bessie, you guys are in Guyana, so and Keon, you are right about this. Now everybody that can't find their place to vote tomorrow is in my inbox messaging. So she's saying, hey, Auntie, I'm from Essequibo. but she's now living on the East Bank. She's now living on the East Bank, and she would like to vote. She wants to know if there's any way she can vote somewhere else other than in Essequibo.
She cannot. She cannot. She has to vote in the jurisdiction and in the district in which she is registered. Yeah. And you know, Melissa, you know, I thank God for this opportunity tonight to speak with you all and to speak with Guyana.
You know what, Amanza? We should have, Kian, we should have started this a week ago.
Maybe, because this is why I said to them yesterday, because my team planned the whole rally and thing. I said, no. We're going to have rally and jump up. We have to keep our eyes on the prize and on the ball. So we said, you know what? We will turn this into a voter education. And so we had dozens upon dozens of people passing through yesterday with their ID cards, and we are helping them to find where they're voting. Because to go and jump up at a party is one thing. And we found something. Many people who assumed that they would be voting at a particular station, they were removed from there, never applied for a transfer. One particular case we had, local government, she voted in Diamond. So she logically assumed that since she transferred to Diamond, that is where she would be voting. Turns out she had J.E. Burnham Primary School. Do you understand what is going on?
That's what's happening right now. A lot of people are you see why voters' education is important? Because this is what is happening. Because why the night before election, why are people now messaging to ask like we don't know?
I think
where we gotta vote.
We gotta remember, and this is why another and probably the main reason that we need to break this two-party system is understanding that everything built into the mechanisms of the P.P.P. and A.P.N.U. is to ensure that only the P.P.P. and A.P.N.U. stay in power, to the point where they will ensure that they control GCOM permanently, if let be, to make sure situations like this, where voters are being disenfranchised. I even brought this up to the point where, I don't know about you guys, but I know a lot of people didn't know when the last day to register was going to be. I think it was like 2 months ago or so, or 3 months ago. It's almost like GCOM actively, in collaboration with these parties, are doing everything they can to leave as many people out of the voting process as possible. And until we get a minority government and force them to change this makeup of GCOM, every election cycle we're going to go through this nonsense. If you think GCOM is an issue in this country, you have to vote for a party other than P.P.P. and A.P.N.U. in order to get that change, because they want it to stay the same.
And y'all excuse me when y'all see me the phone in, I'm just trying to get all the questions that people are sending in out. But somebody just sent something to me there in the background is a voice. No, they're asking for help. They want to come out and vote. Like, how do we help you now at 9 in the night when you're in the background? They're in Region 7.
And this is what Melissa and Kian, people, and forgive me if I don't call anybody else's name because I can't see the screen based on the configuration that I have here. But this is why voter education is important. This is why we spend so much time talking to people about how to vote, where to vote, how to interrogate your ID. It was Forward Guyana that had to write to GCOM to say, listen, this interrogation tool online is broken. Please fix it.
Yeah. But
you know,
I can say this in the nicest way possible. There is a complete lack of education on everything in this country. And again, it goes back to political will. These guys at the end of the day want everybody to stay as uneducated as possible in every area. You ask the person, you know why Melissa had the problem the other day when somebody was talking about Constitution and the not understanding of constitutional reform? Our education system teaches almost nothing about what our Constitution is for, what is enshrined in it, what our rights are as citizens. These guys, I have to say, it's an oppression, okay? They ensure that everybody doesn't know anything about their rights or responsibilities so that they can control them. And that's why we have to break the two-party system. They don't want an educated population. So
they do not. They do not, because look at this. Our people are now winning the back. Now winning back. Not only that, these Amanda, I think we didn't stress enough. But before, let me just say something before I read. Somebody have a question. They said for any presidential candidate that comes on. So I'm going to read it to you, Amanda, since you are on here now. But let me just finish saying this. All those offshore workers, all those oil rig workers that aren't going to be able to vote, all those workers that are working with those Chinese companies in the interior that are not going to be sending them out to vote, even though people declare tomorrow holiday. They are literally sending people out tomorrow. The flight is 4 and 3 o'clock and them kind of thing to come to Guyana to vote. Voting close off at 6 if I'm
6 p.m.
Yeah,
Not
p.m. right? So how you sending your workers out on a 3 o'clock flight for them to come out and vote for 6 o'clock? You don't know how far they gotta travel from when they get to the airport and all of that. These foreign company, I am upset with the opposition, everybody, because these foreign company has shown a total disregard and disrespect for Guyanese citizens, for Guyanese constitution, for the labor laws, for every single thing. The things that these foreigners and these foreign companies are allowed to get away with, I don't think they could go to no other. I don't even I show me another Caribbean country or another country that they could go to and are allowed to get away with these things. Yeah. Why this government constantly allowing the Chinese, allowing these foreign companies, allowing these offshore, these oil and gas sub companies and all these things to take advantage of our citizens, and then not only you're taking advantage of them, you're even giving them the opportunity to vote y'all out so that they could have this, so they could put somebody in there that would have their best interests, that would fight for them. These people are breaking all the labor law. The Chinese have no respect, none whatsoever, for our labor law. They don't even care. It's like the Ministry of Labor doesn't even exist.
They don't exist, Melissa.
They don't exist.
Don't have Joseph Hamilton is crass. He's crude. Melissa, I'm gonna make a statement. That somebody made some years ago. A people get the government that they deserve.
Jesus. Amanda, but I'm saying this, and I think I've said
this
to you, and I've said.
Go on. Sorry.
No, but you said people get the government that they deserve, and I've heard that so many times. I've repeated to myself, and I have to ensure myself that I gotta keep repeating it to myself, because again, I'm hoping for the best tomorrow. Going tonight, and I'm praying. But Amanda, me got another 5 years of this.
No, and this is the point. That is the exact point of that quote. I'm not sure who said it, but the point is that the responsibility lies with the citizen to get up and change it. Right? Because if we decide that our lives and our destiny is not in our hands, then we might as well just all lay down and die. But if we understand the power that we have tomorrow, we could revolutionize this country. And
I said to them, y'all get people that working for y'all living in oppression. These people working for y'all. These are y'all workers, and they got y'all living in fear and depressed and oh my God, it's crazy. And I think a lot of Guyanese accept that because they are not educated on their rights. They don't know the power they hold, because no political party is spending the time to educate them and to tell them. Like I'm reading some of these comments on this live, and I'm just like, these people, like, they're on the live
and Melissa, I read the most asinine statement just now. These elections are too important to gamble with the small parties.
Yeah, gambling with them big party for how much years?
It's not logical, right?
Yeah, gambling with them big party for how much years? Since we became independent in 1966, yeah, gambling with the PNC, yeah, gambling with the P.P.P. for years upon years, and look the position that we're in. Guyana is at its worst. Now you coming to tell me don't gamble with it? Hello, I gambling with all these small party.
Yeah.
Because you see what happens, Melissa, is that we're locked in to this fatalistic mindset. We are locked into a mindset of fear here in Guyana. I am the first, Nigel London is the first that if you vote us in there and we do not do as you've required, vote us out. This mindset that you are somehow stuck with a government, that you can't change your mind. Listen to me, man. In your daily life, you don't eat the same food every day. You don't do the same thing all the time. Insanity is expecting to do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And if we keep doing what we've always done, we will get what we've always had. And what have we always had? Poverty, misery, oppression, discontent. And let me say this to the people who spend the last, let me remind some people of something, Melissa, because you know what annoys me? People will behave towards people in the most atrocious ways in the 5 years leading up to the elections. And then they have this very toxic mindset that once election come, all must be forgotten and we must all huddle up on the hair and get the job done. I believe that you have a right to represent people. When you are required to represent them, don't not stand up in parliament for the last 5 years and then roll up in here to try to scare people. Oh, this is too important to gamble. And then the other folly is that, oh, only these large parties have the infrastructure to govern the country. Parties do not govern the country in that manner. Right? There is a state machinery. This is why you have permanent secretaries. And this is why they have that designation, because there is public service infrastructure that the government simply overtakes and manages and administers. So this lie about, oh, there is no institutional infrastructure in these smaller parties to run a government is a lie from the pits of hell. And in fact, you know what it might just force us to do? It might force us to reach across the aisle and take the best that everybody has to offer and give it to Guyanese for the first time. Can you imagine if tomorrow we wake up or the next day we wake up in a Guyana where we have the best and the brightest from Forward Guyana, from A.P.N.U, from the P.P.P, from WIN running Guyana, where we put a moratorium. Where we put a moratorium on this zero-sum politics. Can you all imagine what Guyana will be like? It will be tremendous. And so that is the vision and that is the hope that I hold on to. People may want to say it is naive or whatever, but I've said to people, hey, I am set in life. God has blessed me tremendously to travel this world, to see things and to experience things. And so it is an honor for me to come now to my country and give back and to say to my fellow countrymen and women, it is time for us to come up higher. It is time for us to change the way we think. It is time for advanced citizenry, not bondage, not fear, not oppression. We have all of the money that we need here to grow and to thrive. But you cannot establish and inherit a new land with an old mindset. And these elections, Melissa, Kian, Darwin, if you're still on here, is about breaking mindsets. And once we do that, then we're going to talk about building this new Guyana great and free.
We have to try. If we want change.
Question. Let me just get Kyron's question out of you. So Kyron's question says for any president, okay? So I guess Amanda, you're here. What specific policies or initiatives is your administration implementing to strengthen scientific research, innovation, and STEM education as part of the country's long-term development strategy?
It has to be the cornerstone of any development strategy that you have. It has to start from the way our school curricula is designed. We have to redesign our school curriculum to keep up. We have got to incentivize the University of Guyana. There is no reason why a company like Exxon is not doing more for the University of Guyana in terms of incentivizing innovation. Right now, one of the projects that I would love to have implemented is where you allow our young minds to design projects, a developmental project, to bid and to compete and have our country be governed by a contest of ideas. So we've got to invest in the university. There is no reason that the university is in the condition that it's in. There is no reason that, for example, Region 10 up to now does not have a satellite campus. And so we have to invest heavily in our university infrastructure. We got to change the curricula at the school, at the secondary, primary, and as early as nursery levels. You look at the way the curriculum is designed in, for example, Japan, and you see and you understand why we are so far behind. Not because we don't know what has to be done. And let me say this very, very clearly. An important part of us doing this is going to be bringing back the knowledge from our diaspora. We talk about remittances in terms of finances, but one of the key things that we're going to have to do is knowledge remittance. We have Guyanese, some of the best and brightest in the world, who are ready to come back home and to work and to serve. They can't come because their hair don't look a certain way, they don't have a particular political persuasion, and so this PPPC government has locked them out, denying Guyanese of their expertise, and so they're living in other countries, making those countries better, and we are still suffering. So curriculum revision, to update it, incentivizing and investing in the University of Guyana, and making sure that we engage our diaspora that has the know-how. And just some of the three broad ideas that we should begin to implement as it relates to STEM, etc.
I'm going to come to something else, and I just said something, Amanza, and y'all are on board. As message comes in, I'm reading, and this is me all the time, every day, whole day, to my inbox. And why I just said to you guys, I don't know if I have another 5 years of this in me, right? And I'm going to read something, and I'm bringing this up now because we just saw another young lady, domestic violence again, lost her. Give me a minute. Give me 1 minute.
German, I was going to Francis, I think, one come on to must message him and coordinate with him.
Yeah, let me touch the topic of domestic violence. That is very, very, like, we just saw another young lady lost her life again due to domestic violence. And every time a young woman loses her life to domestic violence, or she's murdered by her partner, everything, we see everybody comes out. Help and Shelter gonna put out a statement. Vinaya Prasad gonna put out a statement. Priya gonna put out a statement. Everybody gonna put out a statement condemning the act and speaking on it. Everybody just suddenly get a voice. But then after a few mornings, we don't hear anything else from anybody until another young lady dies again. And I'm saying this because this is so I just received, hey Melly Mel, I know now is probably not the time to hear my situation, but I'm still gonna try. So I'm a 26-year-old mom. I'm currently living with my child father. And Melly Mel, I'm tired of the accusations, the hitting, and being thrown out every 2 mornings. And for the simplest things, I'm typing this and I'm crying because I'm tired. Every day is something, and it's hard. It's so hard. His family already don't like me, so I can't complain to them about his attitude. I don't know if it's because he's an officer. He thinks he got all rights to hit me. Mind you, there's a police officer she's talking about. I don't have any family members to go at. My mother got me in this position because she was the one who put me and my baby out when she was just 6 months old because of the guy she's living with. Now I left here taking all this abuse. I don't have anywhere to go. Every day I got to be living with fear because all he does is running to hit me or putting out my clothes, and I'm really in need of help. I can't stay here anymore. I'm texting people who I know to see if they can render me assistance. And you see, and I bring up the whole domestic violence thing because I receive these type of messages at least, ever so often during the week, and I gotta be scrambling to find places for them to stay at a friend, help pay a little rent, help thing. because there is no system in place, not enough. There are not enough resources. And mind you, billions and billions and billions of dollars is allotted to social protection every single year in the budget. Vineyards get billions. Why are there systems in place to protect young women like this that ain't got nowhere for turn to, nobody for go to, no friend for live at? Like, what are we doing? We are seeing women getting murdered year go year come. These men are killing us, Amanzo. And these
Melissa,
people are still not putting system in place to protect our women, to protect.
Because one, the government itself abuses the citizens of Guyana every day. So they themselves are abusers. That's the first thing. Their mindset is one of dominance and control. So that's number two. But for the Forward Guyana movement, one of the things that we have indicated very clearly that we are going to fight for is one, domestic violence shelters in every region. That's the first thing. And then the second thing we will fight for is subsidized home ownership for single mothers, for women who are finding themselves in difficult circumstances, where they can go into what you may call in the US Section 8 housing that allows them to have a start and a shelter, because this is such a vicious cycle. Oh my goodness. Because he is the way he is, because of course clearly he may need mental health counseling
Mind
support.
you, every time I get these domestic violence situations like this, of these men hating them and taking advantage of them, in most cases, in so many like 60%, I won't say most cases, but like 50% of the time, these men are police officers.
Yes, and you will find when you do psychology, which I did a little bit of, is that people of particular dispositions are usually drawn to these positions to cover their this cloak of legality and of power and of legal and legitimate power to cover these types of behaviors. That is what is done. And so you have a vicious cycle happening, because as police officers, these men are exposed to trauma, they're exposed to grief and suffering. Who counsels and gives them mental support? There's no system in place there. And so they go home and they lash out at the people closest to them. She feels a certain way, as she ought to legitimately feel. She feels abused, devalued, and the cycle goes on and on and on. And so the question is, how do we interrupt the cycle? We do not interrupt the cycle by making men the enemy. We interrupt the cycle by understanding that both sides of the equation need support, albeit it will look different. But both of them need support, because if one or the other goes through unsupported, they take that into the next relationship. And Melissa, this is why I keep saying this government cares more about concrete than it does about people, because for the first time in our country's history, we have the ability. We have the ability to fund these programs, to train this type of personnel, to bring in the best and the brightest, to deal with these social issues. But Irfan prefers to go open a bridge. He prefers to go cut a ribbon on a road rather than investing in what we call these soft services that really undergird. And mind you, we don't have 1 million people in this country. Why are we so poor? Why are we so needy? Why don't we have these systems in place that we can put in place?
It is just sad. So there's another situation, like I'm so afraid when the day come to open my messages, because I see something like that. I can't, how could you not, how you could not help? Like,
I want to talk about this from a male perspective, okay?
Yeah.
So the first aspect is the fact that as of right now, no man in this country don't fear anything, because clearly the laws are not working. Clearly the police force isn't working. And then at the end of the day, if you got $2, or you got a link at a phone call, you can get into any problem you want. All right? We're just a lawless society. And that empowerment to these men has created a mindset that they can do anything they want.
I see Nigel London is saying he's trying to join. Let me see if I can bring him up. Yes, I see Francis send me. I saw Francis send me, but I didn't see yours, Nigel. If you can send a request so I can add you. Yeah, you're saying.
Yeah. So the first issue right off the bat is the protection, is the fact that our laws need to be enforced, is the fact that our police need to be independent from political persuasion. Because at the end of the day, everybody's call Irfan, or call Anil, or call JAGDEO, and get out of any problem they want. Because the government is controlling the police. So right off the bat, problem number one. Now, problem number two, and this is obviously something that has to be held in layers, something that is very complex. But my biggest problem is economics. All right. The reality is most women in abusive relationships cannot afford to leave. Okay? They can't leave the man because the man is the breadwinner. All right. So right off the bat, to show that women can stand on their own 2 feet, can go and get a job and pay for a little apartment and put food on the table for the 2 children. You could see the flaw right from our minimum wage. Or nobody can live for minimum wage. So an uneducated mother that has basic work skills, that could get a job as a cook or as a secretary or anything along those lines, she should be able to at least sustain herself on the most basic salary. Okay? So the economics is flawed. And then thirdly, all right, and this is just me, again, I know it's much more complicated than this, but I'm just giving like the overarching, solutions that I can start with. Is my biggest issue is the fact that the education system is not teaching our men how to control their emotions, how to deal with their mental stigmas, their egos, their whatever it is that their emotional issues are, their anger, things like that. In schools, it needs to start from pre-primary, if you will. Don't hit each other. You cannot use your hands. If you're feeling angry, this is a healthy way to go about dealing with that. If you're feeling jealous, if you're, you don't own possession of people, it's a mental health training that needs to start from children. And we are watching, you ask what this government is doing. And the reality is, they're not even putting systems in place to help the new generation, the younger generation. We're watching the fighting in schools. So we're going to watch this violent society continue to be perpetuated because the government doesn't have the political will or the care to change it. Because let's be realistic, most of them themselves within the P.P.P, and we all know the list could go on. The one who shoot the wife and let it, the girl and let them, Nigel Darnlall, JAGDEO and he's sorry back in the day.
Vikram beating the wife. They are abusers themselves. Charles Robinson beating the wife.
Correct.
Listen,
we know all of it.
We know what is going on.
They don't want the system to change because they want to be protected from what they themselves are doing. All right. Those are
can I jump in here as well?
Absolutely.
Good evening. Good evening, Francis. Thanks for having me. I can't see any of you when I come on these lives. Sometimes
I thought it was me alone.
Yeah. So
Samantha, you're seeing yourself now?
No, I can't see anything. I give it up on that. So I'm just trusting y'all that you're seeing and hearing me.
But the viewers are seeing us
too close or too far. But I wanted to jump in on Kian's point there and agree that I think a toxic masculinity is often communicated in Guyana when it comes to teaching boys how to be men. And what you're really speaking to is not just emotional intelligence and social awareness, but also learning empathy from a young age and conflict resolution skills. And those are things that can be worked into the curriculum. And I believe that the statistics bear out the fact that most often men are the aggressors in these situations, but I don't think we should automatically exclude women as well from these sorts of trainings. And what better way to combat misogyny in society than elect our first female president? Right? I think that would be a brilliant start, putting our money where our mouth is. But no, I think it has to do what you were talking about with the long list of abusers, and Mel was referencing the list of abusers in the PPP. It has more to do with the normalization of abusive culture than it does with protecting abusers themselves, because it leads us into this avenue of emotive politics, and it is much easier to control and manipulate the masses if you have them strung up on aggression, if you teach them from a young age that the way to respond to a salient point, someone that has criticized you, someone that has raised something pertinent, is not to respond with logic, with reason, with thought, with a salient point of your own, but it is to attack them, to vilify them, to demonize them, to bully them into submission. And I think that is really the crux of the matter. It's trying to normalize emotive politics and this abusive system that it, as a byproduct, it enables the very corruption that we all say that we don't like in Guyana. But if you can't have a rational discussion, that's where society starts to break down to me. And that's why I'm really happy to hear Kian bring up the point. If you have a society where grown adults that have gone out to the people and asked to be given the honor of serving them cannot sit down in a room and have dignified discussions where they don't need to speak about dildos, right? Or be abusive to each other with their language, it bleeds into the rest of society. And that's what I think we're seeing. And while we talk about domestic abuse, I don't think it can be decoupled from what we see in the halls of power from the most powerful people in the land, because it has bred a society like our conviction rates are shamefully low across the spectrum, especially as concerns abuse and sexual offenses. So it creates a mindset, the psychology of people that would do these things. They feel that they can act with impunity, or their actions are not predicated on the law, but who they know, who they could call, how much money they have to pay for whatever act of wrongdoing they want. So it creates a sense of impunity. And people lead by example. If you are being accused, cases like DISCRETION, they're not to be overlooked, because I believe they have a ripple effects through society. That DISCRETION case was very important for Guyana. Do you know what it would have meant if that young girl got justice? And they know what it would have meant. It would have meant that other people would have felt empowered. And I think that's something I loved about Amanza all the way through. That she speaks the language of empowerment. And I believe that is going in the direction where people feel empowered. They see justice is happening. The law is working for them. And then the many people in the woodwork that we know are in the woodwork would have a sense of confidence to come forward, to know they would not be kidnapped by the state and grilled repeatedly for hours and forced to recount their story. I don't want to dominate the conversation. I've been enjoying this.
And I will, there's some, Melissa, there are two things that I'd like to address, and then I'll hop off because I see Nigel is trying to come on. I'd be happy to make way for him. I'm absolutely blessed to have a prime ministerial candidate who can hold his own. And I think the fact that we're two strong individuals intimidates a lot of people. But I will tell you this.
I'm happy to jump off so Nigel
can
jump.
Francis, no, I've been on for a long time. I've been on for a little bit. And so we still got some logistics for tomorrow that we're meeting on. But always happy to jump on here.
Amanza, one more thing before you go. Somebody just say something. Let me touch on this before you go. Let me talk about this party using state resources to campaign and all the extra mile they were going. So somebody just write me, as soon as the show up some way, they just send me a message. Good night, Auntie Mel. Well, just now prove how afraid and desperate the people are. Imagine tomorrow is election day, and at the polling station, Westburg School in Linden, yeah. Westburg School in Linden area of had a football tournament. A football tournament went down, and the one and only bishop showed up to the facility. The facility to the closing and sharing out cash prizes to the youths. Now I thought something like this is ridiculous. Seems like the bishop faith in strong, because all the vehicle he came with, the bumper hanging, the mirror hanging, it's like they speed down the road and pelt out and cause all this damage. Because I don't see how they meet here. They could have knocked down anybody, but they came here in a haste. I said, don't. The person was like, don't take bluff. Only desperation can cause this sudden money flow. Please hide my identity.
Eat them out and vote them out. Collect your money and know where you're putting X tomorrow. But there was something there are two things that I wanted to touch on. Because Melissa, mental health issues are on the rise in this country. You know, for the last 5 years, when I got into the power, when I got into parliament and started advocating and started being a thorn in the PPP's flesh, they brought up these accusations of domestic violence against me and all of that. And I like I said, I refuse to address it. Because you know what is the funniest thing about that? That those proceedings were filed a year and something after I left. You know, and this is the first time that I'm actually going to disclose this because I've never discussed it before. But I think we got to talk about it tonight. Because you have to understand there are people with mindsets that when they can no longer control you, they try to control how people see you. And so when Francis talks about my passion for empowering, it's because I know what it feels like to be disempowered. And the PPP thought that this was supposed to break me and embarrass me, but because I walk in my truth, and the people who love me and surround me know what the truth is, I don't need to be proving offending anything to anybody. I want to say that mental health is a serious problem, and we have to train personnel to do it. Somebody asked about our racial situation here in Guyana and the obvious tension that we have. I am a strong advocate, and something I will fight for is the establishment of a Truth and Reconciliation Committee. We have to have a committee where we travel around this country. We allow people to vent, to bleed, to air their hurts so that we can reconcile this country. South Africa had it and it helped. For far too long, politicians have been able to fan the flames of racism against us. Beautiful. And a lot of people look and say, oh, the States is the same thing. Yeah, but the States is a 200 years old democracy. We are 60 years old next year. Give us a chance. Give us a chance. Let us have a Truth and Reconciliation Committee where we go around the country, and if we need to apologize, we apologize. If we need to reconcile, we reconcile. But we have to heal this country. I'm tired. It's been happening since I was a little girl. Every 5 years, me and my Indian friend, we call to Mati because you know, things talking in the house and don't come here and don't go there. Oh my God, what are we doing to our children? And who are we as a people if we pass this yoke of bondage on to the next generation? We got to stop it. We got to stop it now. And when you go to the polls tomorrow, go and understand that casting a vote for Forward Guyana movement is casting a vote to break cycles and to bring a new paradigm into our parliament and a new paradigm into governance. You go in there and you put your X where your heart tells you, because no vote cast in accordance with your conscience, no vote cast in accordance with courage could ever be a wasted vote. So thank you all for having me. And Melissa, the state resources thing, we wrote to all the observer groups, and I'm happy to see that the character group has reflected it already in their pre-election report. Because one of the things that Forward Guyana does, we don't just talk, we write. We write. So you can't say that you didn't know.
Because you wanted to have it.
We write. So we have all of our letters, we have all of our correspondence to them. So when their final reports come out and these things are not reflected in there, Amanza will be holding all and sundry accountable, because you can't say that we didn't tell you. We wrote to you and we said that this is what is happening and we expect it to be reflected in their reports.
Okay, so, oh God, so much message trying to go through. Hopefully I could get.
All right, guys.
Somebody they
Thanks
say
for
something
having
about
me.
some polling station moving from some
Yes, a polling station moved from somebody's private residence to the insurance place owned by the man that signed Irfan Ali's first degree from IFLOC University, CARICOM Insurance.
Somebody just send me here what is happening.
Yeah. Some private resident tonight determined that he don't want the polling station by him anymore. Right?
Craziness. Why? Just a man.
I was made to understand a minute.
Why are GCOM still insisting on moving forward with this election right now?
Well,
I will tell you why GCOM is insisting on moving. And this is why, let me say, I was going, but I have to pause here. This is why I have called on Charles Corbyn, I have called on Vincent Alexander, and I have called on Desmond Trotman to resign. Why are they sitting down there and allowing GCOM to take us to an election that they're not ready for? Now, can you imagine the chaos and the confusion tomorrow when people who would have checked their name for that list turn up to that house only to find that they can't vote there? What are we doing? What are we doing? And now it has gone to CARICOM General Insurance. Irfan Ali friend, the same fellow that signed his fake IFLOC University certificate. Do you understand what I'm saying to you all here? Why are these opposition commissioners not standing up and saying something?
I want you to answer that. Why aren't they, Amanda? Tell us why.
I do not know. I do not know. And I will tell you what the PPP want. Have you ever seen a runner who is badly wounded and the finish line is there and he's literally dragging to try to get over the finish line? That's the PPP right now. Because they know that once they get past tomorrow, everything is in the realm of an elections petition that's going to take years.
That's going to take years. I think somebody said that was the plan. Have them declare the winner, swear in the president, and then drag out. I think that's the thing. That's the plan, and then drag out the election petition for years. Somebody just write to me. I don't know how true this is, but like I said, as complaints and issues come in, as people, they send things to me all the time, I will relate. Good night, Auntie Mel. Just let the international community know there is a plan by the RU and team of Region 9, Carl Singh, Pataman of Custom Region and Pataman of Custom Region 9 is to black out. They plan to black out the town tomorrow night, and as the plane return from their different villages to Letem Airport with boxes, they will switch it. And as we speak, there is sheriff security at his home in Culvert City on standby.
I told you guys months ago, sheriff would be used to help rig this election.
So they're saying that as we speak, sheriff security is at his home in Culvert City on standby. That's in Letem Region 9. I don't know who's out there, if the agents are out there, but if we get blackout tomorrow night while these planes bringing back these ballot box, we know a plan is in action.
But guys, this is why we're doing this live. I have to say this again. We are doing this live so you guys can let us know what's going on. You can even tap into this live. Go live on Facebook. Join us here and go live in front of the people, please.
So calling my people out there in Region 9. Be on the lookout for blackout tomorrow night. Amanza, everybody else who's contesting in Region 9, win A.P.N.U. Please, we don't, like I said, I'm just reading as the complaint come through. This is not, I haven't verified this. This is unverified. I don't know if it's true, but they're just saying there is a plan in place for this to happen tomorrow while they're bringing ballot box back to let them Region 9.
You guys have people, Amanza and Francis. You guys have representatives.
Y'all have reps in Region 9. Anybody here to have reps in Region 9?
Well, remember, Region 9 is one of the regions that they didn't put us in the ballot on. But I'm seeing somebody that is our person from Region 9 confirming what Melissa is saying was overheard. So we have people on the ground in Region 9 who can watch interest, and they will message me privately, and we will let you know.
So guys, something else on the sheriff security. A lot of you, when I started putting out the recordings with me and sheriff and all the things that he had been saying and all the corruption and everything he disclosed that's happening in the P.P.P and stuff, a lot of you are saying, oh, why are the P.P.P not cutting ties with him? They're not cutting ties with him yet. They need to, people like he and critics, they're going to cut ties with after this election, because those are the people that make them look bad. They're going to pick up and learn from this election. So people like he and critics, they need to use them right now. They can't get rid of critic and the Don Sings and the Robin Sings and all those right now.
And they're so heavily invested in him.
They're so heavily invested.
They are him. So they can't
need
control him.
sheriff. They need his security to do exactly these things like they say, because as you guys can hear from those voice recording, this is the man that is willing to do any and everything, anything JAGDEO tell you to do to keep the P.P.P in power. So sheriff security will be on it tomorrow at every polling station. They will be out there. Look out for sheriff security. Anyway, you see sheriff security, something going down, something happening. Like I said, I need us to be vigilant. You give me a phone call. If you can meet there, we can get there. We will be live all day from 5 o'clock in the morning. We on this live how long now? 4 hours. We just keep going.
We just keep going until we get time.
I got Melissa and guys. I got to jump. And I really love and appreciate you guys. Please, vigilance. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And if we don't guard it, it's going to be taken from us. So let us go tomorrow. Let us vote.
So everybody in Region 9, I want y'all, if y'all get a vehicle, y'all independently get a vehicle, tracing all them ballot boxes as they come in to the airport.
And encourage them to charge up the phones tonight, charge up the battery packs tonight.
Go buy torchlights. They're going to give me blackout tomorrow for sure. Certain places getting blackout. We know the blackout coming tomorrow. These people get every single trick they're gonna try tomorrow. You best believe every single trick is gonna happen tomorrow. They already sent, you see, JAGDEO was being proactive and critics was being proactive. Here to come yesterday and the day before, but y'all know, look out for the Melly Mels and the Rick Barber. And look now, and sponsored it. Newsroom sponsored the clip so that they could reach as many people as possible, and tell them to look at people like me and that can come on this internet to tell y'all lies, because they're being they want this information that we bring into your life. They want to, of course, they've been trying to make me out to be this line, this extortionist and all these things for years. So they were very proactive. So they done put out 2 days ago now. So done circle it. So that's what the intention of that is, to make you doubt anything that I would come on the internet and say to you now leading up to the elections. But my track record has proved. My track record speaks for itself.
Appreciate you, Manza.
All right. God bless. Y'all stay safe. All right. Thanks, guys.
Good luck tomorrow.
Bye.
So guys, I wanted to, just as we're discussing some of these elections rumors or information that's come to us. So last night, and this has not been checked yet, we've not gotten to look into the content I'm about to tell you, but this came last night from a credible source, and I'm just putting it out there just in case anything happens later on. It will be a part of the record that somebody mentioned it, how ridiculous. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just telling you what was reported. Okay. So I got it yesterday that there was a container that was packed and is sitting on the waterfront in Linden, and it contains explosives, right? And the person that came with the information seemed genuinely shaken by it. Okay. Now, it may be looking at rational explanations that don't involve the elections. It may be that those explosives that they claim
Let me
are in
don't
this
cut your thing. I'm
container.
just saying that this battery is dying. If this light should cut off, I plug it in though. I didn't even realize that it's literally, if it cuts off, let it charge up, we coming back. Like I said, we'll be here.
That's all
Even
right.
if we take break, we coming back. Keon, me and you gonna be in constant communication back and forth as to when we going live again. If you see I come live, Keon, you could go live too. I could come back and join you live. That's how we work it. Or you and Francis go live, I come back. But for now, just know that any one of our page, you check whoever they're live, we will be in constant communication from now all morning.
All right.
Keon, you mute. Keon, I think you mute.
Sorry, guys, there's a setting on your Facebook that you can go and put on the alert that anytime any of us post anything or go live, it will pop up.
Put on the alert. So, Francis, Keon, we will be live.
You see all. So let me finish the story. So
yeah,
there is a chance that whatever's in the container could be going further afield to be used by one of the mining companies or something that's using explosives to mine. And the reason I think it's worth bringing up now, I know in previous elections, the P.P.P like to magically find some gun, they can say some China bomb, some explosive, something they find, because right now they're in desperation mode, and one of their classic tactics is to drive up fear in their support base against Afro-Guyanese, angry, raving, crazy Afro-Guyanese that apparently want looting and violence. And I've seen a lot of precursor statements. You know, even the GCCI came out today, right? It's called it the GCC1I, came out today to warn of election violence and all of this, that whoever has planned. So I consider it serious. It's not that I think that those things, if it is true, they would be necessarily used, but they're put in somewhere that they could be found. So somewhere during the election cycle, you hear that all these explosives or weapons or whatever have been found in Linden. A month ago as well, I was reliably informed with somebody working the beat that there are senior members in the P.P.P that have been bringing in hundreds of guns, right? This over the past couple of months, I've brought in hundreds of guns. So should anything be found, I want to make that clear from now. And the Adrianna Young case showed us the dirty depths that this administration will go to cover its tracks and the things they're ready to orchestrate. So I put a question mark on lots of other incidents where there was unrest and the P.P.P would have blamed the opposition because of what they did with Adrianna Young. And the fact that there was so much recording, it kind of gave us insight into their tactics. They can't put that cat back in the back.
Sorry,
Yeah.
can you step back a little bit from the camera? All the people looking at is your mouth. Sorry.
Bro, I'm so far back right now. You would not even
So this is a
believe
perfect
it.
example. This is the P.P.P here this morning. See, that's GDF helicopter.
Yeah.
Right there. This is them here. This is them literally using the helicopter to share out hamper there in
Wow, Paramakatoy?
Yes, thank you very much.
Wow.
What did you say? Pineapples, Paramakatoy. So this is them earlier today. Somebody just sent me, look.
Wow.
Using state resources to go to these communities. And I think somebody put up, is the one Guyana, look, the one Guyana, the two little plane, the big one. Which plane got one Guyana mark on it?
I want to also...
Guys, like, when did this become illegal? I mean, I have never seen flouting of the law on this scale before. It's like there's no decency, no veiled attempt. This is an
They don't care.
They don't give a damn.
Let me read this one here. Let me read this one.
Okay, on get one, come.
From Newsroom. This is their biggest propaganda machine. Newsroom, owned by the networks.
Yeah.
Let me give you the biggest one here.
Pastor London, please send me a request if you want to join. I'm seeing you can send one now. Let me bring you on. Yeah, continue.
New attack from Venezuela raises questions over Maduro's connection with Mohammed. like, it's Newsroom has posted this. This is what they tell in this country. This is the fear. It goes back to the fear that
they're trying to drive in these people.
What is wrong with these people?
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Why even say this? Show us one shred of evidence. You've been talking about this for months. Show us any evidence you have of this so we all can get on board with it. I not even here. The most important thing is our borders, is our protection. But you just hear talking about a candidate, an election candidate, and you hear, this is my problem with this. You using Venezuela as your propaganda campaign tool. Venezuela, who will happily use this to show all of the people in Venezuela that Guyana's
it's really ours, and we have alliance. We have alliance there. We have people there in Guyana that is working, and because you know how much spin Maduro could put on this.
Exactly.
And knowing Maduro who he is, he's gonna probably exactly what he's going to do. You see, we have people in Guyana that we can depend on, that we working on. Like critics putting out how me and who else he said, me and Travis Chase, we are agents of Maduro. Like how he's dumb and stupid. What is wrong with these people?
They're willing to sell this country out so they can stay in power. Put all of us at risk so they can stay in power. That's what they're willing to do. Y'all need to vote these people out. P.P.P. cannot stay in power in this country. They're willing to go to this. They will sacrifice all of us so that they can stay in power. Craziness.
So that they can hold on to power, because this is beyond, like, I am so shocked and surprised that
why would Newsroom allow this?
I mean Newsroom, I've literally become Guyana Daily News now. Guyana Daily News disappeared, the page got reported so much, it came down, and Newsroom took right off, just pick up where Guyana Daily News left off. The only difference is that they put the comma full stop in the right places. But they literally pick up where Guyana Daily News left where they left off.
It's the same people that are running these things, you know, they're one network, like that Live in Guyana pages. Lots of them have admin status on that page. You think it's just Robin Singh or Amir? A lot of them have.
Kwame?
Yeah, right? Well, he's got access to some of the pages, okay? But when his minions can't post for him. So I think that's one of the most despicable things that we've seen over the past few years. You know, guys, you would not even believe how far away from this phone I am. My head's still looking big.
Here the person said, wait, no. The person said, P.P.P. is so desperate. The people said, Melly, just imagine, in 1 week we had Mark Phillips. We had Minister of Army Affairs, Sukai. We had Schumann, right? Well, Schumann, he get a good cousin. First Lady plus Edgil. Now this morning, Irfan. So this is 7 government officials. The lady said in 1 week. We have never seen this. All in 1 week. All in 1 week. This is crazy. Yeah. If this doesn't sense, if this in smell desperation.
Yeah. You know the one reason. You know what's the main reason?
It's not like 5% desperation. Not like a full 100%. It's more like a 5% desperation we get in here.
This is 5% desperation. This look like full out desperation. Michael, for Newsroom and them to start posting all these crazy articles and stuff. It's got to be last minute. They're in last minute panic mood. What is it?
You know what I looking at here, and we constantly on Facebook tonight. You know, we trying to keep ourselves updated. You know what I remember? I remember when Daily News sent all those people to Muhammad's office to collect the money 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Amir, that is Amir. That man is evil, cruel, and was Amir just like how we call and get those Amirian people off those bus. He has been behind Guyana deals. He's been doing all these things. That man is cruel beyond. Like he got conscience.
Yeah, but
why is it? Hold on. Why is it that we keep styling this man into his roles?
said anything about what he's doing? How have they never condemned
Because
it?
I just told you, Keon, I just
They don't
told you,
care.
they don't care. Not only they don't care, they need to use him for this election. They need to stay in power. They need to use his security force.
No, Mel,
They need
I'm
to
not
use
talking. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about us, the public. We keep siloing him into different roles. We either talking about Amir the sheriff bar owner, or Amir the smuggle beef merchant, or Amir
all,
the but
he's
they're
all those
all
things and more.
so Guyana Daily News is sheriff security, is guarding the ballot box. Would you put Guyana Daily News to guard a ballot box? That's the question, right? Because when we go back and ask about, sheriff security, it sounds like a legitimate business. That is quackery, right? And it's run by a lone racist and someone that runs a hate speech page. How could you let someone like that close to the seat of democracy? You can't trust the process with that person involved. He is willing to do anything for money.
Okay, so
and
this
now
just
his
coming from
title is
GCOM.
security.
Francis, this just coming from GCOM. Colleagues, GCOM just sent this to let me read what it said. Colleagues, as you are aware, POs were trained to store all polling envelopes, save for PE2, chairman and CEO packages, into a secure receptacle. Regrettably, due to a procurement issue, these receptacles were not provided. What?
No.
Wait, let me finish.
That's from GCOM? That's from GCOM?
Just send this to yes, the people are, listen, you see, Keon, that is why I love this live and we decide to do this, because as things happen, they're sending it. Just send this thing. Regrettably, due to procurement issues, these receptacles were not provided amongst the arsenal of materials provided to polling stations. In this regard, please inform all POs that those envelopes are to instead be stored in the poll bag PE19. As an important reminder, after the count, only valid and rejected ballots packaged accordingly must be sealed in the ballot box. This is a message from the DSRO moments ago. This is what the election team have to go through. Hours from the election. The SOP got a lot of mistakes. This election needs to be called off immediately. This is coming from a GCOM staff.
We have to call that off.
Let's temper our comments, because it's not going to get called off. It's how we now deal with
I know, I'm just saying, that's crazy. It should have long been called off with the number of discrepancies that they've had, right? That's my view. It should have long been called off. This is just adding, and look at the disrespect. This is two hours before midnight.
I can be honest, Francis. We lapse as citizens since we left this list the way it's been. We should have been protesting in front of GCOM 2 years ago. We didn't have the foresight. I can be honest with you, it should have been something we were passionate about.
I would agree with that, right? I'd agree with that. I also would remind you that we are in a dictatorial regime that would be only too happy to shoot people for exercising those liberties. I agree with you that
I just posted as well, so hopefully people sharing it get around, because this is crazy. This is crazy. So Keon, what Francis, what is like what happens?
At this point, not a whole lot. It sounds horrible, but they've put a plan in place now, as you've just read, that they're going to drop the packages inside of the ballot boxes. Now, let me tell you why that's a problem, because people don't understand the process. So the package that they're referring to is an envelope that is attached to the ballot boxes. The ballot boxes are sealed with 100 stickers from every single party. Nobody can get in them ballot boxes, all right, without breaking the seals. So the minute the seals are broken, people can tamper with it. Now the issue that we have here is that those ballot boxes, whenever they reach where they got to go, the regional counting
They have to be open.
they're going to have to be open. And it's people like Francis, them, the political parties now, that are going to literally sit down there and say, well, we want to go live on the telephone while this happening. They have to record that to ensure that nothing was tampered with in the box. Nobody throw in no ballots, nobody take out no ballots, and that type of thing. Okay? That's the key to resolving
But here we are 2 hours before midnight. How many people can we legitimately communicate this message to? Within the
the big
right, you wait till have the people gone to bed and then give out the notice. That's crazy.
No, you got till tomorrow night. Bear that in mind. Yeah? They're not sealing the boxes until 6 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. You're right here.
So you got all day tomorrow to get the word out to them, and the big part is particularly when
I just post on my page what I just read as well too. So hopefully y'all could go and share. Maybe we could do.
But I bet you didn't know this a long time. You know, this is released at such a time that it facilitates that you can't object to this very easily. Okay, you can't object. The other parties can't really respond to this. There's not a lot of time to do anything. You have to basically go with it. And it kind of fits the pattern of bullyism. We tell you what to do, you do it. It looks a little corrupt, you still have to roll with it. I could understand why they took on so many of the people that they said were riggers. Right? To train them. To train them. To say y'all do a slapdash thing. Come. Let's show you how it's done. This is how you do it.
You are point at all times, buddy. Good connection.
Right?
Here are the people training. Here are the training. Mind you, their own supporters telling me how they're training them to rig the election now. Telling them how when them blind people and them disabled people and so come to the polling station, just carry them and put a hand and help them put the X by the PP.
Get out of here.
Really?
You lie.
Yes, that's how they're training in Barbies. And those are how that is how the PP are training their polling agents. Yes. This is what they're telling them to do.
So I had a girl last election 2020 that spoke to me about what happened in Barbies with her experience in 2020 election. She wasn't living in Guyana at the time. She had just left and she just moved away. And what she said is the P.P.P. was going around to all the houses in Barbies and asking for anybody that's not living there or dead for their ID cards. And then they were going to match the looks of those people to somebody else to go and vote twice in another voting booth.
They did that.
People, the polling stations in Barbies need to be on the lookout and make sure they're matching them pictures properly. And
that was done in 2020, and that's not the first person. I heard from a number of people that exact what you said was done in 2020. I also heard that this guy who was a very close. They call him Sav or Saz or whatever his name is. He is very close to Irfan Ali. I guess he has some company or something in Canada that are making these look-alike ID cards and plan on bringing it in from Canada. All of that. So like I keep saying, polling agents and people, we really and truly need to look out. Need to look every little rumor you hear. I say can happen. We need to look into it.
No, stick a pin. Let me add to that, right? I want to add to that. So you're saying that people can go and they basically they match someone close to you and all that. Here's the problem. When I was a polling agent at the when the joint services voted, there is an issue with the distance away that the person is standing with the ID, and the print on the ID is so small, they really only stand up to physical. You have to have it close to you. So it's insane to me that we don't even have basic projection systems where you could just put the ID card somewhere and it comes up on a TV or a screen that each polling station had. That's preparation for me, and you could verify if someone looks the same. Now that's one issue. So it's very easy, especially with the volume of people coming. It's very easy when they show you from a distance. It just got kind of matched the shape, the look. It's hard to examine all of the features. And the other thing I noted is some of the people, their ID card have like grown men. You're looking at grown officers, and the ID picture they have is like from when they're 14, 16. Okay? You have to look really hard. You know, sometimes somebody put on a lot of weight, somebody lose weight, somebody's facial features have changed. And that is visually exhausting to do that for hours and have to look at these, right? To figure out if it's the same person you're looking at. And I think that is baked into the process to wear people down. And the second thing I want to bring up, it's not just a case of getting people that look similar or whatever. We have seen instances in this election, like the case with Mr. Oral Semple, where his picture, the GCOM database has been corrupted. They promised a police investigation, and up to now we're waiting on word. They admitted that voter fraud occurred where Oral Semple's case is involved, because he just went on a brainwave to GCOM and asked him to double check his information. And he found they had changed his picture, right? His picture was changed to like some 80-year-old man. He living on Middle Street all the time. Last election, he voted on Middle Street. He never requested a change of his details. And suddenly they put an address in Sophia. This address, when we check, it don't even exist. So his polling station moved from East Street all the way to Sophia. Nobody tell him. Let's say he even made it there to vote. Now his picture don't match. Okay, so you know that one I said earlier, that's they should have called this thing off. That's one of the reasons I'm giving. They admitted themselves. It's like someone telling you that a ship has a set of holes on it. They admit to it, but they're now forcing you to go into that ship, to go on the sea, and telling you, don't worry, Francis, it's gonna float. I don't believe that. That's how serious it is.
Yeah.
So I don't trust the process. And then I saw they had another lady. Mind you, this police I'm telling you about, they had a policewoman there that she had a bottle of turbo that had bleach in it. Up to now, GCOM has not responded, but she bleached all the ink off her finger. Immediately, she had her bleach bottle right next to the ink pot. As soon as she took her finger out, she put it in the bleach bottle. I follow her downstairs. I check her finger, because she says turbo. When I saw it, I follow her outside. I said, you know, people have all kind of claims. How is turbo doing that for you? Can I see your finger? She showed me. I asked for the bottle. I smell it. She tell me, as I'm taking it from her, she tell me it's bleach. So you taking bleach right up to the table, bleaching your finger, and I could not see one single trace of ink on that woman's finger, not a trace of it. The people told me that when she put water on it, it's going to go away. But, you know, that fits into what you guys are talking about voting twice. Sis could, if she had another ID, she could go to another polling station where people don't know her or anything about her and vote again. It's not crazy. That's not crazy.
I want somebody to wait from Win to come on, because I have a few more questions for them about. They've claimed that they have somebody in every single polling station, right? And I just want to know what their methods of communication are with these new changes that are coming up with GCOM, because I think it's important, as you know, the lone third party that's running, to ensure to all of us that they are doing their part. Because there's GCOM staff in there, there's party agents from the three big parties, there's observers, there's police, right? So it's just a very curious dynamic right now to find out what they're doing on their part as the lone third party.
I agree with you. Another thing I wanted to highlight while we're chatting about it is potential disenfranchisement, right? Okay. So I've noticed over the past few weeks that while efforts have been made to shore up work that's been going on the East Coast, right? Finish off like a piece of the road, the industry area, and pause all the other works going on the East Coast, generally the road works. Quite the opposite has occurred on the East Bank. The number of road works there have been ramped up in the last month. They practically broke up the road all the way up to Linden and have therefore created an environment of absolute chaos moving along that corridor. It is entirely plausible to me that there are people in Linden that need to get to Georgetown or other places to vote, and people in Georgetown that will need to get to Linden to vote because perhaps they did not change their registration, right? Or they live in town and they work in town, live in Linden. That is going to create chaos tomorrow. And then, as if that was not enough, they started, because that bridge is not going to be completed anytime soon. They're lying to people. The roads, especially on the western side, they need a lot of work. So they then went and started the roundabout. They don't need to start it now, but they started further choke. So every single road leading up the East Bank is going to be choked with traffic, right? And that for me is voter disenfranchisement, because the other thing, you set out a holiday tomorrow. Some people can go and take the little drink or whatever tomorrow. And when you just think about it, when you contemplate going on the road to do something, you are more discouraged when you're thinking that you're going to get stuck in traffic for a long time, right? And that is my fear, that on election day, some people decide the traffic is just not worth it and I can stay home because I have to vote in this corridor. And others are going to look outside and say, there's a good day to go out and vote because all the roadworks have paused. They've actually fixed up some of the potholes in my area, and it's good for traffic, right? That's something to look at. That's how I feel things have been orchestrated with the infrastructural work.
Definitely. Let's come off of GCOM for a second. Francis, have you seen? I saw one. It looked like one of the win candidates or somebody posted up this video of Zulfikar Mustafa's house.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's crazy. Look at the size of that mansion, eh?
Certified. And so I think we have fallen into this situation where, though we're going to have elections, because we have not done the things that our process requires to produce the product of the quality required, that our elections cannot be certified as free, fair, and transparent. Though there will be some kind of certification that will take place, but it is not certification in the context of the parallel I've drawn between elections as a product, GCOM as a manufacturer, and the need for that manufacturer a priori, upfront, to undertake to produce the product in such a manner that it cannot be questioned for its quality a priori.
I hear you, and somewhere inside all of what you said suggests that GCOM being unable to reach that certifiable mark is identifiable by the fact that it has not perhaps been able to attract the people to do the work. And is there any truth in the suggestion that GCOM is prepared to turn to the military?
Let me say,
I remember, before you go, I remember in the days of the People's Progressive Party undermining the sugar industry, in particular, among others, that the military was required and some elements of the general public service were required to fill the gap and to some degree or to some measure of success. It appears as though if there's truth in this, somebody is trying to fall back on a 1970s approach to doing matters, addressing matters.
Going back to what I started with, in that certification process, one of the elements that the certifying body would look for is the human resource involved in the process and the fitness of the human resource for purpose. Nobody's going to certify a company that's producing drugs if you don't have the
Pharmaceuticals.
Pharmaceutical drugs. If you don't have the relevant people who are pharmacists, who are chemists, who are druggists involved in the process. You simply wouldn't be certified if you don't have those people involved, because it requires their skill and their knowledge for the product to be properly produced. So if you come to elections, if GCOM is faced with a problem of its manpower and the quality of its manpower, then that too raises questions a priori. It's not about what results these elections will give. It's about the capacity of the organization, in fact, to do
predetermined
what it's called upon. So GCOM has faced with a problem because after 2020, the government decided that they have to fix GCOM and introduced a number of laws, many of which target the people who are GCOM's workers in a manner that says, if in the course of the conduct of your duties, you make an error, you are liable for that error without evidence that you consciously or intentionally did what I'm referring to as an error. So they've introduced this thing called strict liability offenses into the Representation of the People's Act. And a GCOM official who may err, as human beings are likely to do, notwithstanding the fact that he or she may err, product is not certified. And so I think we have fallen into this situation where though we're going to have elections, because we have not...
Pardon?
Who was the company that built that?
I think it was Ashoka that did that. They spent months stabilizing, or weeks rather, stabilizing the soil, because remember they filled in a mud drain. When we see our government fill in a mud drain, get their contractors, their friends and family, they fill it with white sand, roll it over, and build a road on it. When the Chinese or these guys have to do it, they inject these polymers into the ground, these strips that stabilize the sand. I saw them do the same thing when they build the island in Freedom Hoop. Both of them can't be competent. One has to be incompetent, and it's the people the government are giving billions of dollars. And the crazy thing is we are paying from the oil money for the incompetent work, and they are taking loans to do the competent work. If that's not insanity, Kian, tell me what is, brother.
It has to be. It has to be. Because as you're saying, it's almost like, but I refuse to believe that the government that we currently have is unaware of these things. I don't want to call it incompetence. That's my problem. We keep giving them out by saying, man, they're just stupid.
Let me answer your question, brother. From the time you take your taxpayer money and you travel to a place like Dubai, mind you, they have gone to many countries on taxpayer dollars, right? Or without taxpayer dollars, I've been fortunate enough, maybe I got around to about 17 or 18 different countries. But if you just go to one country, like we said, because I know the president went to Dubai, and you touch down in them people country, and from the plane door don't open and shame don't wash over you, something is wrong with you. You get out the plane in Panama, right? And shame don't wash over you, something is wrong with you. When they get in those cars, I wonder how dark the tint is. That when they're passing these carefully manicured parks, public spaces, infrastructure that the disabled people can use just as equally as the able-bodied people, traffic signs, signals, intersections. When they pass these things, don't they think of us? It's literally pissed me off, and I wonder where they go. Maybe they just go in a cave and chill out, right?
This is the point. So again, the simple question is, why aren't they doing it, Francis? Why are they choosing not to do this, right?
Because they don't believe we deserve better. Because these are not people that are configured towards service. They do not believe that we, the average Guyanese, deserve better. And the other thing that's built into our society is not just the racism, but the classism is the overarching problem, right? And if you have a society where everyone is doing well, how do you consider yourself better? Okay? If you and I are both doing well, who am I better than? And some people need to be better. They need to feel better. They need that sense of self-validation to wash away their insecurities, right? And that is why we have a well-maintained, poor, and impoverished population. Because you always have someone going to look up to you and call you boss man and be willing to lick your boot and do little petty crimes for you. And you could hire them to go and attack people for you. Or, right? You have someone at your beck and call. And for me, that is no different to the plantation system that our forefathers fought and died for us to escape. And even the surge towards independence, we were trying to shake off the last vestiges of a system that just saw us as human capital, as stock to be exploited. We were trying to rid ourselves of that. You know, and we've ended up in this position now. We are Animal Farm. We are Orwell's dystopian novel, where at the end of the book, the pigs are there with the humans, right? Saying 2 foot to 4 foot bad, 2 foot good. Okay, they became the people that they hated, and we as a population, so which is where I agree with you, we have a responsibility as a populace to hold these people accountable and say no. We are holding you responsible. You know, you ever look at a chicken farm? These things I think about. I look at cows, livestock. Cows, chicken, sheep. And you have like 50,000 chicken. 5 man controlling 50,000 chicken. You have 1,000 cows. 2 man and 2 horse controlling 1,000 cows. Because one cow gonna get lashed and he go more. And all the other cows gonna go, no, I don't want to get lashed like the cow, and I don't want to get bite by the dog. So even though they have overwhelming strength in their numbers to change their situation, they're gonna run away from the 2 man and the 2 horses. And that is how bullies have historically learned to manipulate and control masses of people. And in Guyana, they do it through the people's own fear of each other, and they nurture it. That's what leads to that abusive environment that we were speaking about earlier. Yeah. Because the antithesis of that is healthy communication, respectful communication. It's much harder for me to hate you and for you to hate me. If you know, when we come at it, we say, hey, Kian, you and there are things you and I have disagreed on. But what I respect is we're always able to have a rational discussion, and we hammer out each other's points. If we agree to disagree, that is that. Fine. If we can either concede, that's another important thing. You must be willing to concede. If you're willing to hear a point, if I know I'm wrong, I must be willing to say either, hey, I'm sorry, right, if I misjudge something, or I concede. Your point is better than my point. I think that is maturity for me.
Yeah, but they can't have that in the government. All they can have is yes men. And the reason for this is, one, obviously the corruption. That's a simple answer. But two, it will show them for their true colors, which is their incompetence, which is the fact that none of our ministers, maybe 2 of them, in my opinion, are actually capable or competent in their correct ministries. I can go through the ministers. What do they know about their respective ministries? But yet they're the ones standing up there calling the shots, making the mistakes, doing the poor work, thieving money left, right, and center. And the reality is they cannot have healthy, proper discussion, because if anybody were to hear how incompetent or uneducated they are, then they will lose all respect. They will lose the power. And then all of a sudden, people lose confidence in them.
what I think plays into it now is laziness. It's not just incompetence. You're lazy. Because look, people hate on me for being like a AI evangelist. I consider myself a proponent of technology, and I'm not a stupid person. I consider myself to be intelligent, but I have acknowledged, and I think any intelligent person would acknowledge, if they have a tool that can boost their capabilities and that can accelerate their work. Okay, so I think we live in an era now, not only is knowledge at our fingertips, but for me, there's less excuse to be bad at anything. If you did have a ministerial position, like these guys that have been in office, you had a minister, you've been in there 4 years, some 5 years, some been in there 10 years because they were there beforehand. Man, pick up a book now, man. Oh, jeez, man, pick up a book now, buddy. Read, find out your response. Open Chat GPT and feed it the legislation. Ask it, Chat, what am I supposed to do in this job? Could you help me formulate a work plan for the day so I don't look so lazy to my constituents and the people I'm supposed to be serving? Could you help me understand the Anti-Corruption Act so I don't give in to graft and vice on what would happen to, you know, there's no excuse to me now, like some people were able to rely on. I consider it laziness. It is laziness because there is no one at the top. It comes from the top. There's no one at the top expecting you to put in more than 5% effort, right? If you know, you know, right? So you just have to put 5% effort towards them and you are right. You don't have to do anything else. And the way that politics works in Guyana, I think the way we elect parties, you know, people don't feel the sense of accountability to the man in the street that they're really, so they don't often even have a connection. You know,
Sure.
you see most, and this is why I think Forward Guyana movement exists in the first place, and VPAC. We a bunch of people. I am one. I did not feel represented by the opposition in the past 5 years. I didn't feel so. I recognize their position and all of that, but I felt there need to be a team of people that are more hot-headed, that are willing to take the fight right to the parliament and keep our boots on their necks on a number of issues, so that we're always fighting for the people, so that they're not people next 5 years feeling like, man, I don't really feel people in there representing me, fighting for my issues. I'm coming from that frustration to end that frustration, right?
Yeah.
And I have no doubt in mind it's going to be challenging. I think the kind of discourse you hear in Parliament is symptomatic of where we are. It's disappointing. It doesn't sound like mature adults. It doesn't sound like educated adults in a room much of the time that are having discussions that are bent towards nation building. It's one-upmanship. It's malice. It's tit for tat. It's if you ever checked out any stuff on game theory, I think that has some very insightful takeaways where it comes to the politics in Guyana.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I want jump topics. Just
go.
You do something on it, Francis. And I think it's very important to the average voter in Guyana. This Adrianna Young situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that, well, one, the investigation has been completely stalled. We all witnessed what we witnessed, and now we're approaching elections tomorrow, and I saw something interesting, and I wanted you to talk about. I saw you posted it about the grandmother. What's that situation?
I did a whole live with Haley COMET today. We chatted for about 2 hours. Well, the live went on for about 2 hours to sound out that case. But yes, so it's confirmed, and then we had somebody that went around to her house to confirm that yes, it's a granny, because P.P.P came back to say it was not Adrianna's grandmother in P.P.P clothes posing up next to Priya Manik Chan. And it's interesting that they would say she was not present. They tried to say it was someone else, right? Now that I brought Haley on to the live today because I believe many people owe her an apology, right? She has a background in criminology, and she did explain before that in most instances, it's only 5%, even though there's a point she made today in the life. Even though people normally tell their children not to talk to strangers and they teach them stranger danger, whatever, only about 5% internationally of kidnapping cases and the like are initiated by strangers. In the other percentage is either family, like 50% is direct blood relative, and you have another percentage is like direct friend of a family, someone they call uncle or someone. But most of the time they know the perpetrator. So how did Adrianna get to the hotel? Right? In many of the P.P.P forums as well, they were also accusing Granny to keep saying that she knows what happened, she knows what happened. So it's interesting that she would run in the direction of people that tend to protect criminals, miscreants, pedophiles, and other such devious characters, and not in the other direction of the people that are calling for justice for her granddaughter. And I don't care, even if the granny somehow wake up in a different parallel dimension and she decided Adrianna was in the pool, which we all know she was not in the pool from multiple angles. But if she decided that in a parallel dimension, there is still no way, putting myself in her shoes, I would ever stand next to the people that barred me entry to the place where my granddaughter was supposedly in the pool, right? That she had to be there for 20 hours. And clearly she went invisible for 20 hours. But that means, because Haley also had evidence that she and the cousin Stefan had met up with the lady in the gray dress the day before. So it seems like there was some negotiation or something. And straight through from protecting the guy at Doubleday, because people disappear at the same time. Stefan, Adrianna, the son from Doubleday, all of them disappear from the scene around the exact same time, right? Stefan even related in a live that he got a call from his mom asking if Adrianna was with him, because he was one of the last people she was seen with, if not the last person. I think the 14-year-old girl that said last she saw Stefan had called her. There was another anecdotal story about the grandmother where the 14-year-old had related that the granddad, or he had gotten up, one of the older relatives got up to go search for her, and the granddad said, sit down, kept saying, sit down, all right? So there's something afoot there, but, you know, at the end of the day, the first step to getting a proper investigation into what transpired with Adrianna Young, which we all know was foul and rank with corruption, is to get the P.P.P out of office, because that's the single obstacle standing in the way of this case. And going back to 2012 with the case of Sadiq Juman, who was similarly murdered at Doubleday Hotel, he was released because it was again in a P.P.P administration. And when Granger got into office, the police were able to act on the evidence they had collected all along. And they knew that young man didn't die in the pool by drowning. They revealed that he was beaten. He was beaten to death. He was stored in a room at the hotel, and at a convenient time, they took him out and dumped him in the pool. I personally spoke to one of his friends that helped search the pool for him. The friend related the whole incident of what happened that day. Shockingly similar to Adrianna Young. Yet, people have still given Doubleday the benefit of the doubt in this situation. That tells me a lot about our society, all right? It tells me a lot. But he should be afforded the luxury of an FBI investigation. I believe that.
I wanted to say that. I wanted to make that comment that I was at the rally yesterday, the WIN rally. When I left the Forward Guyana movement, I went across to the WIN rally. And one of the things that Azri did say is he made a vow on stage. He said, the FBI, if he becomes president, he will call in the FBI to do an independent investigation into the Adrianna Young murder. And it was one of his strong points. And I said, that's very commendable. I think that's the only
at
way.
This point, anyone that, listen, at this point, it's better that we argue on policy in terms of difference. But I feel in my heart at this point, whichever opposition party, right, were to succeed, they would want the same thing as everyone but the P.P.P wants an investigation into Adrianna Young's murder. That's what I'm saying. And if something was fair and above board, why are they trying to obstruct so much? From the very minute she went missing, to now where the second autopsy cannot be completed because they need certain answers from the police, and the police just stall them, stonewall them. So we can't get those results. Why is that? And never have I seen such a keen interest in suppressing something about the death of a child as I have in this instance. Nor have I seen any parallel instance of gaslighting, right? They might as well be selling natural gas. Maybe there's where the gas to show gas going, to gaslighting the nation. That's why I feel this. Because me or you went to the side key and there's nothing there, brother. There is nothing there, bro. They're using the gas to gaslight us.
Miss Melissa, what happened here? You left where now you all made up and where we headed? Where we going? We're going to vote? We're a little early. Yeah, you're muted.
Melissa going to Pradoville to ask them where we money.
I am Keon. No, Keon, like I said, I am here. Of course, I gotta run out for a minute, but I see you guys were very good at carrying on the conversation, because we did say we were gonna come off at around 11, 12, and then get up back at 5 in the morning.
Let's do that.
No, but I'm still here. Let me see if I get before we go. Wait, let me see if I get anything else coming out. Anything new.
I've been
don't leave yet.
Nothing on my end. I've been on Facebook, right? But we kind of just scanning as we go along.
All right, so let me see. Hey, good night. This one just right. Good night. I want you guys to highlight there are polling stations still without presiding officers. Some haven't been fully set up just yet. Please urge the other political party to have their agents at polling station as early as 4 in the morning. Urge Guyanese to please be vigilant. Let them take out pictures. Claudette at this age should be doing the honorable thing, but yet she's being dishonorable. I can guarantee tomorrow a lot of staff will be saturated because of Vishnu and Claudette. Sad that GCOM is playing in the Guyanese faces. I'm very sorry, but Aubrey and all other parties need to do GCOM exactly what P.P.P did in 2020. I just fed the hell up. These observers ain't even doing one shit. Reason why PO's decline position is because majority are new and flustered as to what exactly is expected of them. Claudette run out with statement, yet the staff can't see she no way. I said if the election got to run longer than the last one, then let it be. P.P.P is overdoing it now. Claudette, Vishnu, and all the others will get it right this time. This is coming from another and by the way, because everything I read, I see y'all in the comments asking me to post it on my page. Yes, I am posting as I get stuff, and as I read, I will be posting. I am posting it on my page, so you guys can go and read it for yourself.
Great.
Guys, what I do like is that we've been consistently coming to the public and raising these issues from before election day.
Exactly.
Right? Mm-hmm. Let not a boy tomorrow say nobody told me we had, right? Because I think there clearly will be discrepancies in this. It's almost impossible. I saw you post a list of Brazilian nationals and things that supposed to be coming to vote now.
Yeah, they said, according to the comments, like I said, I was only posting based on what people sent to me in complaints, but according to the comment, they're saying that they are Guyanese living in Brazil and Venezuela, that the people would have paid to come home and vote.
Okay, there's also an allegation of a massive ID buy-in scheme in Region 1. You get an ID for $60,000.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody corrected me and said $65,000.
Oh, wow.
$5,000 difference, it would seem. Because, I mean, one thing you notice, there's a lot of Venezuelans that are driving or riding.
Oh, just so, not cutting you, just want you to know that the PP is sharing away gas in Linden.
You lie.
Free gas, complimentary. Compliment. I said free gas.
Do a quick recap. We got black belly sheep for vote. We got gas for vote. We get cash grants for vote. In this area,
taxpayers' money.
I live in a PP area. That man give me 8 to 15 hour excavator time for your land. To dig out your back dam, your drain, clear your tree down, right? Fetch your granny over the pole, whatever you need to do.
Look what Keon, isn't this funny?
if you
Francis,
buck
isn't
the
this
flat,
funny?
they
I have
tightening
never
your bucket
seen
for you right
anything
now.
like this. Gas?
Yeah,
Free
all
gas?
flat bucker come
That's
to the
crazy.
front. People who are tightening your
Yo,
bucket before the
How is
morning.
that
Yes,
even legal?
free buck
Who money they
elastic
doing that with?
everyone.
we
Your
money.
company
Campaign
should be
permit.
legally allowed to do that.
We money, the taxpayers' money is doing this. Yes, campaigning for this election.
There's
That's
so much
crazy.
that they're not supposed to do, Kian. Like what our responsibility is as well is to catalog these things. Mel, I think you have the perfect platform that to do some posts where I'm gonna invite people in the comments to like basically do I'm gonna take this same live and chop it up, right? And mine it for information, but
Please and
something
thanks.
where
You
we
can probably
ask
do that.
people.
And if you reshare, Francis, I will reshare that
Mhm.
little clips. I mean, we get less than 24 hours, but as much as we can get around and share out, we can do that. Keon as well to Keon 5 in the morning. Keon, if you wake up, even if you wake up before me, you go live. If I come and I see you live, I will share your live. Then just come and join on your live, and we go from
Good.
there.
I got you. I got you.
So that's how we gonna work it. You hear, Francis? Anything, anybody could jump on at any time. We can be there all day, whole day live.
Good. Love it. These people still campaigning to the last day. Like, I mean, they can tie you on and still go out and dance. Like, I
And
don't
dance. And it's this.
understand.
Listen, was the president's speech for me? I was like,
Yeah.
the audacity after y'all sit down in office
Can I
victimizing
tell
y'all own
you?
supporters.
Can I tell you what it reminded me of? It reminded me of them mafia boss, right? I know the mafia boss done send people for burn down your home, break your legs, and kill your goat. And then he come in front of the company say, me and Vinny, we had a little problem, and he sent my friend around his house to talk to him. And then in the background, you hear, you hearing hollering from Vinny, and he's like, me and Vinny are friends. We go back a long way. We love each other. You're hearing more hollering. That's how these men behave, because after they bully the population, thief your personal
Victimize people.
information, harass you, come by your door, you fly, you got speaker booming music. This is psychological warfare as far as I'm concerned. Everywhere, everything you see is saturated with their colors or their messaging, right? To hide the truth. And everywhere the truth is, they went and patch it up. Because some places they have to take shame out the email. To go to put up flag in some places, they had to send somebody with little
No, they
ascot.
take shame out.
And
I
get
them ain't got no
mad.
shame, Francis. Them ain't got no shame. They
The
got no
flex,
shame.
the
I
flex of
convinced they get
shame.
none.
The shame boo boo. The little thing was left in the car in your eye when the shame gone. The little hard piece of shame don't fall out. Right? You have to preserve something, a crystal of shame. Yeah.
Let me jump off here now, Melissa.
All right.
We can bounce back on 5 a.m.
Okay, well then we can back
Good.
bounce back on 5 a.m. Even if you see I'm not up and you go before me, whichever one, I come and join you on. But
We
we
call
can
you,
tag
we
team
gotta
this
call
thing.
your man, Mel. Somebody ain't gotta wake up in your
I
house.
can
If you got
I
dog
can
or
text
cat,
you.
we
I can
calling
text you.
them too.
I can text you the private number, so you could call
Good.
now. So when once that one is ringing, I will know that it's definitely something
Or we
important.
can
I'll
call
do the
critics
same to
because
you,
he always
do the
seem to
same to you,
know.
Ian.
We can call critics because he always seem to know where you them, Mel.
And he always
Right?
you see that's the
I
next
always
thing now.
seem to know.
He
Yeah.
always know why them more than me. Why living, what time I go, what time I come out, how much time me
Yeah.
step outside, how much time me step outside for the day. So like the people pay me personally for
Just
watch
to
my
finish on that point, right? I find it so interesting that a man that for the last 5 years, there's like now we understand why critics know who is a low life, who is a hungry belly, who is dog, who is an abuser, right? Because he's looking in the mirror and see every day. He know the signs. You
know
understand?
himself exactly.
You know hungry belly characteristics because he thief $182 million from us. We never get back the money. Right? Does he licking his lips? He's no longer hungry. He's a full belly. You understand? That's why he know what hungry belly look like. And he's not low life. He is now high life. He does travel on our money. So he know who is low life now.
Where the pump
Right?
station money there.
And he know who is that because
And
he's
they
fighting
talking
them
about the pump
guys.
station money. Are you hearing it? Somebody, a new company takeover.
Oh, he love the guy. And these people pumping for we money. I shouldn't even tell the guys. Let me come up this live before I start sounding like
Francis, please spread the word. We're on
take
live.
back
This live
what
will
I
remain
said.
up.
I
I
would
will
like
share
to
it
take
again.
that back. Hmm?
We up. Please spread the word. We up from 5 in the morning. We on this live. The Guyana decides
Don't worry.
2025. We are not thing. I shall be posting. As fast as I get news, I can keep posting. Once I see it, I can keep posting. Y'all keep messaging me.
Good.
Be vigilant tomorrow. Take picture, record, whatever y'all got to do. Do and get
And
it out.
Mel, this is the eve of the election. I cannot end on without telling you, expressing to you how much I appreciate you, Melissa. You have put in more work than the combined opposition for this 5-year period. You have brought so much corruption to light. I feel the very reason that we are in this mood of change in this country is in part thanks to the hard, dedicated work that you have done. Thankless work, often you've really received abuse and hatred for it. I don't always agree with how you discuss with people, but I understand you.
No, sometimes
I understand your message. You come to us to tell us the truth.
And Francis, I'm only human. I'm only human. You know, sometimes.
I understand, but I want to let you know I respect the work you put in and to get us to this point here, right?
No, I just
you should know that.
because I'm trying to come out the noise to talk. Yeah.
Galan. You.
All right, tomorrow I reach at this place. Let me go.
Tomorrow.
I have to show my face an hour and then heading back. Bye bye,
All right,
guys. Thank you for joining.
Have a good one.